straight out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
It is with your host, Jimmy Mack. Good morning, Madison with a T. Don't worry, Phone Master Dre is here to stay. He's sitting right to her right as Madison crosses those T's and dots those I's and brings the whole world of Road Gang Radio to life. Whether you're yakking it up on YouTube, whether you are having the audacity to listen on Odyssey, maybe you have given your heart to iHeart or found yourself on Live 365, or maybe it's later on in the day and you're finding us on the Spotify and all the other places where you get your podcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Fastport studio at the historic Degas House. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, the people's registered apprenticeships, veteran readiness. You can learn more at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. Good morning to you, Marty, with the spirit of trucking out there making the miracle happen. Good morning, RadioNemo. Good morning, Brad Bentley. It's Turtle Tuesday. Good morning, Forrest. Good morning, Chowda. Good to see everybody out there making the miracle happen. We had a little post yesterday. Turtle asked a question about why it is that Dave left satellite radio, and we thought we would put that sucker to rest. We also learned something, too, that there are many of our friends out there who have not yet discovered, well, RadioNemo.com, Road Gang Radio, Nemo Nation, the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. But we got a lot to dig into today. Before I get to any of that, the big talk in trucking circles, the big talk everywhere from the life of CDL to the topics of transport to the land of line. And all points beyond that, too. Florida newspapers, national newspapers are all filling up rapidly with the tragic story of a truck driver involved in a triple fatality crash on the Florida Turnpike on Tuesday. He has now been arrested for vehicular homicide and is also facing an immigration detainer, according to the state authorities down there in the land of sunshine. I've been kind of playing with something in my mind here. As truckers, as owner-operators, as hard scramble Americans, we often talk about personal responsibility a lot. The idea that at the end of the day, people are responsible for their own actions. And I'm a big believer in that. I have a certain level of independent streak to me that at the end of the day, be the change you want in the world. But if you get enough like-minded people, at some point in the industry, you have to accept, you have to embrace, and you have to vigilantly uphold your position as gatekeepers for the industry. That's an important thing to remember. When I say gatekeepers, is making sure that the routes into trucking, the way people can get behind the wheel of a truck, what it takes to actually become a driver on the open road. Well, it goes back to my same feeling in immigration. I'm a believer in a strong, firm wall, metaphorically. I'm also a believer in a big, open door, meaning that wide door, strong wall, meaning you have to go through a certain area. You should be allowed access to that area. You should be allowed a fair chance and a fair shake, but you should play by the rules. There's a lot of that going on these days where there are a lot of people out there who are making their way onto the road, who got there relatively easy. And it shouldn't be all that easy. One of the folks that has accepted the fact that we need to be what I call vigilant gatekeepers, responsible gatekeepers for who comes in and out of the trucking industry is our good friend Andy Polyakov. He, of course, is the executive director of the CVTA, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. And I just wanted to give him a chance this morning to kind of talk about what it is they do and how it is they are making sure that the folks who are getting on the road, their organization and other organizations like them, the folks that are getting on the road, get there with accreditation, get there with certification, get there with the imprimatur of people who are behaving as responsible gatekeepers to these industry. Good morning, Andy. Thank you for making the time at the crack of doom over here on Road Gang Radio. How are you, my friend?
Jimmy, good morning to you. Thanks so much for having me on today and giving us the opportunity to discuss this. Obviously, wish we were not meeting under these circumstances. You know, the impetus for this discussion, I think, is a tragic one, but really does highlight the importance of training and safety in this critical, important industry in our nation. And, you know, I think to answer your question, you know, the things that we do at the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, CVTA, and at other great schools like the National National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driver Schools. They're the gatekeepers, and we're the gatekeepers in the sense that we and the schools that are members of our organization strive to have extensive training programs. We're the largest association of professional truck driver training schools in the nation, with members in 46 states that train 100,000 entry-level truck drivers each year. And so we have, programs that last 4 weeks and longer at times, and really go the extra mile in terms of making sure that these individuals are trained and trained properly. And I think that there's a lot of unpacking that's going to need to be done with what transpired in this, event in Florida. There are elements of this that range, into issue areas that we all sort of are hearing about in the national news in terms of perhaps is there, an English language proficiency issue at play in that accident? We don't know. Certainly, was this gentleman here illegally? It would seem, according to the Department of Homeland Security, that he was here illegally and that he, in fact, obtained a CDL in California with that status, which is incredibly problematic and would seem to not correspond with the federal laws on that. But, there's a lot to unpack, and I think we're looking forward to doing so. But I will say that the main thing that this makes us focus on and think about here at CVTA is what is going on in the training space. And this is something that you and I have discussed before and that many people are thinking about. But we have seen within the FMCSA, so just for the folks in the audience that are not aware of this, I'll sort of put it together briefly. The entire trucking industry has been working for decades, really, to try and create minimum standards in that space. And finally, in 2022, those became federal law. And so we have been working at CVTA and with others through a task force for 3 years to make sure that those minimum standards of truck driver training are enforced nationwide. That's something that the Senate has taken up and that a lot of people are interested in. And that all funnels through the FMCSA, which is the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration within the U.S. Department of Transportation. And we consider the FMCSA important partners in that. But what we have seen is, there are a lot of bad actors in this space doing, air quotes, training that is sometimes, advertised as 48 hours or 1 week or something of that sort. And there are also instances now that we have seen more of where there are communities, where English is not the first language, far from it, and little communities where, somebody in that community has decided they're going to have a quote trucking school, and they're going to sort of just not abide by all of the various licenses and laws and requirements, but they still create an account with the FMCSA on this training provider registry and, funnel folks into this trucking space. And so I think one of the important parts of the investigation here and the sort of post-mortem is to figure out if this gentleman or these gentlemen that were a part of this accident in Florida, if there is a connection between them and one of these trucking schools that should never have been on the training provider registry. And really, for me to even call the sorts of organizations like that schools is a misnomer. They're really sort of bad actors operating at the absolute fringe of what's reasonable.
Yeah, and I'm glad you came on to talk about this because, as we know, there are some incendiary things that you actually at the top made sure that you framed as, what are going to be the discussions around this. But I think, one of the things that they have to kind of pivot to is to begin to look, at some point, somebody gave him something that made him think he could be on the road, and somebody let that kind of pass through. And it goes back to what you guys are trying to do, what you're doing with your sister on the other side of the aisle in regards to publicly funded truck driving schools, is to remember that, you guys can do this, but you can't do this alone. This has to be a focus of people, that at some point somebody gave them the keys and somebody gave them a piece of paper that said they could have the keys. And one of the best places to stop this from ever starting is where it starts, and that's in the imprimatur. And that is we're going to encourage people to continue to look at that rather than just what I call the sensational headlines of, the immigration issue, the English language issue. But it means if there was an immigration issue, a legitimate school never takes him. If there was a language issue and a legitimate school took him, they would actually have in place a methodology to get them up to speed, proficiency-wise, or to work with them. And none of that stuff was in place. It was literally wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, here's some keys. And a lot of that could have been stopped if there, in fact, was an even stronger guardrail, an even stronger gateway to letting companies know if this does not have the imprimatur, and more importantly, if that imprimatur's conditions to make it happen are raised, it makes it a whole lot harder to put somebody like that on the road. It minimizes that. How'd I do?
I think you did great. Absolutely. I mean, I think that hits the nail right on the head. It starts at the beginning, and gatekeeper is I think there's at times sort of a negative connotation to gatekeeping, but there are some gates that need to be kept, and this is one of them, right? And so in instances where an individual is unprepared, think about it in the drug and alcohol space, right? It's like there are gates that need to be maintained to prevent people who are not ready, that are abusing substances and are going to be a danger to the road. They need to be kept off the road. And there are instances where individuals who do not have sufficient training should never be behind the wheel of a semi going down the road. So I think you're right, that there's a sensationalism to this story because it's quite real and I think it gives people a visceral understanding of the risks of terrible driving. And we obviously see a connection to good outcomes with proper training. And here you see, an instance where what we can obviously presume is terrible training has created a terrible tragedy. So I think the point we like to think about at CVTA in that regard, in addition to the great work that our many members do all across the nation in terms of their great training programs, is what could and should and must the federal and state governments be doing to regulate this space. And that's where we've seen, again, I come back to these minimum training standards and the creation of this, what's called the Training Provider Registry, to enforce these entry-level driver training standards. And we have just seen that not be a gate that was kept, right? That has been a place where we have seen, thousands of entities flood onto the Training Provider Registry through the self-certification model. And we've worked mightily as part of CVTA's task force on this to cut that down. And certainly I'll say that FMCSA has made, obviously, they've taken a lot of the recommendations that CVTA and others have made on how to crack down and stop the flow of bad actors. Especially one of the key things is people who are just straight up unlicensed who are on the Training Provider Registry, even though they're in most states you're required to be licensed either through the Department of Education or the Department of Motor Vehicles, what have you. We've seen them work on that. But where we see the key point here is that you have just so many bad actors on the Training Provider Registry that individuals are able to sort of walk right in to bring a little bit of money, and they're able to quote graduate from one of these programs in a very, very short amount of time. And I think that, again, there's a lot to unpack with this particular
Andy, I know you only got a few minutes here, but it's such a long conversation about what we're actually saying. Because, one of our comments was, I'm not sure how trucking schools are at fault for this accident. And Chowder, we're not saying they are. What we're saying here is the fact that if you really want to start really preventing this from happening, where you can begin is looking at the bad actors. You can go even further back, is what we're saying. You can go and look at the bad actors in your space, the ones who are trying to kind of creep into what you guys do so well, and say, if we start looking here, we can prevent. There's all kinds of pipelines. That's often a positive word. Here's a negative version of the pipeline. The more bad actors that try to muscle their way into your space, the more doors and the more fences are being lifted to let people get behind the wheel of a truck who shouldn't. And therefore, if you really want to start a comprehensive prevention of this, you can begin at the source to a large
And they're not hiding.
Yeah.
And they're not hiding. That's the thing is they are in plain sight. And, national organizations like CVTA and others know exactly who they are. And the state agencies know exactly who they are. And for the most part. And so they are being reported to the FMCSA, and FMCSA is taking steps to, remove or put them on notice. But the size of this is quite large, and I think it needs to be. We are looking for the states and the FMCSA and all of our organizations and schools to continue the hard work at this. But we really want to see more removals from the FMCSA. And again, there is no way to immediately or directly connect. There's a lot that still needs to be learned about why this accident, I think we know sort of why it occurred, but all of the different sort of elements behind it, there's a lot to be said, but it's no doubt it I think really provides the opportunity to talk about the importance of proper training.
Yeah, and by the way, that is well said. The idea that we are not deliberately or directly assigning one thing. We're not setting up a causality here, but we're simply saying if you want a comprehensive approach to all of this, where it starts is a heck of a place to start. Andy, I know your time is limited. I can't thank you enough for making time out of your busy schedule. We got a whole other show to do here, but we can't thank you enough for starting us off with some vibrant conversation. And it's always good to hear from you too, man. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. And, I was doing even better a couple of weeks ago when I was down there in New Orleans hanging with you all. Yeah. I mean, what a great location you have. I mean, y'all are blessed. You really are.
Thank you so much. And the only bad thing was it turns out that when you actually go out and get a coven of witches to sing for you, they tend to summon rain from time to time. That was the only thing that was.
I did notice that. Oh my God! Well, I've had a wonderful time talking here today, and imprimatur. Everybody was Googling that as you were saying it.
Yeah, well, by the way, your imprimatur is one of class and style. Andy Polyakov, the executive director of the CVTA, has joined us just for a brief drop-in. Go have a great rest of your day over there on the East Coast.
You too, Jimmy. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a quick break here, Madison. Of course, we're going to have a moment with a little bit of pledge, a little bit of national anthem, Bracing Cup of Java from Pastor John. And by the way, we're going to get it all cleaned up and set up, but our good friend Ten Ring sent us a pledge. We'll get to that probably next week sometime. But in the meantime, Madison, here on Road Gang Radio, take us away.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray that all is well with you. I just wanted to let you know that if you're in a position where you feel like God is so far away, then there's a great indication that you need to spend a little bit more time with him. What you mean, Pastor, spend a little bit more time with him? I talk to him all the time while I'm driving, but guess what? That still may be just a scratch or a drop in the bucket. If whatever else God puts on your heart for you to do to draw you closer to him, that's what you and I must do. And I can find that in James chapter 4. James chapter 4 says, draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. So if you want to get closer to God, all you got to do is start moving towards him. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, Jimmy, you've got to enjoy your Tuesday.
Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, by the way. Are you a Taco Tuesday kind of gal, Madison?
I actually made quesadilla tacos last night, and they were delectable. You ever had quesadilla?
Yes, I have. And by the way, I love the fact we've used delectable rather than delicious, and we used imprimatur rather than stamp. Yep. I'm very pleased with us
This
here
is
today.
a big word show.
This always has been.
Yes.
Always has
We
been.
love a vocab word over here on Radio Nemo.
Oh, my God. We are just stoked about vocab words. Here's some numbers instead. 615-292-6366. We got about 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, something around there that you guys can give us a call, because soon after that, our good pal Kevin Lindsay is going to be here with Eric Arnold and Byron Kelcher. They, of course, are going to be here for Maintenance Matters. We're talking Castrol fuel oil. We're talking all kinds of groovy stuff. Dr. Miguel Leal is going to be here for Highway to Health. I don't know if you know this, but the American Heart Association wants you to know it's AFib Awareness Month coming up, by the way, and we'll be talking about AFib, what it is, and how you might want to be looking out for it. Then Lindsay joins us, where in the process of Heavy Made a Living, we will then pivot and make a life with our good friend Lindsay Lawler as Rolando Pulschol, who we have been talking with over the last couple of weeks. One of our favorite Americana road trip sort of contributors joins us. He's talking about McDonald Land. Retro fast food stuff. Madison with the T and Phone Master Dre went over there and picked up some of the stuff they've got going on. It's really kind of cool. I got one in my hand here. I've got Take a Trip Through McDonald Land. Remember all that nonsense with the cheese burglar and all those crazy characters from back in the day? You probably don't remember the Madison, but
I do. I actually had a birthday at McDonald's when I was really young, and they had all the characters and stuff.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. And then, guys, you can find her on Facebook. Marcella Lenz Pope is a vocal talent nonpareil. Since we're using big vocab today, nonpareil, which of course is without parallel, without equal. She is a jack of all trades and a master of voice, is the best way to describe her. She is a lovely presence and a terrific vocal stylist. You may have heard her on numerous things. She's currently playing Harvey Dent's wife in a DC version of The Long Halloween. Well, the only version of The Long Halloween Batman is a DC version. All of that will be in the second half of the show, but in the meantime, we talk trucking here on a regular basis. And let's get back to that story for a second here, because I was particularly appreciative of what Andy was up to in that. Using the moment to kind of open a conversation about how we prevent this kind of stuff by going back to the beginning. All right, this is the word from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and big shout out to our friend Showtime, who literally sent me the footage, that infamous footage that many of you all have seen. Based on our initial but ongoing criminal investigation, it is evident that the driver of the commercial semi-truck recklessly and without regard for the safety of others attempted to execute a U-turn utilizing an unauthorized location. As a result of his actions, 3 occupants of the minivan are now deceased. Think about this. An illegal U-turn from an unauthorized U-turn area. Oh, and by the way, there's another guy in the cab with his feet up and it's barefoot. It's like the craziest thing you ever saw in your life. I mean, it almost feels like a movie Following the crash, the FHP arrested truck driver Singh for 3 counts of vehicular homicide. Harjinder Singh is his name. The FLHSMV further stated that Singh had entered the United States illegally and that an immigration detainer had been issued. During the course of this criminal investigation, with the assistance of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, state troopers determined that Harjinder Singh entered the United States illegally, having crossed the Mexico border in 2018. The defendant then obtained a commercial driver's license in the state of California under the federal authority delegated by ICE to FHP state troopers. Through the 287G program, state troopers issued an ICE detainer, and there we are. They go on to further say, the actions taken by the defendant while operating a commercial tractor trailer are both shocking and criminal. 3 people lost their lives as a result of his recklessness, and countless friends and family members will experience the pain of their loss forever. Harjinder Singh is in custody on state vehicular homicide charges and immigration violations. He is no longer able to damage and destroy the lives of Floridians and visitors. At the conclusion of his state charges, he will be deported. The Florida Highway Patrol remains committed to enforcing both state and federal law to ensure that people are a danger to others face justice behind bars. I always say, let the investigation play out. Let the whole thing play out, because while Harjinder Singh is obviously to blame, there are going to be other people to blame as well. Somebody put him behind the wheel of that truck. Somebody gave him, as we said, the imprimatur of being able to drive a truck. One of the things that I am constantly kind of focused on in the immigration debate, guys, is not just the perpetrators of the act of crossing over illegally. We talk a lot about that, and that's a very easy thing. Get those guys out of this country. Somebody brought those guys into this country. And even if they came in on their own volition with no help from anybody else, at some point, if they've been here since 2018, they've been working. Somebody's been employing them. Somebody's been putting them to work. And General Grant once had a terrific line. He said, if you don't like a law, don't break it, enforce it. I don't know if you guys know that old adage that a bad law enforced to its maximum makes everybody hurt, and then makes people sit down and figure out what we can change to make it work for everybody. Really worth digging into. Kevin Lindsay's coming up here. Our good friend Eric Arnold and Byron Kelcher are both going to be joining us as well. If you happen to want to give us a call during that process about lubricants or about anything else we're talking about in regards to Castrol, give us a call at 615-292-6366. Today is a magnificent day of celebration, by the way. It's brought to you by truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch and back to the celebration with truckdown.com. Not only on this 71st day of our adventure here at RadioNemo.com. Did you know that, Madison? We've been on the air for 71 days. We've been live on the air for 71 days. You have to add an extra week because we went on air almost immediately after we left the previous platform. Today's National Radio Day, but more importantly, even more important than radio, it's National Bacon Day. All right, hit that music. Get me out of here. We'll come back on the other side with our good friend Kevin Lindsay and friends for a special edition of Maintenance Matters. Boys from Castrol are coming. Everybody look busy.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
I am live from the Big Easy at the Degas house. Okay, so I can now tell an upsetting story that has a happy ending. Dre and I came over to the studio, and there's a beautiful fountain in front of it, and we could smell bleach. And we're like, they didn't put bleach in there. And then we confronted the owner of the Degas house and the lady who takes care of the grounds about, did you pour bleach into the fountain? And she said, well, I had to break up all that algae. And I just looked at her and I said, you know that birds can't smell, right? You know that two beautiful Louisiana herons have been perching out there forever and a day. And I've noticed there are no birds around here. And I just was soul sick. Dre and I were soul sick. And, and she got defensive. I said, don't get defensive. Don't do it again. I said, if you think that pouring bleach into water is going to stop birds, is going to be okay and that birds will avoid it because it smells like bleach. I said half the fountains in America would smell like bleach. I said not to mention that kids are walking their dogs, families are walking their dogs. I mean, we were just in agony. So I came back, Dre, and I basically got a hose and sat there with her while we kind of blasted it out. Notice the smell is gone, right? Yeah. So yesterday, Dre and I are sitting at the end of the day, Madison. We're sitting at the end of the day, and it got really warm in here. It got really warm in here. And it turned out that the AC was on the fritz. Not a good thing to have in New Orleans. So the AC guys came over, and it turns out that the compressors and the fans are on the top of the building, third floor. So they went up there. I said, I'm going to come up there and take a look, too, because we all guessed, once we realized it was on the roof, it's probably just clogged. Everybody kind of breathed a sigh of relief. We get up there, and they're hosing it out, and they're cleaning it out. And one of the two guys says, well, look at that beautiful bird. And I turned around, and there on the roof was heron number one.
Oh, yeah.
Edgar.
And then the second one flew over and stood next to him.
Good. The reincarnation of Edgar.
And I just felt so relieved. So I went and I found Adrian, and I said, those birds are alive. Just wanted to let you know. If I'm going to be the bearer of awful news, I'm going to be the bearer of good news. Don't mix things in things you should not mix them in. A good friend of ours who is an ichthyologist did point out to me, though, that while birds can't smell, they can distinguish texture. Now, that seems like a really weird segue, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a really weird segue. But some things just don't mix together properly, and some things mix together properly. Castor oil actually mixes together pretty good, actually.
I was about to say oil and water.
Yeah, there you go. Nicely done, Madison, with the T. And, of course, it means if I'm talking oil and water, I'm also talking with our good friend Kevin Lindsay. You guys know him from TA Petro and TA Travel Centers. He's the man with the plan who makes sure that you understand that maintenance matters. And as always, every once in a while, he brings along two friends, and we know them, Eric Arnold and Byron Kelcher. Hey, Kevin, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How you doing, Jimmy?
Much relieved that these two beautiful birds were not poisoned.
I bet.
Oh, my God.
Right, yeah.
I was heartbroken. Because Dre and I could smell it. And like I said, the bird expert said, he goes, there's a chance the moment they put their mouths in it, they went, something's wrong with this water. They can't smell, he said, but they can feel, and their tongues can feel. And so you're probably okay on this issue. So I was just very relieved yesterday, especially because I got my AC fixed. I know a little bit about that, by the way. If you ever want to talk about ACs, when we have an AC talk on maintenance matters, that's my bag, that's my jam. But we're continuing we're continuing our conversation with Eric and Byron. It's good to have you both. Hey guys, welcome aboard. Good to have you, by the way.
Yes, thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Kevin, I'm going to kind of let you take point on this because, we've been going through this material, and the other joke I was going to make on you was simply by opening up the segment and going, when is an oil approved by use by an OEM, and just ask you the question directly, but I'm not going to do that. Where would you like to begin today?
I'll be honest with you, I can't remember where we kind of left off last time.
No, and I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this, Kevin, because there's so much information here and so much to kind of dig into that it kind of felt like, we were all over the place, because after all, that's my question style, all over the place and into left field in the hopes that we can somehow find our way back. But I was thinking about maybe talking about the idea of, we'll start by asking Eric and Byron this question. I want to talk about the difference between best practices and recommendations and requirements, because they're not the same thing. Eric, are you following me here? And then maybe we can work our way backwards. Talk about that, because often you get recommendations, very strong recommendations, but it doesn't mean if you don't do that, you're dead in the water or on the side of the road. Fair place to start, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're correct. They are. They sound the same, right? But they are very distinct. And best practices are obviously what they sound like. Best practices. This is what's going to get you through the day, or get your engine maintained and keep it reliable and running. That's a really simple explanation. Whereas the requirements, I always think about like a warranty. Let's say that your engine is still within the warranty period. There are a couple of things that will drive requirements. Warranty is a big one. Obviously, things like emissions, stuff like that. Those are requirements. They fall within regulations or what have you. But I think of requirements, in the case of maintenance. Let's look at the warranty, for example. Use an engine oil that fits your application, one that falls within the guidelines of that manufacturer. That's spelled out in the manual. It's usually pretty straightforward, and it will have some certain criteria that it will need to pass or follow. Use something like that. Change the oil within whatever their requirement guideline is. Once the engine is out of that warranty, then your best practices is usually to follow that kind of guidance, right? You want to make sure that you keep it within where it's going to operate before it self-destructs. But the best practice would be, schedule it so that you can, work around it. Make sure that it works within your schedule so that you're not inefficiently having to go and stop and do something. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And by the way, I mean, the definition of what you just said, there's another simple word, and that's maintenance as opposed to repair. I mean, that's exactly it, and that kind of gets down to it. And Kevin, I wanted to pivot to you before going to Byron here. When you talk to a customer, when you talk to the folks that you work with on a regular basis, are you able? And I'm asking for process here. Are you able to say, look, you will survive on this? I always tell the story about, when I had a very old car, I had an old cop car that I just enjoyed driving, but it was like basically it was all kind of put together with duct tape. And what the guy told me, he says, look, I can top off your AC for $400, or I can give you a new compressor for $4,000. He says, what do I recommend? He says, or what will get you to the next checkpoint? He said, go with the next checkpoint here. You got other things to spend your money on. This thing is a 30-year-old car. How do you talk to the folks? This is a different situation, though, because people make their livings and their livelihoods. How do you tell people you can get by on this, but if you really want to make this work, here's what you have to do? How do you distinguish that for a client and customer?
Well, to be honest, Jimmy, that's a fairly regular conversation, a lot of times with customers, because, no one wants to spend that money, right? For sure. But to be honest, you kind of have to lay it out, I mean, really and truly, especially when it comes to the engine and the maintenance that's been done on it. There's so many different factors that fall into that, what oils have they been using? How long have they been using this oil? Have they changed it on this regular basis? So there's a lot of stuff in the background information that you really need to know before you can give a true and honest answer to that. And that's one thing a lot of people that do know me know I'm going to ask those questions. I've been around so long that too many times I said, well, you should be able to get by with this. Well, I never even asked, well, what are you doing with this piece of equipment? How are you operating it? How often have you maintained it in the past? There's so many of those things that you really need to know. But to be honest, I always try to make a recommendation, based on the customer and what they're really looking for. So you kind of have to know your audience, I guess you could say, as you're saying. Given those recommendations.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing too, because there's what you can and what you should, but there's also a matter of who are you talking to as well, and not even just the equipment, but sometimes we know people. It's like, look, I have a budget. I'm trying to work around that budget. I just need to be able to get to this point until I make this job work. And once I do, I can then do the important stuff. But right now I got to do the minimum stuff. It's such a kind of it's almost a psychological read. I mean, you almost become kind of like their truck psychiatrist, where you're kind of helping them kind of navigate their emotional well-being for what they can get away with until they can get to a place where they can do everything they need, right?
Well, I have been called the truck whisperer in the
past. And I want to pivot to Byron here. Byron, of course, if you guys don't know, of course, we all know who Kevin Lindsay is. Just to remind you, Eric, of course, is a field engineer, and Byron Kelchner, of course, is the senior national account manager fleet over Castrol. I wanted Byron to kind of talk to you about this because you're an account manager, which is very, very different than just simply a salesman. That's something very different because your job is the maintenance of the account, to kind of get back to maintenance. How do you have the ongoing conversation with the clients and with the people that you work with to make sure that the product is doing what it needs to do, but at the same time making them aware of what's next and maybe what the next step they have to take is?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question, and I really think it's a little bit of things that both Eric said and Kevin said as well. I think a lot of it is asking questions. So it's kind of with the fleet, what are the goals of the fleet? So I think a salesman, if you want to look at that, sometimes comes in and wants to sell a product, and that's what they're there for, and they're not always looking for what's the customer's ultimate goal. With that, is that extending drain intervals? Is that maybe a certain type of maintenance issue that they've had within their fleet that's been recurring that seems, to kind of continually happen? So really it starts with a lot of questions. What are their goals? What are their concerns? And really look at kind of formulating a plan after that, an action plan. So let's say if somebody, continually has, maybe like a DPF, that particulate filter wants to kind of regen, or they having some oil burn off, with a previous supplier's products. We want to look at those things and talk to them and work about it. And you kind of want to start out with an action plan. And I think you always have to alter what that looks like. But that's really about staying in touch with your customer and really trying to get a little bit of a pulse on their business and kind of what's going on and what's with the, going on with the maintenance program. And you have to reach out to folks like Eric and work with people like him. That's what we do on our side quite heavily is, get that real specialist kind of engineering type of viewpoint to look at the information and make sure we're giving the best point of guidance for customers.
Eric, we've been talking all morning long. Thank you, by the way, Byron, for that. That actually makes a lot of sense and actually gives you kind of a complete picture. But We've been talking about licensing and certification in the training sector in the last half hour in the wake of that the terrible events in Florida. So much about licensing and certification systems are, in fact, in your field, a voluntary program. Can you talk about API? I realize that we kind of jump in what I call in media res, where I kind of just throw people in the middle of the Shasta, as it were, and just kind of say, let's swim our way out. But I do want to kind of go back and establish some baseline stuff. Can you, and we can pivot to Kevin after that, talk about API's engine oil licensing and certification system and what that means when people see that that something has been certified or licensed, what it means to the consumer, what it means to the customer, what it means to the client?
Yeah, the API certification is sort of the benchmark or the standard, and as you mentioned, it is voluntary. But they're really the holders or coordinators of what is the quote unquote standard. What does everybody want to try to achieve? And when the API puts out these standards or their licensing criteria, they don't just go out and do this on their own. They work with all of the oil manufacturers, the engine manufacturers. They come together and everybody sort of coordinates efforts and comes up with what would really be a good fit sort of all around to achieve the goal. The current ones, there are actually two primary goals. They're focused around emissions and around fuel efficiency. Those are sort of the next goals in the evolution of engine oils. And as we said, it is a voluntary licensing program. However, almost everybody goes ahead and proceeds with that because a lot of the engine manufacturers will sort of go above and beyond what the API licensing requirements are, and they'll throw something else out there that perhaps a requirement of the oil that will work better with their engines or that they foresee as being necessary. So to kind of wrap that up, there are a lot of different but very similar types of tests, and not everybody, as far as or oil marketers, has every certification or approval, but they're all out there, and they're sort of the big, more popular ones, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It also allows people to make informed decisions because where you are certified and where you are licensed, people are able to see that and make their choices. Accordingly, knowing they were given the information they needed to make those choices. They can't just assume that the API stamp of approval is there. They've got to actually dig a little bit deeper sometimes, or at least the OEM kind of has to point that out as well. By the way, I brought that up, Kevin, because the last time we talked about all this stuff, we actually got into a big conversation about the donut, if you remember correctly. And I kind of wanted to let people know where the donut actually was coming from, because we kind of got loosey-goosey about that discussion. I do want to ask, by the way, and to kind of, I'll go back. Kevin, you can start, but then, of course, we can go to Eric and Byron here to talk about where does Castrol fit in on all of this. Where are they in regards to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about over the last couple of weeks? Because I realize that I'm calling upon y'all's expertise and not giving you a chance to talk about Castrol. So anybody want to start? Take the crack at the title.
Well, I can
go ahead,
throw
Eric.
Something out there, Kevin. Yeah, if you're talking about the API donut, again, if you are out and you walk into at the TA, you walk into the maintenance shop and you look on the shelf because you need to grab a gallon of oil. Look on the bottle, and that donut, it's called that because it's shaped just like a donut, and it will spell out some of the very basic information about what that oil contains. And that donut, it's the API donut, so it will give the API certification and some basic information next to the donut. We'll also include things like OEM or engine manufacturer approvals as well.
Kevin, can we kind of then pivot to you? Go ahead, my friend.
No, I was going to say, yeah, that's one of those things. A lot of people, you see this. Most of us has been, not just in this industry, but even done work on our own cars and stuff in the past at home and stuff. You bought oil for anything. You've always picked it up, looked at it. That donut's been there, right? Because typically what everyone does looking at oil is they pick the oil up and they look at the center of that donut because that's the viscosity, right? So that tells you what viscosity is. Everybody always, that, I don't know if that's been entrenched into our culture or what, but it's like everyone thinks that's the main part of that. And quite honestly, it's really not. And Eric, please correct me if I'm wrong here. The top part of that donut that's given that classification, that's really the spec that oil's meeting. The viscosity can depend on usage and what you're doing with it. That's why, a lot of most lawnmowers and things like that require straight 30 weight because they don't want that viscosity level changing too much, with heat and cold and all this other stuff. So, but it's really that classification of it that makes the huge difference,
Let me ask Eric and you a question, by the way. And this is about how things are laid out. Do you think the assumption is by putting the number in the middle, that's the place to start, but it doesn't mean that's the most important part? That's simply kind of like the baseline. Look there first and then make your way around the circle. Do you think that is somehow transformed into, I got my number, I'm done? I mean, am I sounding like an idiot there, or is that, do you think, what's happening here? I mean, is it like, I got my number, I'm fine?
Well, I'll put this out there that viscosity, it can be very confusing, and kind of like Kevin said, well, I got my 30 weight or I got my whatever, and I can get going. Nowadays, especially with like transmissions, you've got a lot of overlapping viscosity grades. So you don't necessarily want to just go by the grade. And the other wrench is you may have two current diesel engine oils that are 10W30. And they may not be the same. One may be the fuel efficiency, the FA version, or the other one may be the CK version. Both are diesel engine oil 10W30s, but they're very different. So, yeah, paying attention to that API donut, the other information can be critical.
Let me kind of also pivot to our friend Byron and ask him, when you're talking with the fleets whose accounts you manage, do you go through this with them? Like I said, I realize I sound like I'm talking, trucking 101 for dummies, but I'm just curious because, like I said, shorthand often becomes sloppy. You know what I'm saying? That there are not corners you can cut, but there are things where you start working in the shorthand, and that can be really great. It can make for great efficiency. But every once in a while, you got to slow down and really take a look at what it is you're doing. And I was kind of curious if in working with clients, you find that they are, helping them maintain the balance between working at the most productive and efficient fashion, while at the same time maybe taking a harder look at what it is they're doing and why it is they're doing it.
Yeah. So let me answer that in two parts, so to speak. So I think, a lot of the fleets, we work with and talk to, those fleets they've been running these maintenance programs for a long period of time. And, we know that this, the freight industry and trucking is, it's going through some really difficult times. Margins are extremely tight. And I feel like from working with these customers, their maintenance departments, they really are keyed in on what they need to do. And they've worked those maintenance programs over a long period of time. And they've done it they know what works with them. They know how far they can stretch out, let's just say oil change intervals or maintenance intervals, so they can do that in a safe manner. So they're not, incurring a lot of expense, for unplanned downtime or unplanned repairs. And they really do that because times are just tough, and they've continually been tough. There's always been these peaks and valleys, and it seems like, unfortunately, we've been a little bit of an extended valley for a period of time here, with some freight recession. So I think a lot of fleets, they really have a handle on what's going on, and then they know what to do. Now, the other side to that is, in working heavily with TA, when you look at a lot of drivers that come in, and we kind of say there's like new school and old school drivers, and that really has nothing to do kind of with age per se. Well, we have a lot of what we're classifying as new school drivers they might just be really new to the industry. So maybe they've had a career change over the past couple of years and decided to get into trucking and become a driver, or, they were just kind of new into the business overall. And those are folks that maybe haven't grown up in the business. They haven't grown up in the industry, and they're just not as informed. So, you could have an old school driver, which, hey, some of that could be the age. They've been out there for, a couple decades, or maybe they're somebody that's in the early 20s, but they've grown up in trucking and they're familiar with what needs to happen and what needs to go on. And they're more informed, right? They can look at that donut. They know exactly what it is. They know what their equipment takes. But there's a big group of people out there now that we would consider that are newer into the industry, that come into folks and see, people like Kevin at Travel Centers of America, and they're just unsure because it's not in their wheelhouse. It never has been in their wheelhouse. So that's where it's really important to try and give some education and learning to those types of customers, and that we see kind of out there.
And that's a great way to kind of pivot back to Kevin here for a second is too, because one of the other things about being not just a truck whisperer, but a trucker whisperer is that you've also got to read the human being, because there are people out there, Kevin, who the moment you start telling them anything about how to roll their rig, how to run anything, they get so defensive, you would think they were building up the embankments for Pickett's charge.
This is my truck. Right?
I mean, this is my truck. What are you? I'm not. What are you talking about? So how do you kind of onboard somebody when it comes to a lot of the new stuff? I mean, and that's one of the questions I would have for all of you before we wrap this up. Each time you have a new product, each time you have a new breakthrough, what do you do? What do you do to make sure that the customer, client, person you're working with, partner in the space understands this is what's happened? How do you onboard them to this new material, other than saying listening to Maintenance Matters on Road Gang Radio?
Yeah, that's what I tell them. So, that's all I say. No. I mean, there is, Jimmy, you're right. The first thing is number one, understanding your customer's needs. How is this thing going to be operating and everything? Understanding the new product, or new formulation, whatever we're talking about, right? Understanding that to a point and trying to find that good balance where those two can meet and use that as a reference point of explaining, to that customer, hey, this is why, right? It sounds like you do this, so this is probably what you need, but you've got to do a lot of that research in the background before you even open your mouth and have that conversation, right? I think that's a critical part of it, to be honest. So.
By the way, that brings us back to Byron for a second, because often this job falls upon you, does it not? I mean, that's part of what accounts management is. Like, okay, so here we go. We got something new for you. Let's take a look at what this does and what this means for you, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It does. And it's, some of what Kevin has said is really starting to kind of understand why is the change happening? Because that's usually, the customer or working with fleets, that's usually the first question is, why is there something new? Why is there this whole new PC12 oil category that's coming up? Why is it? And really kind of understanding the why. And I think what we need to make sure is not everybody's an oil expert. Not everybody's an Eric Arnold that can, know the ins and outs of everything and describe that. So it's about being able to take that information, understanding the why, and putting that really kind of in, I don't want to say dumb it down, because that's not really the right way to say it either, but really kind of making it digestible so that somebody can understand on their level, of their level of comprehension of what it is and why it matters to them, or why it should matter to them. So to me, I think that's a little bit of the challenge on my side with what I do.
I looked over at the time. I'm not kidding, guys. We're done. And I'm like, I was just getting to the meat of what I was going to ask. Promise me, guys, the next time all three of you come back, I want to talk about what is new in the space. I want to talk about what is coming. I want to talk about what people should be looking for. Having kind of set up the baseline for what people should do already, I think it kind of sets us up really nicely if we get a chance to talk again, to talk precisely about what it is, where we're headed, and what it is we can look for. Promise me? I got an okay from you guys on that?
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Kevin Lindsay, by the way, is the man who usually takes the ride with us solo. We always love having him on board. But also, we want to say welcome and good morning to Byron Kelchner, who is the Senior National Account Manager for Fleets, and Eric Arnold, Field Engineer, that's with Castrol, and, of course, our friend Kevin Lindsay, Manager of Technical Service at Travel Centers of America. Guys, you know all the ins and outs. By the way, you can go to ta-petro.com. Where can we, by the way, Eric, where can we go? I'm sorry, I asked the wrong person. Byron, where can we go for more information on Castrol, by the way?
Yep. Yeah. If you just go online and enter castrolusa.com, you'll bring us right to our website, and you can find all of our heavy-duty line of products just selectable in the tabs right there, and the customer can learn more.
Thank you all so very much. Kevin, we will talk at you next week. Have the best of weeks, guys, and wonderful weekends and great Labor Day, since I won't talk to anybody but Kevin until then. Get out of here. Thank you, guys. As always, we're so thrilled to have Kevin Lindsay join us for Maintenance Matters. Our good friends from Reeds Across America coming up next. Susan Patton's got another edition of Truckin' Tributes. We'll be back after these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. Lindsay Lawler, of course, arrives at 9.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. I love whenever I'm joined by a lady driver, and today that is the case on Trucking Tributes. I'm joined today by Lisa Flater, and she has been a member of our honor fleet now for 3 years. Lisa, welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm so psyched to be talking with you.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Well, as we discussed before we got going on the air, that we've bumped into each other a couple of times over the last 3 years at the Drivers Lounge down in Columbia Falls, Maine, where you've been with us for 3 years. And I should explain to the listeners on Trucking Tributes today that Lisa is a professional driver with Leonard's Express. And she has the distinct honor of driving the U.S. Air Force veteran truck because, put it all together now, folks. I know you can do it. She is a United States Air Force veteran as well. Lisa, I'm really stoked to get speaking with you. I think I first want to let's unpack your military career first in terms of why the Air Force for Lisa.
Well, I had a discussion with my dad, and he says, "Okay, you got two choices." Okay, he goes, "Do you want to sleep in a bed or a foxhole?" I said, "Well, of course a bed." He goes, "Okay, now you join the Air Force or the Navy." He goes, "Your choice." So I went Air Force.
Air Force. So how did you serve? When did you serve? And what was that experience like for you?
Oh, I loved it. I served from 1985 till 1990. I was stationed at a SAC base, which no longer exists. It's a Strategic Air Command. I was on a nuclear base for B-52s and that. So, and I did base operations, which controlled the whole flight line.
That seems like an enormous responsibility. How did that go down for you? Describe it for folks who are unfamiliar.
Oh, it was great. The B-52 bases, they had alert pads, and we had, we had a lot of transients that came in from different countries and that would come through our base. But it was tankers, KC-135s. We'd have KC-5s come in, which I got to ride on, which was pretty impressive to watch them refuel our B-52s in air. It was something I would not have changed for anything. I loved the military, but it just got to where I needed to get out. So, but I got out with honorable. So,
yeah,
it's a couple medals.
Oh, tell me about those medals.
Oh, it was your basic, good conduct. I got a couple of those, and your basic training, and I got an accommodation medal too.
Now, why did you want to serve? We figured out how you decided the Air Force as opposed to sleeping in a foxhole, but why did you even want to serve? Do you have a military background? Family?
Well, a lot of my family served, and I needed to get out of Caldwell. I was going to get myself in trouble. So it was like, and it was the jobs that they had at the time. I was working at an onion factory, packing plant. And I didn't want to do that the rest of my life. I tried college and I had to work full time, and it just got to be too much. I couldn't do both. So I decided to follow in my family's footsteps and join the military. And I was the first woman to join the military in our family.
Wow, what an honor. That is really, really impressive. And thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for your military service. You know now, in fact, how much that means to everyone at Wreaths Across America. Now, did you do any driving while you were in the Air Force at all, Lisa? Or how did your professional driving career actually get started?
That's funny you asked that. When I was a kid, my sister and I would sneak into my dad's truck. It's a pickup. He had a CB in it. And we used to talk to the truckers when we were teenagers on the CB. And my sister and I would always go, "We're going to grow up and be truck drivers. We're just going to have so much." Oh, we just were so enthused about it. It took me until I was 46, 47 before I decided to do it. and I should have been doing it all along. I kind of have a wandering soul, and it fits me perfect.
How so? What about the trucking industry and professional driving really gets you excited and getting you up every day to do it?
I enjoy the traveling. I mean, you get to see so many places. A lot of people don't leave their home states or even their hometowns. And you get to travel all over. You get to meet all kinds of people. I mean, it's interesting to see how different trucking, like trailers, you can do so much. I get bored really easy. So I could still drive and move from one trailer to a different, but still be driving.
That's really cool. I can relate to that, and I can see how for somebody who gets bored easily, the driving profession is super duper. Yeah, you're driving every day, but the visual is different, the places are different,
Mm-hmm.
cargo is different, all of that applies. So that's
Oh, yeah.
I love the bit of talking on the CB with the drivers. My stepdad used to have a CB too at home years and years ago, and I used to just love chatting with people on the CB. I guess that was destined to be my career in radio, right? So Lisa Flater is the professional driver I'm speaking with today on Trucking Tributes. We want to thank the folks at Radio Nemo for having us on the show this morning. And Lisa's a professional driver with Leonard's Express, and she's been driving as a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet for 3 years now. Lisa, we need to unpack that story for our listeners. How did you even hear about Wreaths Across America for the first time?
Well, this could get emotional. My friend Mason Edward Smith, who just passed away, I met him 4.5 years ago. He was one of the Leonard's drivers, and he was telling me about it, and I knew I had to be in it. I just knew it. So I talked and talked and talked to the company and was like, how good would this be to have a woman veteran driver to be involved in this? And they were like, absolutely. They were so gracious to let me in on it and that they let us participate in it. And I've been doing it ever since.
That is something. And yes, rest in peace. God bless Mason. Everybody knew Mason at the driver's lounge. We all absolutely loved him.
Yes.
His passing was in fact very difficult for all of us to face, and Godspeed to his friends and family, because we know that's still very, very raw. And Mason will in fact be missed down at the truckers lounge. And I got to tell you, I'll digress just a little bit, but what I loved the most about Mason was his passion for wreaths across America. And he always, as soon as I walked into that driver's lounge down in Columbia Falls, he would always say, "Hey, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this." And he also
Mm-hmm.
took such great pride in showing other new drivers around. He was the first one to step up to say, "Oh, you've got to go check out the National Museum. Oh, you've got to
Oh,
go
it's
check out
great.
dog tags, the program."
Mm-hmm.
He would actually take people around the tipland. He became so familiar with our layout at Wreaths Across America that he would volunteer to drive other professional drivers around the tipland and show them how all of that works. So, in fact, rest in peace, Mason. We are certainly thinking about you and are going to miss you in 2025. So, what was your very first experience, Lisa, with Wreaths Across America? What did it feel like? What did you do?
Oh, I was scared to death because I went up there. I had to leave earlier than anybody else because I had to. My first one, I went to Idaho and did the Idaho ones. I did Twin Falls, Boise, Nampa, Mountain Home. So, or Kuna, excuse me, Kuna, Idaho. And so I was kind of wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to do, and Mason didn't. I had to leave before Mason got there, so he kind of told me on the phone how it went. But I didn't hang out much in the lounge because I didn't know anybody, and I was just like really kind of off to myself, just kind of absorbing everything. I did go around and see everything. That museum is just, oh wow. And then the video they do of how it got started, I think it's important people see that and see how, you know, it's just something that's awesome. I take a lot of pride in doing it, and I do try to educate people. But then when the second year when I went up, Mason was up there, and he took me in and introduced me to people, and it was a whole different experience. Plus, I got to participate that year in Convoy, where I didn't get to participate the first year because we had snow coming in, and I had to go from Maine all the way to Idaho. So I needed to get there so I was on time, so they had time to prep for the services. So the ceremonies.
Yeah, we all know at this point that, sometimes about the only thing that Wreaths Across America cannot control when it comes to preparing and hauling those veterans wreaths for National Wreaths Across America Day is, in fact, the weather. And you never know when you come to Maine what you're going to get. In fact, the old adage here in the state of Maine is if you don't like the weather, wait a minute, because it's apt to change. So we've got that going for us. But Lisa, that sounds like such a great experience. Before we unpack any more for our listeners today on Trucking Tributes, Lisa, what was your first experience like with the volunteers on the ground when you took your load of veterans wreaths to Idaho?
Oh my gosh, it was an experience. Twin Falls wasn't expecting them. Didn't think they were going to get any till the next year. So I was a surprise. But the volunteers, oh my goodness, they put so much effort in and they are so happy to do it, and they're so good to the truck drivers. It's if I ever have to hang up my keys, I will be going and doing this there, helping out at the cemeteries, and I will find some way to participate in this.
Oh, just gave me goosebumps, Lisa. That's so impressive. And, our volunteers, as we refer to them as our boots on the ground, mean so much to us, obviously, because they're patriotic Americans who are all stepping forward, standing up and saying, hey, we'll get involved. We'll start a participating location for Wreaths Across America, and we will make sure that the hometown heroes in our communities are honored with veterans wreaths in December. And it's amazing, Lisa, I got to tell you, as we're going into the season for 2025, we are already exceeding 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, and we grow every day. So the secret is out, folks, on Trucking Tributes. We need trucks. We need a lot of trucks to get these veterans wreaths from point A, which is handmade in Maine, to whatever participating location throughout the country. And it's probably good to let folks know, Lisa, too, that we have 8 operating cross docks, if not more now, throughout the country. So if it's just too much for you as a driver or carrier company to come all the way to Maine to pick up the wreaths, you don't have to. We've got a solution for that. And all you need to do is reach out to the trucking division at Wreaths Across America and ask them how you can coordinate with them. Because as our director of transportation, Courtney George, is always saying, where there is a will, there is a way, and we will make it happen for anyone who wants to participate with us. You're listening to Trucking Tributes on Radio Nemo. We want to thank them for having us on this morning. I'm your host, Susan Patton, and I'm speaking with Lisa Flater. She's been with us for 3 years now, a professional driver for Leonard's Express and a U.S. military Air Force veteran. So we thank her for that time as well, too. So Lisa, you said when you got up to Maine, first year you kind of hung back, but second year Mason said, none of this hanging back, Lisa. You've got to participate. What is the driver's lounge like for you? Describe that to folks who aren't familiar.
Oh, it's a whole bunch of drivers in there with the same cause, the same pride. Everybody visits. It feels like you're back in the military again. It's the common rivalry that you have there. I mean, you have the occasional little old thing about, hey, Marines versus the Air Force or whatever, but everybody's there for the same purpose. And you leave there feeling so good. It's such a positive environment. It is so refreshing in this day and age to have that positivity around you.
Really, really is. And so many of our professional drivers say that about the camaraderie and the positivity. I had one driver say, it's the only place I know of where you can get that many drivers all together in one place and nobody's bitching and complaining about anything.
That's true.
I had to laugh about that one. It's like, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one indeed. No, and that's right. And the driver's lounge, and with the Tyson Cook team there.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh my God, right? The last thing you could ever say, if you go hungry while you're with Wreaths Across America, it's your own damn fault because you are
Exactly.
well fed.
Oh, and the food is so good. I mean, it's just like, wow. I always carry food in my truck. So I always, the first year I went up, I didn't know anything about this stuff. I mean, Mesa tried to tell me some of it, but it was like until you experienced it, you have no clue.
Yes, definitely well fed by the Tyson Cook team and Tyson,
Hmm.
and they are so generous in their contribution to Wreaths Across America. And not only are they feeding all the volunteers that are coming and going, working for Wreaths Across America, but all of the professional drivers who are coming in. And then, by golly, they break it all down from the Truckers Lounge and then do our banquet and our send-off dinner. And it's like, holy Hannah, these folks can cook
Yeah.
and they are busy as one-on paper hangers. It's amazing what they do for us there. So, Lisa, year two, your first year in the convoy from Maine to Arlington National Cemetery. Tell me what your thoughts were.
Oh, I cried driving. It's just going to make tears right now. Um, to see the pride and the patriotism up there in Maine is like nothing I've ever seen before. I mean, you hear about different places, but to actually physically see it, it is emotional. And there's one gentleman that just brings you to tears, period. When you're going by his house, going down the convoy, he's still in his uniform and he's in his, I don't know, 80s or 90s, it looks like, and salutes over a truck. It just brings tears to your eyes. As a woman, I don't know if the guys thought this, but as a woman, I was like, oh my gosh, he still spits in his uniform. How awesome, too. I mean that sounds silly, but I mean, it
Yeah.
was shocking.
Yeah, yeah, it's absolutely true. And yeah, and our believe me, our male drivers also say the same thing, and they are
Oh,
all
do they?
moved to tears by that symbolism of that man saluting. And, we've all talked about it on Trucking Tributes. And the other thing that impacts us sometimes is that widow who is standing outside by herself. And as we already mentioned, it could be any kind of weather, but they always wait for the convoy to come by, and she may be standing there with the shadow box and the flag. And that is as powerful an emotion for all of us involved as it is to see the droves and droves of school children on the sides of the roads waving their
Hmm.
flags and holding up your thank you signs and so forth. So it really, really is impressive. Now, I am curious. I want to step back just a minute, Lisa. When you mentioned that you're driving for Leonard's Express and you've got the U.S. Air Force trailer, was there any special ceremony or any way that they presented that to you or anything, or decided that that's the trailer that you'd be hauling?
That's kind of a sad story. Keith Buchanan used to have that truck, and he got ill and had to resign. And then they were looking for somebody else, and they went, ah, she's Air Force. So when I got it, I had to hurry up and change from one truck to the other so that I could take it up to Maine with me. So there wasn't really a ceremony, but it had already had a ceremony. So um, it still had been honored already, the truck had. But Keith Buchanan is a good guy. And he was very proud to do that and very proud of that truck. And I get it too. And I take it on with the same honor he did. It's
So,
just he.
go
Hmm?
ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
No, so I was going to say, as a professional driver with Leonard's Express, we're always telling folks on Trucking Tributes that we need trucks. And, I'm sure some folks are listening to the show and thinking, do I want to get involved? What would your message be to those folks that might be sitting on the fence a little bit?
Oh, it is something that is an honor. It is a good cause. I highly recommend it. If you can do it, do it.
Yeah.
It's an experience you will never forget and you will never stop doing once you do it.
We say it all the time at Reefs Across America, but I love it when our professional drivers say it. Everybody gets a little skeptical, say, "Well, you work for Reefs Across America, you're supposed to say that." Yeah, well, that's probably true, but we're not twisting any arms of our professional drivers. They're saying it too, that they say that this load of veterans reefs is the most important cargo that they haul in their careers, and if that isn't a statement of support, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. So you're trucking down the road with the convoy, the escort to Arlington. What would you say, Lisa, or can you say, what was your favorite part about the whole experience?
The kids love to hear the horns blow, but I think going underneath the flag that's on the fireman's, I think, isn't it the fireman's like crane there?
Oh,
When you
yes.
go underneath there, it's heart-wrenching, but it's it's hard to explain. It just brings a lot of pride knowing that places like that honor our military, and I love doing that.
Yeah, for those who are not familiar, those who may not have seen the visuals, and we always have to assume that there are those folks listening today that are not entirely familiar with the process or the visuals. Typically speaking, many, many, many fire departments will extend the American flag between two ladder trucks, and we refer to it as the flag arch. So as we come into communities, then the escort is driving under that American flag that the fire departments have put up as a flag arch for folks to come through. And it really is impressive. I don't know about you, Lisa, too. The other thing that just gets me every single time, and I've been doing this for years now, and it still is brand new, when you see all of the fire department personnel and first responders on the overpasses, and they're standing at salute with and they've got their apparatus out there on the overpasses, and many of them are in uniform and full turnout gear, and they are saluting as we go under these overpasses. By golly, that one gets me every time. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that get to me. Just, I mean, the people on the side of the road. I mean, it's freezing cold, and they're out there still watching all the trucks, and to have that many trucks at one time going down one road is impressive all itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it really, really is. So we get to Arlington, and then it's a game changer there too. Describe for folks, again, unfamiliar with the process, what you have to do at that point.
Well, I don't do Arlington. So I now do, in the last 2 years, I have done Pensacola Naval Air Base down there, and I work with the volunteers down there. Buster, who is Mort's nephew, he runs the show down there. William and Amy, those are my coordinators down there, and they are always so great. Oh my gosh. You have to, once you get down there, you park it like it's like a VFW down there. And then you have to have an escort onto the base. You get your pass, and then you go to the cemetery itself, and you move from section to section, and we unload. And it is such an organized, I mean, they've got so many, because it's a national cemetery down there with at the naval base. I think they said there was, don't quote me on this, it's over like 9,000 veterans that are buried there.
Wow.
It is impressive to go in there. It looks like Arlington though, by the stones that are on there. They're all the same and that. But the group of volunteers that they get to unload me are, oh my goodness, they choose the recruits that are in technical school, and they bring them all over. And it's funny because I'm the only Air Force person on the base. And when it's time, when we're done, I have everybody get in front of my truck that says Air Force written all over it. And I say, you all will smile and say the Air Force is great.
Little intimidation there, don't you think?
Well, it's like these guys are recruits because they're so young and new. They don't understand totally what they're doing. And you're trying to explain to them what this means. And it's like later on in your career, you will understand this so much better.
Yeah.
You know?
Very
but they do good work.
Very true. Well, and thank you for correcting me. And I'll clarify for our listeners on Trunking Tributes. I'm speaking with Lisa Flater, by the way. She is a professional driver with Leonard's Express and a U.S. Air Force veteran, as she made quite clear just moments ago. But I do want to clarify, and thank you for correcting me on that, Lisa, that she does take off with the annual wreath escort from Maine. But when it comes time, she peels off and does not make the entire trek down to Arlington like so many of the trucks do. And that's what happens, and that's the way we do it. So if you are up in Maine, you've got your truck loaded, you're able to hang tight and take off with the full escort. That's what is amazing. And then you peel off where you need to get your wreaths to your destination. And it really, and that's what makes the escort leaving from Maine so darned impressive, because the escort, the full escort going down, 12 or 13 trucks and our law enforcement, our Patriot Guard riders and our wrapped vehicles from Chevy and all that. But when we leave Maine, gosh, we're in excess of 60, 70 tractor trailers. And it is a sight to behold, without a doubt, a sight to behold. So it was really incredible. And thank you, too, for giving the shout out to your volunteers, your folks who are on the ground making it all work and doing the wreath laying ceremony. This year, Saturday, December 13th, it is now the time to reach out to the Transportation Division at Wreaths Across America. As I mentioned earlier in the show, we build and make relationships. You know, if you want to participate, don't let it be a barrier if you don't happen to have a trailer or you can't get all the way to Maine, because we have solutions for that. And the Transportation Division at Wreaths Across America is just exceptional. Courtney George and Sarah and Rob and all the folks there at Wreaths Across America that work in the trucking division will find a way to make it happen for you, because they want your participation. And we need trucks. Courtney tells me that we're increasing our payload this year because we are growing. Even as I speak, we're bringing on new participating locations all the time. We're well over 5,000 now, and the payload's going to increase by easy 100,000 to 200,000 veterans wreaths this year alone. So we need the trucks, and we need the help with the transportation of of these veterans wreaths, and that's why you're moving the mission. That's why you are a member of the Honor Fleet, and our theme for 2025 is keep moving forward, and that's exactly what the Transportation Division does and the industry does for us. Lisa Flater, what am I not talking about that you think is super cool or super important to relay to listeners today on Trucking Tributes?
The West Coast is not as familiar with the wreaths as the East Coast. And I'd like to challenge people on the West Coast to look into this and to participate and get their cemeteries honored. I'm surprised when I'm talking to people over here how many people don't know anything about it. And I mean, I tell them the VA hospital over in Boise last year was the first year I've seen them do this, but they put a booth out in the hospital itself explaining the wreaths thing, and trying to get donations and to help cover all the cemeteries. So I think that's an important note to make. I don't know. This is just always such a good experience. I love it, and I would love to see more people participate. We're not just honoring those veterans, but we're showing those families that we recognize what these veterans have done and what they've given up, and showing these families that we recognize that and we respect it. Yep. So I think that's about it.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot. Remember our fallen, honor those who serve, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. Lisa Flater, thank you so much for joining me today on Trucking Tributes, your military service in the U.S. Air Force, and being a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet. If you want to find out more how to get involved, then reach out to us. Check it out online, wreathsacrossamerica.org. You can find it all there, and you can get hooked up with us. Thank you so much again for joining us today on Trucking Tributes.
Thank you very much for having me. I enjoyed myself, and I am hoping that we can get more people involved.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From reefs across America to good old... Am I a little loud? From reefs across America to good old Fastport Studios at the Degas House in good old New Orleans, we're hanging out with Jimmy Mack, and now let's talk some health, sir.
Let's talk some health, by the way. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Of course, you can find us, if you have the audacity to do so, on Odyssey. You can find us if, you are willing to face the music, on Facebook. You can yak it up over on YouTube. There's a lot of places you can listen, particularly iHeart for the purposes of this conversation. You can listen to us on iHeart. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. AFib is something that if you don't realize you have, could result in a stroke. AFib is something that if you don't take the time to really find out and dig into, could lead to a lot of serious health conditions down the line. AFib awareness is, a matter of fact, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. It's Awareness Month to a doctor's office near you. With that in mind, we are thrilled and over the moon to welcome our next guest on Highway to Health, one of the longest running segments here on all things RadioNemo.com. It is our pleasure, by the way, to welcome Dr. Miguel Leal. He is an electrophysiologist at Emory University, and we're thrilled to have him this morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me today. It's a great opportunity to be here to talk a little bit about atrial fibrillation and beyond.
Let's kind of dig into it. Let's just kind of get right to the heart of the matter, pun intended. Let's talk about what it is and what the risks involved with having it unchecked.
Oh, that sounds great. I think, first of all, it's great that we're discussing this because this is mid-August and we're about to start September, which is the Atrial Fibrillation Awareness Month. And the reason why an entire month has been dedicated to awareness of this condition is because of how common it is and how incredibly prevalent it has become in our adult population in the United States and all over the world. Atrial fibrillation is a very common form of irregular heartbeat. It's a cardiac arrhythmia. It's a heart rhythm disorder. And it's characterized by very fast and very irregular heartbeats because we normally have one natural pacemaker in our hearts, one that we are all born with. And that pacemaker is designed by nature to beat approximately 3 billion times, give or take a billion, depending on how long we live on Earth. And at some point, some individuals have to deal with other areas of their heart deciding to become the new commander-in-chief, so to speak. And because it's not just one or two more, but dozens, if not hundreds of other spots, you have this very chaotic, very disorganized atrial arrhythmia, which is labeled atrial fibrillation because the top chambers of the heart are not beating anymore. They're just fibrillating. They're fluttering like butterfly wings. And as a consequence, the top chamber of the heart is no longer contributing meaningfully to the cardiac work, to the cardiac output.
This, in many ways, for me, hits home. A friend of mine went to sleep on a couch one night and never woke up. It was determined later on that was the cause of it, one of the contributing factors to what happened to it. I mean, this is something incredibly serious. It seems so kind of, just a little bit of an irregular heartbeat. But the truth of the matter is that it's something that if we don't get on top of, could literally take people from us in what seems like the prime of their life. And I wanted to ask you, because this is something this is a genuine question as opposed to a question I know the answer to. People can appear healthy in all other aspects of their life, and this could have them literally go to sleep one night and not wake up. Have I got that correct, doctor?
Yeah, unfortunately, atrial fibrillation is an arrhythmia that it can cause problems to patients in multiple ways. So you are correct when you say that it can certainly contribute to abbreviating somebody's lifespan. One thing we noticed, and on behalf of the American Heart Association, this message is a message that has to be distributed as widely as possible. And this is why this opportunity this morning is precious. This arrhythmia is unbeknownst to the majority of people who have it. So some studies have shown that up to 60% of people with atrial fibrillation may not be aware of the condition, because while some of us are very aware of our heartbeats, some of us are very aware if you have an extra heartbeat here or there, the majority of us are not. The majority of us may have the heart beating fast and irregular and not really be aware of it until you go for a routine check with your doctor, with your primary care physician or your cardiologist. And then he or she will listen to your chest, listen to your heart. And if it's suspected that you may have an irregular heartbeat, the next step is usually to have an electrocardiogram, an EKG, which basically will show us the tracings that represent the electrical activity of the heart. And that is when the diagnosis can be formally made. And the reason why this matters so much is because, A, you want to make sure the patients who have it know it so they can receive adequate treatment. Otherwise, you can never be treated for something that you are unaware of. But also, the two main reasons atrial fibrillation needs to be monitored upon is because it can cause heart failure and stroke. It can cause heart failure by having the heart work a lot harder than it needs to. So imagine if you were to pick up the pen on your desk and lift it up and down. This is no effort whatsoever. But if you did that millions of times, your biceps at some point would give up. You would not be able to do it, no matter how light the pen is. So similarly, the heart is designed by nature to beat. For the heart, the beat is not necessarily extra work. But if you're doing that way more than you should over several days, weeks, or months, you can see how that could lead to heart failure. And you heard me also talk about a stroke, because those top chambers of the heart, those atria, when they're not beating the way they should, when they're just quivering or fluttering, there is not a lot of movement happening in that chamber as far as the blood goes. And every time the blood stagnates, it can form a clot or two. And if those clots decide to travel to the brain on any given day or night, they could cause a disabling, devastating stroke. So those are the two main ways that atrial fibrillation can hurt someone, can abbreviate somebody's lifespan and cause serious issues, not just in terms of quantity of life, but also quality of life. So heart failure and stroke are the enemies to be dealt with here. And just to put numbers into this statement, the risk of stroke for somebody with atrial fibrillation can be 5 or 6 times higher than for somebody with the same age without the arrhythmia.
Let me ask you another question. Does it develop in the sense that are people born with it, or is it or is it a mixture? The idea that some people have it from the beginning, does it develop? I mean, like I said, once again, asking a question I don't know the answer to, because I'm kind of curious as to whether or not people didn't catch it early and then catch it later. I mean, how do we know that maybe something might be a little bit wrong? Because as you said before, a lot of people don't even know it's happening. 60% is the number you actually threw at us. How do we recognize it, but also how soon can we recognize it?
That's a very good question, because we start to see a change. Atrial fibrillation used to be a disease of the elderly among us, folks older than the age of 70 or 80. But as our habits change as a society, as we see an epidemic of conditions that cause or contribute to the onset of cardiac disease, things such as diabetes, obesity, sedentary lifestyle, cigarette smoking, which fortunately is lower than it has been before, but it is still a reality for a fraction of our population. So all those risk factors, and a lot of them have to do with the westernized lifestyle, right? So a lot of us don't eat as well as we should, and certainly do not exercise as often as we need to. So this has contributed to atrial fibrillation being detected at younger ages. Now, your question was very pertinent. Is this something we're born with? Typically not. It is very rare to see atrial fibrillation in childhood, adolescence, or even young adulthood. It's a disease that usually shows up somewhere between 40 and 50 years of life, and then the incidence grows with age. To give you an anecdotal example, for those of us who are lucky enough to make it to the age of 80 years old or older, it's almost 1 in 3. It's almost as common as 1 in 3 people either having atrial fibrillation or having had it at some point in their lifetime. So again, a very common condition. Every week we see patients in the clinic, and it's amazing how many of them come to us with this diagnosis.
Okay, so you talk about the idea of 2 billion, 3 billion, maybe if we're on the house's money, 3.5 billion. Is part of it just genuine wear and tear, that human beings are designed by the great cosmos to kind of just wear out at some point? So when we see it develop very, very late, is that not simply a matter of lifestyle, but the wear and tear on the heart?
That's a great question. So if you have somebody with a very healthy lifestyle, he or she could still develop atrial fibrillation. You are correct. The fact that you have risk factors may make it happen sooner, and more importantly, may have it have more deleterious consequences on the heart, more negative consequences, because the heart is already affected by coronary artery disease or blockages that prevent adequate blood flow to the muscle itself. It may be affected by chronic inflammation, which you see in obesity, which you see in sedentary lifestyles. But you're right. If you remove all of that, at some point, just by aging alone, you could develop atrial fibrillation. In fact, we teach our patients, every time a patient comes to me and says, "Doctor, why me?" I tell them, this is a condition that just by growing older, we become more predisposed to. Now, our job is, rather than just accept it as a fact of life, is to work with our patients to ensure that this disease, this arrhythmia, which is so prevalent and so common, does not cause any impact to how long they will live or how well their quality of life is going. And that's why being aware of it, having it diagnosed at the right time, not too late, will spare the patient from developing or dealing with consequences such as those two that I mentioned before, heart failure and stroke, which are very serious and can certainly decline or decrease how long somebody lives.
It's interesting. We always have Highway to Health the same day as we have Maintenance Matters. We have a segment. Most of your listeners, by the way, are over-the-road truck drivers, many of whom are sometimes too tough to get the doctor's appointments that they should probably get. We do the first part of the show talking about truck maintenance, this segment talking about life maintenance. I was curious, though, when people start to kind of look for the signs and kind of, you've given us some negative ways to prevent it, meaning like don't smoke, don't eat the foods that are wrong for you, make healthy choices. What are some proactive choices that we can make to kind of maintain, to do maintenance on ourselves, to make sure that it isn't our heart that gives out? Well, I mean, from afibrillation, that's not what gives out when we come to the end.
Right. So another great question. So one of the most common toxicities that may affect the heart and predispose somebody to atrial fibrillation is the use of alcohol or certain recreational drugs. Anything that stimulates the heart, and it can also serve as a toxin, can predispose the heart to developing that arrhythmia. So let me tell you a story here. It is very common to see patients arrive in the emergency room on Sunday night or Monday morning in atrial fibrillation, and they can be young. They can be in their 30s or 40s. And when you ask them what happened, they usually will say that they had a special celebration, they went to a wedding or to somebody's bachelor's party, and as a consequence, they drank more than normally would. It's even a condition that is called holiday heart syndrome for that reason. It's associated with excessive imbibing and celebration. So being mindful of that and avoiding excessive exposure to toxins, and that includes alcohol, is one way that one can prevent the onset of atrial fibrillation at a younger age than it should, or prevent it altogether. Exercising is another one that I think is not mentioned widespread enough in our society. I think we all have this idea and this notion that staying active and exercising is a good thing, and it certainly is, but we don't dedicate as much time and effort to it as we should. We tell patients that the prescription for exercising should be about 30 to 45 minutes of aerobic activity 3, 4, 5 times per week. And what matters the most is not how fast you walk, how quick you are, but just how consistent you are on that effort. And it could be walking, bicycling, swimming, jogging, whatever appeals to a person, to him or her. Because, again, these are things that sometimes can be easier said than done. But once one decides to prioritize his or her health, these have to be important parts of the conversation, of the lifestyle changes. So avoiding cigarette smoking, cutting down alcohol and avoiding excessive alcohol consumption, being physically active, and again, to repeat those numbers, 30 to 45 minutes, 3 to 5 times per week in a consistent fashion. These are things that will definitely improve your overall cardiovascular status. They'll give you cardiac fitness, if you will, and they will make arrhythmias like atrial fibrillation, one, less likely to happen, and two, if they do happen, they'll be less likely to affect you in a very serious way because you'll have a healthy heart to ride the storm until you can receive adequate medical attention.
By the way, guys, we're joined by Dr. Miguel Leal. He is an electrophysiologist at Emory University. He joins us on the eve. September, by the way, is AFib Awareness Month, all of September. Okay, so I have more of a kind of a specific question. So one of the kind of great reliefs that has been brought to many young people around the world, in this country, in Europe, South America, is that we are beginning to recognize more neurodivergent issues, in the sense that we are able to no longer have kids who can't focus in classrooms. A lot of the medication, often what I would call responsibly prescribed, does involve things that actually accelerate the heart. Stuff like Adderall, Vyvanse, a lot of other kind of medications. And those medications in many ways become lifesavers in regards to people's ability to manage their lives and focus. A lot of those are stimulants, though. If, in fact, somebody is actually taking stimulant kind of medicine, prescribed, responsibly administered, does that pose any risk in regards to AFib? And what are some countermeasures that still allow a person to enjoy the quality of life the medication affords while at the same time taking care of? Is it simply just a matter of counteracting it or balancing out with all the healthy requirements you just mentioned?
Outstanding question, because it's relevant to today's day and age. As you indicated very well, these medications have helped a lot of people. When responsibly prescribed, they can actually be night and day in terms of bringing quality of life back to individuals who dealt with all sorts of learning and cognitive issues arising from conditions such as hyperactivity or attention deficit. And yes, these medications do stimulate the adrenergic system to some extent, which means that they put you a little bit more on edge when it comes to cardiac activity. You're going to have a slightly faster heart rate in some cases. And conceivably, if you take these medications well into adulthood, they could increase your probability of having arrhythmias, atrial fibrillation being one of them. We're talking a lot about AFib or atrial fibrillation, and we should, because it is the most common form of irregular heartbeat. But there are other modalities of cardiac arrhythmia that can also be associated with medications like the ones that you mentioned. And the best way to go about it is, number one, to be aware of that. So you're going to be hopefully connecting with your physician once a year or whichever frequency is appropriate for you, so that if an arrhythmia were to develop, it would be promptly recognized and addressed. And addressing the arrhythmia could sometimes mean that you have to change your medical regimen. You may have to decrease the dosage, or you may have to use a different medication to minimize the impact that the original treatment had on your heart. The good news is most of the time, those medicines are prescribed to people in a younger age group, either children or adolescents or young adults, which by definition tend to have less incidence of atrial fibrillation. But again, it's a case-by-case scenario. If somebody who is taking a medication such as methamphetamine or Adderall requires or develops a cardiac arrhythmia, he or she will require special attention from their clinician. They may have to modify the treatment ever so slightly to minimize the impact or any negative impact this could have on the heart. And the second part of your question is key. Counteracting that risk with lifestyle changes will only help. Because if you are an active, non-sedentary person who eats as well as you can, who tries to enrich in your diet with fruits and vegetables and not as much with polysaturated oils and things that we know will be negative and cause inflammation and chronic atherosclerosis, which is blockage build up in your arteries, all these things that we can do on a day-to-day basis will make those medications less likely to have a negative impact on the heart as a whole.
Okay, so we talked about ramping things up with those kind of drugs. And by the way, if guys, you don't know, by the way, those drugs actually often end up making the person who takes them feel like they're finally slowing down and able to focus. Let's pivot to sleep and the role it plays, and healthy sleep cycles and sleep patterns, and the role it can play in helping people, like I said, along with going to their doctor and getting checked out. But talk to me a bit about the role of sleep or lack thereof plays with people who have AFib.
Yes, so thanks for bringing that up too, because the sleep-disordered breathing conditions, and many of us have heard of something called sleep apnea, which is a condition that
my listeners have. Dr. Leal, my listeners know all about it. The CPAP machine discussions go on and on this channel, but go ahead. Sorry about that.
I'm so glad you're doing that. You're on the money then, because sleep apnea is this big, under-recognized condition that I'm glad we finally have societal awareness about. And sleep apnea and atrial fibrillation, guess what? They go hand in hand. It's remarkable how many times you have somebody with sleep apnea, you look further, you find AFib, or the other way around. Somebody arrives to your office with AFib, you look further, you find sleep apnea. The reason for that is postulated because during sleep apnea events at night, what happens is basically, as your listeners have heard from other colleagues, you have these transient decrease in oxygen levels in your bloodstream simply because you're not breathing properly during certain periods of the night. or you think you are, but you really are not. So it's a very non-restful sleep. You wake up as tired as you were when you went to bed. You have those morning headaches that are very annoying that no medication can eliminate, and you have those naps during the day because your night was so restless. So sleep apnea, during those moments when your oxygen levels go down, your whole body complains. Your whole body does not like that. Your kidneys, your liver, your brain, and your heart. And one of the ways that the heart exposes that inadequate oxygen supply during the night shift is by developing arrhythmias. And it's something that now it's a known reality, but 20, 25 years ago, we were not aware of that. This is something we learned over the last 2.5 decades, that atrial fibrillation and sleep apnea are strongly associated. Even if one does not cause the other, the conditions that predispose to one can lead to the other. So you have this very strong association. So if somebody has sleep apnea, he or she should have increased awareness that atrial fibrillation could develop and vice versa. The best way to avoid it is to treat it. So treating sleep apnea is key. And what you mentioned before about sleep hygiene, having those uninterrupted 7 to 8 hours of sleep, which we all know is a lot easier said than done. In today's reality, it's hard to reconcile sleep. There is too many distractions. Many of us are doing the wrong things, which is looking at our phones or computers prior to going to bed, and that stimulates your brain in a way that does not take you to a restful sleep. But again, the idea is that if you have 7 to 8 hours of uninterrupted restful sleep, that will only help your cardiac performance, because that's the time of the day when your heart takes a break. If you monitor patients during the night shift, all of us, when we're in deep sleep, your heart slows down a little bit. And remember, I told you before, we have a somewhat finite number of heartbeats in our lifetime, and you're going to use them wisely. And one of the wise, smart ways to use your heartbeats is to slow down at night, allow your body the well-deserved rest that we all need after a full days of work.
So it almost seems like we're playing a game of when to use our heartbeats. And if we can actually minimize our heartbeats when we're doing minimal activity, if we can, in fact, do that, it, in fact, can open up possibilities to actually be saving heartbeats down the line. I wanted to just one more pivot here, because I want to make sure that a lot of our friends out there, the average age of the American truck driver is 46 years old. There is deep concern that there is an average lifespan for men in particular that only goes to 61. And I guess I wanted to say if you could say anything about the idea that it is never too late, no matter how much you've worn yourself down, no matter how many heartbeats you've used up, how many problems you've developed. If, in fact, you take these steps, even late in the game, it can not only, tell me if I'm wrong, see a marked improvement in your outcomes, but also in the way you feel, no matter how late you decide to do this, right?
It is such an important message, and thanks for making it clear, because many of us sometimes say, oh, this is just worthwhile if you're in your 20s or 30s. There are many, many clinical studies showing that certain lifestyle interventions can be effective and impactful well into your 60s and 70s, which is something most of us think it's counterintuitive, right? Because we think, oh, I'm about to reach my family's life expectancy anyway, and this is it. It is not. We realize that we all have our genetic potential, right? Predetermined in our DNA, but far more, or as important as that, if not more important in some instances, is how you conduct your lifestyle, how you literally make your daily decisions of how many cigarettes you're going to smoke, ideally 0, how many drinks you're going to have, ideally no more than 1 and not every day, how many steps you're going to walk, ideally 8 to 10,000 steps a day, if not more, how many minutes you're going to spend on the treadmill or the stationary bike or just jogging outdoors, ideally, as you heard me say before, 30 to 45 minutes. Those are daily decisions that anybody can make, daily choices, and they make sense at any age. I see patients in my office who are well into their 80s, and they cultivate the same habits that they built as of their 70th or 60th birthday. And those are people who clearly were able to modify their lifespan in a positive way and live longer, healthier, happier lives by making right choices. So I appreciate your focus on people of all ages. It's not because I'm 45 or 65 or 72 that suddenly these things become unimportant. They do not. And there are, again, clinical studies. It is not just Dr. Leal saying this morning or some other doctor or some other nurse. This is something that is consensual in the medical field, that lifestyle changes, healthier choices can be made at any point in somebody's life. It is clear that the earlier, the better. Making those choices today is going to yield a better outcome than if you make them in a week or in a month, but it's never too late to make that decision.
Dr. Miguel Leal joins us this morning, and thrilled to have you, by the way. And I speak of what I know. My father is now 82. At 80, he weighed 320 pounds. He now weighs, through healthy choices, 260. And to watch a man go from having to be helped up the stairs to actually walking in the house yesterday in a suit that was probably hung on his body, and that he actually was walking without even the benefit of his cane, reminds us all that there are choices we can make. Even towards the end, we might find that it actually opens up the possibility of a new beginning. You're welcome back anytime. Where can people find more information to get themselves right and to make sure they stay ahead of the game when it comes to AFib?
Absolutely. So fortunately, we have a plethora of good websites out there that are directed for physicians, for healthcare professionals, and for patients as well, with language that is accessible to all of us. I would suggest the main cardiology societies here in the United States that deal with heart rhythm disorders, such as the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology, and the Heart Rhythm Society. Those three, and I'll repeat that, the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology, and the Heart Rhythm Society. They have excellent patient-facing materials in the websites that will be able to hopefully reinforce the message that we touched upon this morning. And again, this is the reason why almost 20 years ago, the decision was made to dedicate a month to this disease was not a light decision. This was based on the recognition that this disease is very prevalent. It affects millions and millions of Americans. And as we discussed before, greater than 60% of us who have it are not aware yet. And I think your program is doing a phenomenal job this morning as far as the public health message of spreading the importance of knowing the topic, not making it a taboo, because it is not. It's a disease that deserves to be treated so the patients can live longer and better. And those websites that I referred to should be great resources to look into as a follow-up to today.
Electrophysiologist at Emory University, Dr. Miguel Leal, has joined us this morning. It's been an absolute pleasure. As I said before, you're welcome back anytime. And by the way, thank you. I'm a big fan of this, that it's never too late. As long as you're breathing, as long as that thing is ticking, there's still a chance to kind of make sure that the quality of life improves. Thank you so much, Doctor, once again for being with us.
You're most welcome. Yeah, thank you for having me today. You're all welcome, and everybody enjoy the rest of your day. Thank
you, sir. Big shout out to Claire Marie. I don't know, guys, if you know this, Emory University is of the highest quality. That's a first-rate place. That's up there with Johns Hopkins and a lot of other places out there that are kind of doing remarkable work. We're going to have to shift gears here. So we did a little maintenance on your truck. We did a little maintenance on your ticker. Let's do a little maintenance on your smile. Let's get our friend Lindsay Lawler in here as we begin the second half of the show. Roll out the welcome mat for her, as we always do, and give us a call at 615-292-6366. Hey, lady, gentlemen, what do those last four numbers spell? Nemo! All right, hit that music. Let's get out of here, Dre. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. We love you guys. Take care of your ticker. Take care of your Earl. And take care of your heart and your smile with Lindsay Lawler coming up next.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Woo! From the second line to the honky tonk, this is Road Gang Radio with good old Jimmy Mack here. And then from Nashville, we got Lindsay Lawler.
I'm sorry, wait, who do we got, guys?
Lindsay Lawler!
Let me get a little bit more of that.
A little bit more of that?
Yeah, let me get a little bit more of that. Let me get a little bit more of that, Trey. We got to get a little bit more of that. I need some Lindsay Lawler in my life. I need some Lindsay Lawler in my life. You all need a little Lindsay Lawler in your life. And if you want to talk to her, you can do so at 615-292-6366. We got to get some Lawler in the game. We got to get some Lawler down here. We got ourselves a show going on. We got ourselves a show happening here with Lindsay Lawler. We want you guys to kind of jump in the equation, jump in the conversation, make the miracle happen over here, because we got a great lineup coming up in the second half. First half, we played a little living. In the second half, we are actually going to, how do we say it? We're going to get a life. We're going to get a life on the other side of the equation. We're going to make it happen there and everywhere just by dropping in and doing our thing, by the way. Really quickly, guys, I want to give you guys a sense of who's going to come up here before we get Lawler into the conversation. At just a moment here, we're going to get Rolando Pulsholes in the conversation. We'll be talking to him in uno momento. That's going to be happening here. And, of course, he's one of our favorite folks in the whole wide world because he actually talks about the Americana of the road. He talks about all those great stops and places we can go and places we can be. And then after that, at the top of the final hour, we're going to have Marcella Lenz Pope. A little hyphen in there, a little hyphen in Marcella's name. She is a very gifted, incredibly talented vocal artist, is the best way to kind of describe her. She is an impersonator. She is a terrific voice actor. Lots of stuff to kind of talk about and dig into there. And then Lindsay's going to close it all off with her country and Western music news. I want you guys to head over to Facebook, by the way. Our good friend Touchdown Tara Garris, the turtle herself, has put a little post up. And in that post, she has put up a Mount Rushmore of trucking radio legends. 3 of them are no longer with us. One, however, stands tall and strong, and that, of course, is Mr. Nemo. If you check it out, 2 of them rode together, Dave with the other one, and would love to hear you guys call in and tell me what you think of that posting, what you think of that Mount Rushmore. If you would put somebody else on it, Dave's got to stay. Full disclosure, Dave has to stay. That's what I'm going to say. That if he ain't on it, I don't want to hear you talk about it. But give us a call at 615-292-6366. Before Lindsay actually joins us this morning, I want to talk about Andy Polikoff's contribution to the show this morning and why that is so important, why we actually reached out to Andy to come on. I want you to understand that the events in Florida were tragic, heartbreaking, and there is going to be a lot of blame assigned, not just with the man who actually perpetrated the crime, not just because the man was here illegally, both of which are true. He took a U-turn, shouldn't have done that, took a U-turn in a place where he shouldn't have done it, and he also wasn't supposed to be here. All of that stuff is absolutely true. The reason we brought Andy on, though, was not to assign blame to one particular training institution, but to really take a hard look at a system that continues to allow people to give their imprimatur on the men and women who actually are on the highway. That there are organizations that are promising people CDLs in 48 hours, promising people CDLs in a week, promising people all kinds of hope and dreams and future. And by the way, there's a lot to suggest the gentleman who was the perpetrator of what it was that happened in Florida was a bad actor. The internal cameras demonstrated that badly. And that, once again, here illegally, came up through Mexico, did everything that you shouldn't have done to kind of make that happen. Straight up. That being said, somebody hired him. Somebody gave him a CDL. Somebody worked with the shippers and receivers. There were shippers and receivers who just simply trusted that their partners were good, didn't do the diligence of who it was would be hauling their stuff. That is an across-the-board problem. That is an across-the-board problem for which a lot of people are going to have to answer. And until we kind of square that circle in this country, until we square that particular circle, that this isn't like, okay, look, when hijacking happens, when people hold people up, when you get criminal activity and all that kind of stuff, that is a hard reality. That is those people engaged in really bad activity. But the kind of crime that happened the other day in Florida is not a crime that couldn't have been prevented. Meaning that often when people are ripping people off and robbing people, I'm not a victim blamer. I'm not going to say, well, you should have been looking out for that criminal to get you. It's usually a matter of like law enforcement not being one step ahead and the criminal themselves taking the activity and doing that. This was something different. This actually goes all the way across the supply chain. And the reason we brought Andy on, and the reason I'm kind of going on about this, is not to actually say, I've figured it out. It's the fault of training programs. The issue at play here is the fact that we all might not be guilty of what it was that happened, but we all are responsible. We are all responsible for what happened in Florida. And by responsibility, what I mean is not that you did anything to make this happen, but now that we know that this begins with the immigration problem, this rolls over into certifying places that shouldn't be certified. This rolls over into the actual certifiers, meaning the people who are giving out the CDLs. This then, in turn, somebody hired him. This then, in turn, somebody hired that company. All of that stuff played its way through. All of that stuff happened. And there's a lot of people to blame, but also there are a lot of people who are responsible. So I want you to think about that. That's why we brought Andy on. It's important to focus on, of course, the crime itself and the tragedy that unfolded. But a lot of questions are going to get asked. A lot of people are going to have to answer for the events that actually set off the chain reaction in the supply chain that put that man on the highway. And that's it. That's what I'll say about that, and I will leave it at that, and that will be that. Okay, so we're going to work on getting Lindsay on the phones here. We're going to work on getting Lindsay into the conversation. We will do our best and our damnedest. Do I have a guest already here? Okay. And with apologies, because God Almighty, I love talking about this kind of stuff with our friend Rolando Pulchol. But I really love it when Lindsay is here. Come on, man. We're talking retro fast food vibes and McDonald's. What is going on, my brother? How are you this morning?
Hey, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world of fast food with McDonald's bringing out their new McDonald's Land meal, which is like this crazy throwback to the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah, and I got to tell you this. So yesterday, our two friends, Phone Master Dre and Madison with a T, actually went over to McDonald's because they were doing the preview video for today's show, and they got me 2 tins. I got a McDonald's Land. I got the tins and all this stuff, and this must be like, I mean, like I said, the thing is we're once again trying to recapture that energy of 50s, 60s, and 70s. Can you give us some kind of background on what I would call the world building that McDonald's engaged in that it is now brought back?
Exactly, yeah. So McDonald's always, a big part of the McDonald's experience was always fun, and it was obviously a lot of the marketing was targeted toward children and families. going back to the 1950s with little Chef Speedy with a little hamburger face in the 50s into the early 60s. Starting in 63, the first dip toward McDonald land, the first step toward McDonald land is the introduction of Ronald McDonald. And if you've seen the first version of him, it's down in Washington, D.C., Willard Scott from the Today Show. He was the very first Ronald McDonald. He was playing Bozo the Clown at the time. So this local franchise starts Ronald. Other parts of the company notice Ronald. Even eventually, corporate notices Ronald. He evolves. His look becomes closer to what we now recognize. And but eventually, the company decides that Ronald needs friends. And so in 1971, in January of that year, they roll out a campaign called McDonald Land. And there are commercials that go with it. It's kind of very, very trippy kind of song and this sort of world that they create where Ronald lives with a bunch of his friends, including, the Hamburglar and Grimace, who initially was evil. He was known as the evil Grimace. He was obsessed with stealing people's shakes, and Captain Crook and the Professor and the hamburger patch and the Filet-O-Fish Lake. And there's even a volcano on McDonald Land called Mount McDonald Land, which is inspiration, by the way, for the shake. That is part of this deal. So this is in the early 70s. These commercials start running, and eventually these characters translate into, quote unquote, the real world. We start to see them in restaurants, both on the walls and decorations, out front, and then in these McDonald Land play places, which for any kid who grew up anywhere between 1975 and 2005, going to McDonald's and playing in a play place and seeing these characters is a big part of that experience. I mean, I know a friend who got stuck in the Officer Big Mac jail, where you would go inside this little there were bars inside of his really kind of an interesting thing. These were very, very, they were all over the place and a big part of the McDonald's experience into the early 2000s. And then McDonald's began to sort of move away from this. And not just McDonald's. Burger King also had its own like magical characters as well in the 70s and 80s. But times changed and directly marketing to children became a little bit passé, and they wanted to sort of grow up, become adults. That became sort of the message. We're trying to target not necessarily kids, but older folks. But the funny thing happened along the way to that, which was like the fun of going to these places and the joy and what made it so interesting for so many people, that went away starting in the aughts and certainly in the teens. And so what we're seeing now is something that's very interesting, where they're sort of almost, McDonald's and other companies too, are reversing course, and they're sort of listening, I think, to their audiences. I mean, it doesn't take much to go online, look at my book or look at my social media or look at anyone, who cares about this stuff, nostalgia-driven accounts, and see all this goodwill that there is for these characters, for this period in fast food history. And the companies are getting smart to that and saying, okay, we can tap into that and actually use it to our benefit. And that is indeed what McDonald's has been doing over the past few years. You'll recall a couple of years ago, there was the Grimace Shake experience, which was a huge phenomenon. And part that went viral. It had nothing to do with McDonald's. People just sort of glommed onto it, began to do these funny videos, and that's sort of a dream for a fast food chain, for any business. We introduce a concept, and the public sort of does the marketing for you. That's what happened with the Grimace Shake. And so a number of us in the space were hoping that McDonald's would continue down this path, and we're curious to see what they would do next. And so last month, when they reached out to me and said, "Hey, we're going to roll out this McDonald Land concept, and would you like to write about it the day that we announce it?" And so I couldn't have been more delighted, and that they were doing this. And sure enough, here we are. The McDonald Land meal brings back these characters and brings back this sort of mythical world of McDonald Land for the first time in terms of its totality in decades. I mean, there have been little bits here and there, as I was saying, the Grimace Shake, but this is the first time that you can have that full experience that, kids haven't had probably since the 90s or even before.
You want to hear my galaxy brain thought about what's going on here? Okay, I'm going to share this with you. All right, there is a big obsession right now, and I'm not sure why, because other than the cinema and a couple of really great rock and roll albums, there seems to be a lot of people, particularly my age bracket, Gen Xers, who kind of want to force majeure the world back into the 70s. Why anybody wants to go back to stagflation and is still beyond me. But the idea that if they in fact create a stagflation situation, I've often wondered if McDonald's popularity began to wane. Not wane. I mean, of course, McDonald's is McDonald's, but that a lot of the idea of if there was a time period where people began to warn people about McDonald's, saying, hey, wait a minute, dude. I mean, it's a wonderful thing to do with your family from time to time. It's not a food group. And I'm wondering if, given the fact that it's cheaper right now and Americans are struggling with their bottom line, that McDonald's might have seen an uptick in business, but that uptick in business could quickly drift away if people felt it wasn't family friendly. So they say, okay, when were we really family friendly? Oh, back in the 70s when we came up with this Howdy Doody inspired universe. Because it's interesting that you mentioned that Willard was, in fact, the original Bozo the Clown, because Bozo the Clown exists in the same sort of constructed universe of the 50s. So much of what the 70s were with movies like American Graffiti was this desperate attempt to get away from, I guess, the Shasta show is what I'll call it, as opposed to the actual thing that 67 to 73 were. And so that people had this idyllic sense of, let's all go see Superman at the movies and then go get some McDonald's afterwards. And by the way, you can do that again. You can go see Superman at the movies and then as a family go hang out with the Hamburglar over at, McDonald's. And I'm wondering if this nostalgia urge is because all of these Xers are in fact becoming parents or grandparents, even in the case of some of them, and want to recapture a little bit of that memory. And so that McDonald's is saying, well, if we're going to recapture the memory. And the other question I have for you is, I call it the Trader Joe's adage, where they will make something that tastes like Cracker Jack the way we remember it, as opposed to the way it actually tasted. And I'm kind of wondering if this nostalgia is in fact what I would call, it really didn't taste this good, but this, it didn't look this good. It wasn't this well produced or this well packaged, but it's the way you'd like to remember it. That's kind of my galaxy brain theory of what is kind of going on here. What do you think?
Right. No, I completely think it's spot on. I would say it's being driven in part by Generation X, and I'm a fellow member of that forgotten generation. There's been a lot of press recently about how Gen X has got the short end of the stick, so to speak, right? But I would say a lot of this, too, is being driven by millennials because these characters were part of that experience, the McDonald's experience, well into the 90s and even into the very early part of the 21st century. And yes, I think once a generation assumes power, I think the things that brought that generation joy as children, become extra appealing. And it's so interesting how you see these sort of layers of nostalgia. So much of what we considered nostalgic in the 70s and what we think of as 70s culture was really a celebration and a retreading in a way of 1950s culture, right? You were right, through the Superman phenomenon, Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, this whole obsession with the 50s and Bobby Soxers and Elvis Presley, of course, dying in 1977, coming at a time when there was already this fever pitch nostalgia for the 50s. So it becomes sort of layers upon layers. And then surely in the 50s, they're probably nostalgic about the 20s and 30s or whatever it is. That's I've always found that to be a very interesting thing. But I do think that this is absolutely being driven by desire for a simpler time. I think when people sort of drive past a modern Burger King or McDonald's and there are these square, glass buildings are kind of dull. They don't have a lot of color. They're called prisons. You've probably heard of that before. Then that's kind of depressing. And I think this brings back a certain sense of joy and something that's missing from our lives. Nostalgia really, I think, is a part not only about time travel and going back to a simpler time, but it's about putting something back in your life that used to be there, that's missing, that made your life complete, or that gave something to your life that is now gone. And McDonald's is not the only brand, by the way, that's playing this game. Burger King in 2021 brought back a version of their classic sort of 70s logo, The You Rule campaign is a throwback to Have It Your Way, also from the 70s, 1974, 1975, when that was rolled out. And I think we've discussed this in previous appearances. Pizza Hut has gone all in with this, with bringing back their 1974 logo and taking their old school Red Roof's legacy restaurants and turning them into these Pizza Hut classics with the channeled leather booths and the checkered tablecloths and all that whole experience that was Pizza Hut back in the day. They've sort of brought it back in these old stores. So this is definitely, it's a cultural need that is out there. And these companies, I think, are smart for seeing that and acknowledging that and embracing it. Everyone wins.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that it's improving. This is where I will say where I'm not cynical about this is that it's actually improving the customer service thing. Because I will tell you, this is an interesting thing too, because now we're going to get really into kind of corporate strategizing. Because the difference between going to, say, a McDonald's in Santa Clarita and going to a McDonald's in New Orleans was like night and day. Because I've lived down here my whole life. My wife and I move out to Santa Clarita. I said, if every McDonald's was like this, I'd go more. I mean, if every McDonald's had literally somebody in the lobby who looked at me and said, you can order at the counter, sir, or you can order at one of the kiosks, and then announced to everybody there, hey, we got a lot of kids and families here. We're going to ask everybody to kind of front and not wait in the table area. We'll get to everybody's order. They're talking to everybody. There are all these young kids behind the counter who are hustling and busting their butt. And like I said, we'll get into pay discussions later on. That's a different conversation. But but there really is something. This really only works if the brand has discipline. If the brand is willing to say, if you're not in for this, then maybe you should go someplace else. And I was kind of curious, not that this falls into your bailiwick, but how do we kind of impose that sort of brand discipline across the board to make this sort of happen? I mean, we know McDonald's corporate and McDonald's marketing are going to hit a home run. The question is how do we permeate this into the culture of the people at the counter themselves? Because if you get that right, you get everything right. It's how Chipotle made such an inroad into McDonald's world was because it wasn't just what they were offering, it's the way they kind of presented the service. It's why Chick-fil-A made a big elbow dent in them. This is also a way to kind of counter Chick-fil-A's incursion into their market as well, isn't it?
Oh, I think so too. I mean, and you're seeing another example of a brand that's doing a lot of what you're saying is Chili's, which has had an extraordinary resurgence over the past couple of years. They had a huge boost in profits, 30% revenue increase in the first quarter of this year, which is incredible. A brand that many people had given up for deceased, but in part that is in part because again they are they're very well managed centrally, right? The home office knows what it's doing, and then they make sure that the restaurants are being run by people who are kind of quote unquote chili heads, who really get the brand and are able to promote it, and then they masterfully use social media, which Chili's has done with their mozzarella sticks and those whole videos of people pulling apart the cheese have gone viral. But in the case of McDonald's, yes, I think the experience can vary from store to store. But I do know this, and I have a little insider insight from this because my nephews, 16 years old, they're twin boys. They work at a McDonald's down in the Raleigh area, and you really are, when you work for McDonald's, they really do a good job of inculcating you in the ways and what you need to do and what the expectations are. And many of these franchisees, especially some of the powerful franchise groups, the individuals, I mean, their whole lives, everything is really invested in these restaurants. So they do, I think, they do a very good job of trying to maintain those standards and make sure that their employees, no matter how old, no matter what their education level, that they meet that standard, I mean, and so I think McDonald's, of all the change, is pretty good at that. It may hit and miss depending on the location, depending on the franchise group, but I think there's been a big emphasis on that. One thing that I think we've lost a little bit, which this campaign is sort of bringing back, is the fun of going to McDonald's, right? Because so much they've moved away from the counter experience and getting in line and eating there. It's become about like going up to the kiosk or ordering in the app, picking it up and maybe not even eating it there. And many restaurants that have been remodeled, one of the reasons they're being remodeled is to make the footprint of the dining room smaller to allow more space for the drive-through experience, right? And that's, I think, reflecting, cultural changes, right? And that was certainly emphasized during the pandemic when nobody was really eating at restaurants and everything was about takeaway and drive-through service. Maybe we're living in a new time. Things are changing again, and where we are craving, quote unquote, third spaces, places that we can go. It's not the office, it's not home, but it's a third place, whether it be a church or a restaurant or a bingo hall or any place like that, where we can sort of mingle with other people and have a different experience. And I think there is a craving for that. And I think a lot of this nostalgia isn't just about cute cartoon characters, but it's about those sensory experiences and memories of being in the restaurant with your friends, with your family, doing something, not focused on your phone and not focused on, whatever else is going on in the world, but simply lost in the presence, lost in the present, enjoying, being present, being here in the now. And I think that is a lot of what the reason why brands are doing this and why people are drawn to this. It's taking them back to a much more preferred version of sort of the experience of dining out and shopping and being out in the world.
Isn't it interesting, too, that you could make a case, and I mentioned one of them earlier, that some other business models that have really made inroads into their action, one of which, by the way, has slipped a little bit, but is still kind of there. If you look at Starbucks, who often McDonald's considers their major competitor, you look at Raising Cane's, and you look at Chick-fil-A, all of them on launch and continue to do so really actually use social media in really powerful and clever ways, but they also do emphasize the dining experience. Anybody that's been to a Raising Cane's feels like they are walking into a place that was designed for older people to sit down and have a meal. And even though their kitchens are as big as any other kitchen, the way they are set up in the lobby is they're pushed in a back corner. They're almost like a window. They are as close to a window as you can get, which maximizes the floor space, which I've noticed that every Raising Cane's I've gone to, they keep those places impeccably clean. I mean, they move them like a freight train. And, of course, the wholesome image that Chick-fil-A also promotes with its simplicity of menu as well, too. And I'm wondering if, in many ways, this is simply amping it up. It's like basically McDonald's saying, oh, you want to get nostalgic? Hold our grimace shake. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is kind of that too, that it's not just a kind of back to the future, but it's also a response to the present and its competitors.
Absolutely right. I mean, for McDonald's to see other brands succeeding in the space, and they're the ones who invented it, right? They're the ones who set the standard. And perhaps over the decades, they sort of went away from that. And so now, yes, it is in a way an effort for them to reclaim their supremacy or their role or their innovation in the space. But even Starbucks over the years has moved away from its earlier emphasis on the dining room experience, on being in there, on having some fun. They have a lot of what Starbucks is doing now, and the kind of the new success that they're having is by going back to their roots. I mean, you're seeing once again that emphasis on having the baristas write the name of the customer, on the coffee cup and put a little smiley face. And those little touch points that were part of what made the Starbucks experience special and premium, they're sort of recognizing that, hey, we kind of moved away a bit from this.
Rolando.
We should go back to it because it worked.
Rolando, I'm going to can you stick around for a few minutes? We have to take a break, and I would really appreciate, because this is a conversation I know a lot of our listeners love. I want to make sure that their comments get involved in the action here, and there's some buttons we have to kind of push to get us to the other side of this break. Madison with a T, take us away. We'll head into there. Guys, if you want to get that old school feel, but at the same time get an app, go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97, getting you out of the ditch and back on the road in 50 states and 8 provinces. Man, go to truckdown.com. You got to get up and truck down. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio, continuing the conversation with Rolando Pujol, telling us all about McDonaldland.
By the way, great to have him aboard. Lindsay is alive and well. We're basically hot on the case, trying to get her on the air, but there is no fault on Lindsay Lawler land. Speaking of lands, I don't know if you know this, Rolando. My producer, Madison with a T, actually worked at Starbucks, and while she was, in fact, there, they were having a back to Starbucks thing going on there, where they were actually, along with the environmental push, they were actually trying to make the experience, once again, with new leadership over there, more in place friendly as people kind of begin to return. This is a great conversation because our friends out there on the road and the highways and byways driving up and down, they do a lot of stopping in and out. And I had noticed the Pizza Hut thing as well. Talk about nostalgia, because my memories of Pizza Hut are not getting Pizza Hut delivered. That only started to happen when Domino's begins to incur into their segment. I remember going to Pizza Hut, and while you'd wait for your pizza, you'd look at your mom or dad. You remember this and say, "Hey, can I go over the tabletop video game and play some, and play some Missile Command or some Centipede?" Can I do that? I mean, that was the thing. You'd go there, you'd go to the buffet, or you'd order your pizza, and while you were waiting for it, and I don't, like I said, I don't have children. You do, so I don't know what the Little League experience is like, what the experience is like after or before the dance. I don't know any of that kind of stuff. But do you think ultimately that's the game as well, is to get families going in there, and then you're training the next generation of people to like McDonald's and Pizza Hut and all that kind of stuff? That if it's simply people rushing in and out, getting their coffee and their McGriddle, that's not building a customer base for the future.
Absolutely. You're absolutely spot on about that. It's about building brand loyalty, right? And if you're going to have people 20, 30, 40 years from now, waxing nostalgic about McDonald's or Burger King or Pizza Hut, they have to form these very powerful experiences when they're young, when they're 5, 10, 15 years old, right? During those prime formative years. And that is, I think, the genius of sort of going back to these fully immersive brand experiences. A case in point, I mean, look at the nostalgia now. Again, that's been revived for the McDonaldland characters. 3 or 4 years ago, I think the vast majority of people under the age of 20 or 25 had no idea who Grimace was or the Hamburglar. Even Ronald was fading away. And through these campaigns, the Cactus Plant Flea Market a couple of years ago, where they brought out these little McDonald's Land characters that had double eyes. Then, of course, the Grimace Shake. The Grimace Shake was brilliant because actually, if you look back on the campaign, we saw very little of Grimace. You go to the store, Grimace's face was not everywhere. His little, it was just basically the concept of Grimace, right? But this created so much excitement among people of all ages, and again, it was very popular on social media where the young dominate. That sort of set the foundation for what this sort of next step that McDonald's is doing now with McDonald Land. So that is creating memories and associations. Now there are people who are 8, 10 years old who, when they're 28 and 38 and 48, will reflect back on Grimace and will reflect back on this period and look back on it undoubtedly with warmth and nostalgia. So I think it's very, very smart. I think a lot of brands noticed they probably were going a little too far in the adultification of the brand and stripping all the fun from the architecture and from the marketing, and they are course correcting in I think a very smart way. It's one of their hidden strengths. Why not use it?
Like I said, there's so much here, but I want to kind of share some stuff really quickly. This is so much fun. I don't even know where to begin with these comments online, by the way. Found a nice sit-down cafe at a truck stop in Douglas, Wyoming. Broken Wheel Diner, good eats. Joe J says Pizza Hut was so cool back there. Won't even order from there now. Tara says I grew up watching the wacky adventures of Ronald McDonald on VHS tapes. That's something because she was born in the 90s, the late 90s, and she grew up watching those VHS tapes. Boy, that's a double retro right there. Listen to this. Kevin Morey, our friend Trucker Bosun, says, I managed a Noble Romans about 30 years ago. Kids would stand in front of the window and watch them making the pizzas, mesmerized. There is a lot of great stuff, too. Trucker Bosun also says the personal connection of community has been lost except in smaller towns and rural areas. Of course, that reminds me of Dairy Queen as well. This is an ongoing thing here where there's almost... Sometimes, in the case of Steve Jobs, people tell people what they want before they know they need it. But sometimes you recognize that there's a lack or there is something missing from people's lives, and you realize you were the one who took it away. And to some degree, that might be the case here, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I think these brands are realizing that they were such an important part of the culture, and maybe they even saw all this nostalgia online in recent years and almost tried to distance themselves from it, and because it's in opposition to their current brand identity. But then they said, you know what, you can't fight it. This is what the people want. And ultimately, in any business, the customer is right. And this is what the customer wants. So give the customer this, and you will actually benefit. It's a win-win.
Yeah, and it could be something exciting because, like I said, at the end of the day, I mean, whether somebody actually, nobody should exist on a diet of McDonald's, nobody should exist on a diet of Raising Cane's, and nor do Rolando or I even endorse the idea of that. But people should be able to go places and not have to race back home and huddle around their table at dinner. The idea of dinner often should be, in fact, what it is. Everybody kind of sitting around making a home-cooked meal. The idea is that these places should be invitations to having a family moment. And like I said, it's interesting, I find, that we have a goofy, very American, very kind Superman, and people are now spending more time at McDonald's and more time at Burger King sitting down and actually having these meals, which I think is a force majeure. It's like we're going to force the 70s back into the frame if it, in fact, kills us. And let me ask you a question. Where do you think the ultimate, where could this end up? I mean, you're a guy who likes to look in crystal balls, who likes to look so far into the future that you see in the past. Where can you say this?
Well, I'm very intrigued with this because, McDonald's is taking this campaign to almost about as far as they can take it in a purely marketing sense. This is a campaign that's driven by online marketing, by advertising, but it's having very little physical impact on the buildings themselves and on the actual restaurant experience, right? Most of the new McDonald's are these new kind of austere, very nice looking, very clean, but the different experience and the more homey experience that we remember from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I really do question whether the next step will be for them to actually start to tinker with the architecture again. They've gone so far down the road toward these square boxes. Will they now bring some of the fun into the actual physical place? Or is that moment gone? And these nostalgia campaigns are purely that. They're marketing, they live in the mind, but they don't actually translate into the real world. I would be very interested to see whether McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, another iconic brand that we haven't brought up that's been touching into nostalgia as well with their decades meals, where they have signature meals from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and on. And they've even brought back the old cups and the old logos from those decades for those campaigns. But again, it hasn't touched the actual physical architecture. So much of what I do in my travels and in my work is document those traces. So will they go back to that? Will they, or at least bring back an element of that? That will be very interesting to see.
It has been an absolute pleasure having you on for Extra Time. Guys, go to Rolando Pujol over at Substack.com. That is Pujol, Rolando Pujol. Make sure you get over there. He's also on Instagram under himself, by the way. There's some great stuff that we've talked about that's being unpacked over there on his Substack page. We can't wait to have you back again, my friend. Thank you so much for making extra time for our listeners to get their comments into you. I thought you would enjoy that. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. It was so much fun.
So much fun. Absolutely. We'll get him back on the air. At some point, we're going to take a really quick break here, Phone Master Dre. And we're going to bounce back in and see what actually is on the other side of this break. It's Road Gang Radio, rumbling, bumbling style. Go to Shady Rays. They got your back.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the
There
same
you are.
time
Yes, I
honoring
can.
those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, good morning. Closing in on the afternoon. No, actually, it's only 9:40 here, but it feels like I've waited too long. I've waited too long to say good morning to our good friend Lindsay Lawler over there in the land of Tennessee. Good morning to you.
The land of the lost is what we will call it over here. Land of the lost, home of the brave, home of the bad music. Did you like that picture I sent you this morning that said,
Great.
"Welcome to Nashville, Music City. Come for the music. Leave because of the music."
Yeah, out the door. Out the door. By the way, I thought it was funny. Can you kind of unpack how that lands for a lot of people out there in Nashville land?
Yeah, because everyone comes here because they're like, "I love music. I love country music. Oh my God, it's my favorite. I'm going to go to Nashville." And then I get to Nashville and multiple things happen. Either one, you get so drunk that you don't even make it to the show, or you're at the shows and you're so drunk that you're yelling like, "Play, play," yelling out songs that the band doesn't even know or whatever. But also it's become, I guess, the difference, like in Austin is such an eclectic music scene, and New Orleans is such an eclectic music scene. Nashville is supposed to be country music. And I like that, we're supporting other things now, but like Nashville is country music. And now it's gotten to where people they like the bars downtown, they'll play rock and roll at night. And I guess that's fine. Or there'll be bars that have DJs playing Nelly and bumping rap and stuff. Now, I love all those things, but you come to Nashville for country music. That's what Nashville's supposed to be about. That's the one thing we had that was ours. And now it's just become a hodgepodge of not even like a cool eclectic thing. Just it's like trying to make something else fit into country music. And I think that's where the problem lies. Not that they're like trying to celebrate all kinds of music. It's like trying to put all kinds of music into country music, and that just doesn't work.
That is a great insight. Because the one thing, like I said, I can sit up. If you ever want a criticism of the city of New Orleans, you don't want to, because it'll basically eat up the rest of the clock here. It does so many things wrong. One of the things it does right, Lindsay, it's like, nope, we're going to absorb that. It doesn't be like we're going to get overwhelmed by that. People don't go around saying, we need a heavy metal scene here. That even the heavy metal scene that I remember in the 80s that was happening in New Orleans was still very New Orleans. It was like, nope. That, there is a
Still
place.
made sense.
Yeah, well, I call it, by the way, I used to make the joke, I'd say that the reason why New Orleans was so unique was that it was desperately, ferociously resisting what I call, based on Rolando's conversation, the McStar-dunksing of the entire country. The idea that everything ends up as a giant McStar-dunks. And that's a problem because it homogenizes the whole world. And the one thing that Nashville really held on to for dear life for the longest time was, in fact, this is country. This is where country music comes from. We do this. If you want to bring your other thing in here, it needs to be adapted into this stuff. But often people will come down to where I am right now at the Fastport Studios, not this studio specifically, but to New Orleans, and they'll be like, yeah, we're going to throw some drunken piano into that. Yep, we're going to have a couple of African-American ladies as background singers for that. That's not just going to stand for what it is. And it sounds to me like you're saying that in its attempt to kind of become a world-class city, which it is, it has actually may have lost a little bit of what made it so desirable as a location artistically in the first place. Is that kind of it?
Yeah.
Full stop. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. No, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Dumb it down. Yeah, keep it country. Keep it country. Keep Austin weird. Keep Nashville country. Keep New Orleans what?
Keep New Orleans drunk.
Cajun?
Oh no, not Cajun. Oh no, you want to set off a fight here in the city of New Orleans? Nothing drives the New Orleanian crazier than being like, oh, you Cajuns down there. It makes the Cajun.
Keep it jazzy.
You could keep it jazz. You could keep it Creole. You could keep it Creole. Yeah, you could keep a gumbo. Keep New Orleans gumbo would be really kind of good. Keep that big boiling mixture going because after all, it is boiling hot and we got a lot of stuff in here.
Speaking of keeping things as they were / evolving, I had so many things I wanted to talk to Rolando about. But anyway, listening, one thing that came to mind, by the way, I will reiterate again, it's not that I was not late for the show. My dad texted me and he's like, why are you not on the air? What are you doing? And then I had a couple emails. No, I'm not.
I said
People listening, I promise I don't show up late to work. Anyway, I'm going to be a little bit of a buzzkill. And I wanted to ask Rolando this, maybe not buzzkill so much as like play devil's advocate about someone like, and I'll get your opinion on this, Tim, but obviously like McDonald's was created eons ago and was and still is a marketing and advertising dream. It's lightning in the bottle, of course, but it's also McDonald's. It's also not food, and we know that very much so now. It's not real food. It's not quality food. Obviously, it's not. That's not why you're going there. It's not healthy, and I'm so curious. Like, in the days of, I know he's tapping into the nostalgic, the cool, what made America great kind of things, roadside attractions. I understand that, but. How does someone, I wonder, like him in the days of, give me a soy latte and a vegan queso, how do you still get excited about the old school attractions when they don't really fit into how we know we're supposed to be living now? We didn't know any better back then, I don't think. We didn't know. I mean, maybe we knew cigarettes were bad for us in the 70s, but we didn't know it to the extent that it mattered. Now we know it and you either do it anyway or not, but... Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how do we get excited about nostalgia when we know it's terrible for us?
Well, there are a couple of ways. And I think it's a good question. I don't think it's a buzzkill at all because as you probably know, that I, as a parent, I'm not one, but a person who is a parent who is actually making healthy lifestyle choices can approach it one of two ways. One, that it's a treat and that it's the breaking of your diet. If you want to do that, have a break from your diet and do the Johnny Depp thing of actually having a blizzard on a Sunday from Dairy Queen. You can bring your kids there. I think it requires more active parenting to a large degree that, we eat healthy at home. We get the 3 square meals in there, make sure we do it. And this is a treat and this is for fun. And
that's what I do. I'm not a buzzkill as a parent. That's what we do. We're very healthy and we rarely do fast food. When we do, it's certainly a treat. Or if we're in like a massive hurry, which, and I didn't prepare ahead of time and pack something. But yeah, it's. I mean, I guess
that's the great fight.
I guess the better question would have been to him, like, what are the when it comes to fast food or
Chipotle? That was the attraction to Chipotle to a large degree because those ingredients were so fresh behind the counter. You saw them going in.
Yeah, but they're not creating like a nostalgia. Like they're not creating anything that's making families want to. It's healthy and that's cool. And maybe nostalgia
isn't healthy.
Isn't healthy. Yeah,
I mean, I've argued that, by the way. I think nostalgia is a wonderful memory of something that never happened, and prejudice is a fear of something that will never come to pass. That's what I believe in my heart. I believe that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, because Taco Bell didn't come around until after McDonald's. Taco Bell doesn't have any nostalgia to it.
Well, it does have nostalgia, I think, but the nostalgia involves like people being 17, 18, and 19 years old and be like, give me a double decker.
That is true. Leaving the bar and getting
open late.
Getting Taco Bell on the way home. Speaking of Taco Bell, I have a bone to pick with Madison. So I was listening to you guys this morning. It's not really a bone to pick. Not really. Just it's a tiny bone. It's more of a. It's not like a femur so much as it is. What's the smallest bone in my body? Like a little in my nose.
Your pinky bone or something.
Just a small bone to pick with Madison. Yeah. Not just a tiny one. Because this morning I was listening to you guys. You came on the air and you said, "Good morning and happy Taco Tuesday." And you said, "Hey Madison, do you do Taco Tuesday?" And Madison goes, "Yeah, I made tacos last night." Last night was Monday night.
Well,
last night was not.
Was it 12:01? Was it 12:01?
No, she was not cooking at 12:01 because she had to be there early today.
I'm telling you,
all I'm saying is Taco Tuesday is on a Tuesday, unless you claim we're doing Taco Tuesday on Monday. I'm not really picking a bone with you. I'm obviously kidding.
I love
it. I only brought it up because I am actually going to a Taco Tuesday later tonight at someone's house, or as we like to call it, forced family fun as well.
What kind of tacos are they making? Is it white people tacos or is it like traditional tacos? What's the vibe over there?
Well, I'll tell you what they make, and you can tell me if you call it white people tacos or not. They
are
very white. The family's house we're going to, they are very white.
If it's hard shell, like Taco Bell is white people tacos, I believe.
Okay, no, they're doing like more of a street taco.
Okay, yes, more on the authentic side.
Yeah, they're doing more authentic. They have corn. I believe they also have flour because the kids always want flour. And they do like but they're very simple. Their tacos are very simple. This family we go to, her family, they escaped from Romania when they were young. They were, her dad was longer story, another day. Anyway, we're talking tacos. Her husband makes the tacos every night, and they say they do Taco Tuesday every single Tuesday. We went during the summer, and they said it's just from 6:15 to 7:15, and we'd be there till 10 p.m. This will be my first one to go to now that it's during the school year and kids actually have to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm very fascinated by the spectrum of Mexican food because you can have anything from Tex-Mex to like white people tacos to like authentic street tacos to like that more new age like artsy fartsy where they're putting like pickled red onions in them and like
I want slop on a plate. I grew up with Tex-Mex, which is slop on a plate, and that's what I'm personally looking for. I want ground beef in my tacos
and some refried beans.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a piece of information for all of you guys, and of course it is the pinky bone is called the ulna. ULNA.
Pinky bone's connected to the ulna.
It's called the ulna. So basically, you had an ulna to pick with Madison.
I got an ulna to pick with you, Madison.
ULNA. Ulna. Yeah. The other thing is, by the way, we should just get Rolando back like next week or something, and then you can just grill the hell out of him. Well, Rolando,
I just want to ask.
I
want to ask Rolando, if you were creating something new, what would you do? I don't know. It's just the healthy thing. I mean, it's like. Because, by the way, I had a girlfriend come to my house, Jim, and you know my love of queso, but she's vegan. No disrespect whatsoever to vegans. Shout out to all vegans. But she's like, shout out vegans. But she's like, I brought you some, and she knows my love. Like all my friends know, everybody that knows me knows how much I love queso. And she's like, I brought some vegan queso. And I tasted it, and it was like, it tasted like hummus at best. And I was like, girl, first of all, yeah, don't bring that over and call it queso. That'd be like you think Barack Obama is speaking somewhere, and you send Trump instead, and they're like, they won't know the difference. They'll know the difference.
Know the difference.
That's like if somebody makes a gumbo and invites you over to eat it, and you get there and there's tomatoes in it. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, see, I don't understand that reference.
That's blasphemous here. You
Okay.
do not put tomatoes in a gumbo.
Oh, a gumbo.
Unless...
Oh, a gumbo. He said a Dumbo. I was like,
Oh,
well,
no,
I don't know what
a
a Dumbo
gumbo.
is.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know what it is. Wait, by the way, just to kind of let people know, our good friend Tara says the healthier option we've been doing lately, taco bowl, ground beef, avocados, tomatoes, sour cream, cheese, lettuce, quinoa. There's the healthy element. And grilled onions and peppers. Actually, all that stuff is pretty good for you. That's a nice balanced thing. You're a fan of the taco bowl, Lindsay?
I love a taco bowl. Yeah. I'm
That's
here
why
for
I
a bowl.
love Chipotle. I also love kava. You guys like kava?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
I love a bowl. Remove the shell. Remove the flour tortilla. It's everything's a vessel for me to get to the cheese anyway. Literally everything is a vessel for me to get to the cheese. So man, if I got rid of cheese from my diet, I would wither away. You would not even recognize me.
My father has a coffee cup he was given for Father's Day with his picture on it, and on the other side, I don't remember the song. They changed the lyrics to all
Sweet
involved.
dream. Oh, to which?
Actually, it might be Sweet Cheese is made of this.
Sweet dreams are made of cheese.
Oh no, it just keeps saying cheese. There's no other words in it. It's just like cheese, cheese, cheese,
I
cheese,
love
cheese,
cheese.
cheese, gorgonzola, and it goes on from that point and all that kind of stuff. Lindsay, we got a great guest coming up. Did you get a chance? What a talented individual.
Did I get a chance to show prep? Of course I did.
No, I mean, but you get a chance to really kind of like dig in above and beyond because,
Oh
man,
yeah,
what
I deep dove.
I figured you would. I wasn't asking like you hadn't. I was asking in the way that it's like Lindsay turns into a stalker, kind of way. Because, I mean, this woman.
Wait, we've had her on before though, haven't we?
No, we have not.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Why am I following her though and have old notes from
Because
her?
Because her credits are
wait.
insane.
You're following her because I suggested her as one of the people when I sent out one of the list. I said, here's like 5 people we should look at. And you took a look at some of those people. That's why you jumped in.
I don't know. I feel like we've talked to her before.
We have not.
Okay.
Trust me, if we talked to this human being, we would have had her do all of her impersonations.
I looked at her IMDb last night. Quite impressive.
Oh, it's unbelievable! I told you, it's.
I was like, hell yeah, girl.
It's an amazing talent that's coming up here. Marcella Lentz Pope is joining us. And by the way, even the new she actually works in a lot of different worlds, which is really cool. I think our listeners are really going to dig her because her ability as an impersonator, I think, is extraordinary. There are people who are I never liked Rich Little. Never liked him. I was over him. I thought it always sounded like Rich Little impersonating somebody. Are you a fan of Frank Caliendo?
I don't know who that is. Do I?
He's a guy that does a lot of impersonations. As a matter of fact, he's like the go-to guy. They'll bring him on football games, on like the college football thing. They'll bring him on the NFL stuff. He'll read a letter like Morgan Freeman. He'll read like a.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's that guy, and he does really great videos too of where he explains how he does the voice. There's one really fun video where he does Mark Ruffalo and John C. Reilly and shows you how they both have the same Kermit the Frog Foundation, and then builds up from there. It's really great, and like I said, I'm such a big fan of people.
Can you do impersonations?
I can, but you have to practice them, and I'm not as good as I used to be.
Who are you the best at? I'm not going to make you do it. Who are you
No,
the
I
best
do.
at?
I do a really good. I do a lot of I do a lot of cartoon voices really well. I do Hank Hill, Peter Griffin. There's a bunch of other people I can do, but I mean, I do a really good Hank Hill. Oh, Bobby, what in the hell is wrong with you? You know, I mean, that kind of
you
thing.
do that one.
I can do that one.
But here's the thing: I don't do any, but I could say I don't. I'm sure I could because I've acted a whole lot in things. So I'm sure I could, and I know how to sing like people. But it's funny to be like the hardest. I'd say my guess, and I'll ask Marcelo this, but my guess is the hardest if it's not something you're pursuing like as a career. The hardest place in starting is not caring how stupid you sound, just doing it for that first time because people like. Practicing, as he said, being by yourself and doing it to avoid the stupidity that you feel because you're going to sound dumb for a while until you get it right. And that's fine.
And there are other people, like if they're just doing it straight on the air, it's okay when you see them do the impersonation. That was Jim Carrey's great strength. Jim Carrey's voices were solid. Jim Carrey as an actor performing them like I have a friend of mine who does a great Harrison Ford. As good as it is to hear it, when you see it, it takes your breath away. His listen, he would do that kind of roll up, and Mark Hamill is really good at that too. But Lindsay, it's like, I think you'd be able to do impersonations no problem because you do such good impersonations of other singers. Given how good you do other singers, I think you would have no problem doing it's the same. It's the same approach. You're just figuring out where the voice is coming from and then the adjustments you have to make in order to do it. But it takes practice, man.
Well, and I'm sure somebody like Marcella loves the question, how do you do that voice? Like, how do you do it? I mean, it's like something she's practiced or worked on her entire life. It's a craft. This isn't a hobby. I can't wait to talk to her actually about, well, I'll do it when we come on, the dance monkey dance thing, because she's got one of those professions that is probably one of the hardest to be like, I'm off right now, guys, let me live my life. Although we're going to make her do some stuff here, but this is technically work because she's coming on. We can't wait to talk to Marcella Lindsay Pope, who's joining us next. We're going to take a quick break. Come right back. You're not going to want to miss it. She's a hoot and a half, and I want to be her bestie.
Get up and do what, Lindsay?
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. Head on over to truckdown.com. They're in all 50 states. They've been doing it since I was born. That means they're good at it. Check them out, truckdown.com. We'll be right back.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks.
You want to intro,
Is there
Jim?
a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Woo! We are live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from NOLA to Nash. Jimmy, Lindsay, where were we?
We were actually in NOLA for a second here. That means Fastport, because it's the Fastport Studios over here in the city of New Orleans at the Degas House. Fastport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. I stand corrected. I guess I've watched so many videos of this human being doing so many impersonations, it actually all blended into the fact that in 2024, Marcella Lindsay Pope joined us before. And it's great to have her back.
Are you saying I was right and you were wrong?
Of course. By the way, I have no issue with that. Absolutely.
Woo-hoo!
I got scammed, by the way. I don't know if you know that. I got scammed online. And I caught it, but they got me. And, oh, yeah, dude, totally wrong. Happy to be wrong, as a matter of fact. Happy to be wrong. Be wrong quickly.
Can I make you a T-shirt that says I'm happy to be wrong? I know what I'm getting you for your birthday.
I would love that.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Hello. Hey, how are you? How are you?
Sorry, lost connection there for a second. I'm good. How are you?
I thought you were just doing an impersonation of somebody who wonders if they're on
Am
the
I
phone
losing
or not.
connection? No.
No. Okay. She's got over 2 decades of experience in the industry. Marcella is a voice actor, and she can't be actually pigeonholed. If you've seen her work, it is vast and diverse. She's voiced Scottish fairies, Russian demons, English princesses, zombies, of course. Matter of fact, she is high atop Gotham's largest building in one of her more recent projects and can freakishly sound like young children. She studied for years perfecting accents and dialects from around the world and has an excellent ear for impressions. If I tried to give you her IMDb resume, we would be here for the majority and the length of this. So why don't we simply skip all the brouhaha and say good morning to Marcella Lentz Pope. Good morning to you and welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having me back.
Well, and also, by the way,
and what an intro. Very kind of you.
Thank you.
Happy
you're great.
belated birthday to you.
Thanks.
Can you
how
hear
you
me?
guys
She
doing
can't
this
hear
morning?
me. Marcella can't hear me.
Marcella, can you hear Lindsay?
I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
No, she can't hear me, I don't think.
No, I'm saying,
Marcella.
can you hear?
Oh,
Can
now
you hear?
I can hear you. Hello. Hi.
Okay. Hi.
There you are. I did not hear you before, though. Hi.
I was muted. Okay. Well, first of all, happy belated birthday to you, my friend.
Aw, thank you. Yes, it was this past weekend. That's so sweet of you.
Did you get the yellow flowers that I sent you and put them on your table?
Oh my gosh, you sweet, sweet thing. That was you?
That was me.
My silly husband said it was him. Wow.
He is a liar.
I'm going to reprimand him.
He is a liar. He's trying to take credit. Okay, obviously I'm a creepy stalker and saw that on your page, but I love, first of all, I want to know if you live in a magical house because that little circle window where your table and flowers are look like you live in a hobbit house.
I know, I don't, but that little circle window is like all the magic that I need. One of the reasons why we wanted to live here is that little circle window.
I get it. It's so cute.
It's great.
Okay, well, happy birthday. Glad you're here. I want to dive in, and I want to start here by saying, before we dive into your repertoire, I'm so curious about, like, first of all, voices in your personal life. And I bring this up because, I'm a singer, and I love to sing, of course, but there's times when you're like, people are like, oh, you're a singer, sing something for me. And I'm like, no, dude, not right now. We're in a bar or whatever, and they're like, oh, are you shy? And I'm like, no, it's my job. And I'll never forget, I was at a bar one time and this man went down. He was asking like all my girlfriends what they did for a living. And they got to me. He said, what do you do? I said, a singer. He said, sing for me. And I said, sir, what do you do for a living? And he said, I'm an architect. And I said, design me something. And he goes, oh, I get it. So you have one of those jobs that is the same. Are people constantly making you dance, monkey dance?
Sometimes, but it depends on how I word it. I won't always say I do impressions. Because I know if I say I do impressions, then people will be like, oh, well, give me something. So otherwise, I'll just say I'm an actor. I won't even say voice actor because then they'll be like, oh, do some voices. So I'll just say I'm an actor, and usually what I will get is, oh, what's your resume? And I'm like, well, what do you do? If you're going to ask a doctor, like, what's their resume of surgeries they've done? But yes, but it's understanding, like, it is a very interesting occupation. So I understand that people are kind of curious about it. But yeah, definitely if I'm not in the mood to do impressions, I don't say I do them.
Wow, that's just the reminder. Use the word. It just, everybody, when you see Marcella somewhere out, remember, this is her occupation. It's not her hobby. She might also loves to do
if
it.
I'm at a party or something, I will gladly, bring, it's a party trick anyways.
You're
so
a party
I'll gladly
trick.
bring it out. Yeah.
I want to talk about what it is you're working on right now because the fact of the matter is that a lot of people don't understand something else about being an actor is that it's not always the same thing. Doing a performance as yourself on a screen or on a stage, well, those two things aren't the same. Doing a voiceover is something incredibly different. Doing an audiobook is something incredibly different. How do you? And I'm asking this question to somebody who actually knows a little bit about this. How do you make those adjustments? How do you, and you live in a gig economy where you're going from place to place to place. So, in regards, is there any period of adjustment? I mean, what do you use in regards to getting your instrument where you need it to be, where it's like, okay, you've got to leave the film set and now walk into the sound studio and not have anybody to talk to directly because you're recording this out of order? And you're laughing because you know exactly what I'm talking about. So kind of let our listeners know, because like Lindsay is very obsessed, as am I, with reminding our listeners that sausage has to be made and that it's important to understand how much work goes into what often seems so simple.
It does. Usually I will have time to work on a project, though, so I will be in that world. So I won't necessarily be stuck on another job that I'm doing and having to think about my next one. I'll be able to kind of really focus on the job at hand and get through that. When it comes to acting, though, even though, yes, they're all very different and they might all have a little trick or something here or there that you'll need to adjust, for the most part, acting is acting. You want to be believable, you want to be vulnerable, you want to be real, whether that's a video game, an audiobook, or, you know, in a movie. So I really just try to do my best acting, my best work, whatever it is. Just sometimes there's an added little voice to it, or, you know, I'm playing something. If it's on screen, obviously I'm playing myself, my age. I'm not playing a 5-year-old boy. But acting is acting, and you just want to bring your craft. And if you've worked long enough and you've studied and you've taken classes, it gets easier, and it gets easier and easier and easier the longer you do it. But I'm still always learning, and I will always be learning. That's the thing with acting, is you're never complete and like, oh, I'm done. I'm done learning. I've learned everything, and now I'm just doing this. No, it's constantly changing. It's constantly evolving, and you want to make sure that you're staying on top of it as well.
You were playing a 5-year-old boy, though. What would you sound like?
Oh, Dance Monkey.
You're ready for Dance Monkey?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, no, I can't hear Lindsay anymore.
Oh.
Hello?
I'm guessing she's talking because it's silent.
Hello?
No, she's
Hello?
doing an impersonation, by the way, right now of somebody.
I'm playing, Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah,
I was doing a mime. I was impersonating a mime.
Oh my. Okay, so I can't hear it. I got it. Okay.
No, yeah, right. No, I was muted. Okay, well, let's talk about Gilda Dent then a little bit. Gilda Dent and Batman, because I think it's so fascinating. This was so fascinating to me that you called her a very complex character. Of course she is, but I don't know why I giggled about. I'd never thought about animated things being complex. Obviously they are. But hearing you said it was the first time it dinged to me. So outside of just developing a character voice, not only are you like looking at something and being like, I think she would sound like this. Now you've got to lean into what's like these made up feelings of a character. How does that even work?
So with something like that, you really do want to find something that you can relate to the character. And Gilda Dent, who is, for anyone who doesn't know the DC Batman universe, she's Harvey Dent's wife. Harvey Dent is famously Two-Face in Batman. And in a lot of the stories, we never hear Gilda. We don't know about her. But in this particular comic book, or graphic novel, sorry. Graphic novel, there is a difference. In this particular graphic novel, Gilda Dent plays a very big role, and we actually really get to know her. And she's more than just Harvey's wife. But that was how I kind of got to connect with her. She is a woman who very, very strongly wants to become a mother and is having a difficult time with that. And she and Harvey want to become parents. And she also wants Harvey to be at home more. And there's a lot of drama in there that's really delicious to work into. And the cool thing about this specific graphic novel that we're doing, the script is exactly the same words as in the novel. They have not added anything. So it's basically it's a podcast, not an animated show. It's DC's the official DC's account first full-on drama, like audio drama podcast. incredible. It sounds like the old radio shows back in, the 1940s or so, with all the sound effects and everything. And it's very, very dark.
It's a great. By the way, the text is.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's The Long Halloween, and
Yes, it's The Long Halloween.
It is up there with Arkham Asylum as one of the most. It's a genuinely terrifying. If you guys don't
Seriously.
know it, it's a horror
It really,
novel.
really is. It's incredible. And it was very cool while we were recording it. We had the panels of the graphic novel like alongside the script, so I was able to see everything that's going on, and then like that's my line, and okay, I'm saying, and so I was able to really live in there and see this incredible art of her and what's happening. And it's, I mean, if people know about Batman is, it's a crime. He's a detective. So all of the Batman stories are really about crime and who done it and how do we catch the murderer, basically, when it comes down to it. And that's very much the mystery in this one. The Long Halloween, there is a killer on the loose, Holiday, and they're trying to figure out who the Holiday killer is. And without giving any spoilers, my part is very important.
Very important, by the way. It's really funny, as you probably will figure out really quickly here, Marcella. And by the way, you can call it a comic book. That makes me crazy. It's like I'm a big fan, but I've gotten past that stage of my life.
I don't want to offend anyone.
No,
It's
well,
more than a comic book.
It's more than a comic book. It's a genuine work of art. But it was really funny, Lindsay, when I saw that she was playing Gilda, I went, oh. That ain't just a little throw off character, guys. No. Oh man, Gilda then plays a large role as a character.
An incredible role. There's a lot of dynamics to her. I had so much fun voicing her. I really, really did. And she's very emotional, and the end speech and everything. It was very, very special to work on. And then listening to it, all episodes are out now. So I just finished listening to the last episode. It's incredible. They've done such a good job. Like really, you just immerse yourself into the world. So that's what I've been listening to on my drives lately, which is weird if you're listening to yourself, I guess, but it's fun.
Yeah, the other thing about it is and I listened to the first episode. The other thing about it is that it's so clean. This is what is so interesting about this style of acting, is that you've got to play in a heightened style while still finding what is true. And a lot of people don't realize that, because often you'll hear people like, man, I saw them on the stage, I heard them on the radio, I heard them on the podcast, and they sounded just like real life. And I go, no, they didn't. I said, in what real life do you actually communicate exposition so clearly and with such impeccable diction while still giving the patina? This is what's really cool. People will stumble, quote unquote, or struggle to find a word here or there, or have a bit of vocal fry, but all of that stuff has to be calculated, because in the kind of thing you just did as Gilda, it's about communicating the story, right?
Exactly. That is one of the trickiest things with any kind of acting in movies, TV. What this is, exposition, getting across exposition without the audience knowing that you're getting across exposition. And for anyone who doesn't know, exposition is background that maybe you need to know in order to understand what's going on. So
that's pretty good.
If if people need to know that this person is my sister, when she walks in the room, I'd be like, oh, well, look at my sister who's running late. You wouldn't necessarily say, well, look at my sister if it was real life, but we need to get across to the audience that this person is my sister who's entering the room. And a lot of times you can tell when exposition is happening, and it's like pulling teeth, and it's hard to watch or listen. So that is one of the hardest things to do, is to make exposition seem like it's just naturally being said and spoken about.
Go ahead, Lindsay. Go.
I want to back up a little bit as a kid, because I'm so confused. I said it before you came on a bit ago. We were talking about impersonations, and just the idea of like, I think the hardest part in starting impersonations is getting past, okay, I might sound dumb for a second. And then for me, that's what it'd be. I'm like, because I don't want anyone to think I'm dumb.
I sound dumb. I still think I sound dumb. That doesn't go away, really.
Well, it works though. I mean, for a lot of them, you're supposed to, I guess. But getting past that, was that good, or was you know what I mean? Like going through it. So for you as a kid, was there some point were you the kid? Were you a class clown? What was it that you can pinpoint back to your childhood that now today you're like, oh, that girl was going to end up doing this?
Well, I mean, both my parents are actors, so I grew up in an acting world, and I started acting when I was young, and I was very much I don't want to say drama kid, because it wasn't just like, oh, going around speaking in monologues everywhere about Shakespeare, like no, but I did love performing, whether that was crying in front of people and be like, oh my God, she can make herself cry, or making people laugh. I just really liked performing and having people's attention. Attention seeker here. Can you tell I'm a Leo?
Welcome. All are welcome here.
Thank you.
I get it.
So I've just been performing since a very young age. But funnily enough, I was doing impressions when I was younger because my dad was a very big impressionist. I mean, he was just spot on. He got hired all the time to do impressions of certain people. And I remember I started doing impressions, but I clearly remember thinking, oh, I can't do this, though, for real, because I'm not a guy. Because all the impressions my dad would do would be of men. And so I'm thinking, well, I can't do those impressions, instead of thinking, you know what, you could probably do impressions of women. So my first impressions were those of men, just because I was, like, copying my dad. And then it wasn't really until I was much older that I realized that I could do women and others. But I still didn't think it was anything of note. It wasn't until the pandemic, old COVID, that I was bored at home and desperately needing to be creative in some way. And I just started making silly, stupid videos of me doing impressions, and people liked them. And then I was like, oh, maybe only then, literally a few years ago, did I go, maybe I'm okay at this? Maybe.
Maybe? Question
But it
mark?
took that long, even though I've been doing them forever.
By the way, I actually I wasn't familiar with your dad's work, but I did know your mom's work. By the way, I remember I remember Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Oh my God.
I remember that. And by the way, Lindsay, when you see your mom, and I think you probably have,
Yeah, I have. I know.
Instantly recognizable face, guys. And by the way, Lindsay and I talk about this all the time. Being raised in an environment like that, often is both a blessing and a curse, because you have these people who are training you unintentionally to do the thing that you're going to do, while at the same time you begin to feel like Michael Corleone, and just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in.
It's a blessing and a curse on both sides, Jim. Don't you think, Marcella? Like your take, because it's like, I was not raised by parents in entertainment, but I'm in entertainment, and sometimes I know they're listening, but I'm always like, if you guys would have been famous, maybe I would have been famous quicker, or whatever. I don't know. Joking. But then also on the flip side of that, now my daughter's being raised with two parents that are in entertainment, and she might hate it. She might shy away from it and hate it. So I just wonder, it's a blessing or curse on either side, depending on obviously who you grew up to be. But did you realize as a child, I'm being raised in an entertainment home, or is it just mom and dad going to work?
It was just mom and dad going to work. I thought everyone's parents were making voices, and I thought everyone's dad was home when they got home. Like, you know, my dad would, instead of like, oh, no, my dad is at work all the time, and sometimes my mom's here and sometimes my mom's working. I just thought everyone's parents were always home. It was great. I was so confused when I go over to a friend's house and be like, what do you mean they're still at work? What do you mean? I don't understand. But my parents, they very much did not push me into acting at all. That was, I mean, I came out of the womb ready to go, like truly. I started doing plays, you know, when I was 5 and just loving it. And they would, you know, ask me if this is something I wanted to do. And I would say, no. And it wasn't until I was 12 that it wasn't until I was 12 that I was like, you know what, I think I want to start doing this. And then they're like, oh, okay. And so we started auditioning and working and stuff. But for most of my childhood, it was just theater and voiceovers and just having fun. But they were very good not to like push me or become like, you know, theater parents, you know, that yeah, no.
Well, theater.
That
Well,
was- that was not
this is what's crazy is that and by the way, having experienced this on both sides, it's amazing that theater parents often are people who didn't get a chance to do theater. That's always an interesting situation that happens there too. Is the fact that often that movie parents are parents who didn't get a chance to do movies. With your parents, it's like it's like the family from Cries and Whispers. Not Cries and Whispers. Yeah, it's not Cries. Which one is the one? I can't think of it. The 4-hour one
No,
about
I
the
know what you're
about the
talking about.
Fanny and Alexander. Fanny and Alexander. Where it's like I'm raised in
Yeah,
this. This is
yeah.
just what happens. If you gravitate towards it, great. If not, see you on the other side, doctor. We'd love you to be a doctor. That'd be fantastic. But I'm kind of wondering, was there ever any piece of advice, genuine note, that either one of your parents gave you where you were like, wow, that is a gem. That's a kernel. Because, when you get swept up in it, you're getting so much information, it's often hard to figure out what was the one that made the most impact.
That's a really great question. And, there have been a lot of things that they've said to me that are great. Something that has always stuck with me is enjoy love what you do, and you'll never have to take a vacation a day in your life.
Love that.
And just really honing in, being grateful for what we're doing. It's so easy to just oh man, why didn't I get that? I was just doing this job and I really wanted this one. Why didn't? And it's like, hey, we got to be grateful for what we get. There's other people who wish that they got the job that you just got. You got to be so grateful. So just really, every time I have a job, I'm just I am so blessed. I am so grateful right now for this job.
Okay.
And for my parents.
So now those beautiful. I mean, it's you realize by some of those cliches, like "do what you love, the money will follow," or the vacation line that you just said. You realize those cliches are genuinely true.
They're genuinely true, and I saw
Yeah.
it in my parents. My parents loved what they did, and sure, we would go on some family vacations and everything, but it wasn't because, oh my God, I'm burnt out, I need a vacation. I'm so stressed out, oh my God, I need to get away. It was just we just want to spend some time with the family. But I would go with my parents to certain jobs, and I saw them, and they loved what they did. They were having fun. Every single time they worked, they were having fun. And I'm just this is what I want to do. I want to have fun for a living.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Which is what I do, really.
So do you have a warm up as a singer? I do red leather, yellow leather, red, all the cheesy things. And boo, boo, I think. So do you, is there a warm up for, because you also sing, you do so many voices great as well.
When I have to.
Well, you do, when you're doing, oh my gosh, Julie.
Oh, Julie Andrews. Yeah.
Julie Andrews. I mean, so beautiful when you're doing and Snow White. And anyways, so beautiful. But what is the warm up? And then maybe you could show us a warm up. And then maybe knowing that, Marcel, I don't know if you know or not, but the majority of our audience are over the road truck drivers. So is there from a warm up into? Is there a voice for them?
I prepared a little something for you guys that hopefully will work and entertain your audience. But a warm up, I have about a 30-minute warm up that I'll do before I do my auditions in the morning, before I have a job or something. It's around there. Sometimes if I'm speeding through, maybe 15 minutes or so. But yeah, it's trills, it's for speech, and then there's also for voice and things. And then, I'll drink my tea, I'll have my propolis spray, I'll do all the things. But I'm warmed up, so it's I don't need to do. And also, we're not going to do that on air. It's very boring, very, very boring.
Yeah,
and weird sounds.
We'd like you to drink your tea for us on air. That would be great, actually.
I left it upstairs, but I'll pretend. Oh, delicious. Ooh, hot. But I did prepare. If you guys are interested,
yes.
A few impressions of some people, celebrities, if they were a morning radio DJ.
Love it. Love it.
So, and I was going to say, I won't say who the name is so you can guess, but a few of them, I have their name in the thing that I wrote about them, so you'll be able to know. But otherwise, we'll see if you guys can guess, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here's the first one, which does have the name, so. Hi, it's Smooth Jams with Amy Adams on your Monday morning drive. Up next is your favorite, Careless Whisper.
That was Amy Adams.
Yes,
I got it.
Very good. Very good.
Nicely done, Lindsay.
That's so good.
Rise and shine, you early birds. It's a beautiful 34 degrees in Duluth, and we're taking your calls on why you just love life.
Drew Barrymore.
Yes. Very
Nicely done.
good.
Nicely done.
All right.
So
this
good.
one, kind of. All right. Keep it locked, keep loaded, and keep your hands at 10 and 2. This is the Daytime Unwind with your host, Maddie McSee. All right, all right, all right.
The female version of the reconnaissance.
version.
Of the
Yes.
reconnaissance, but darn good.
Yes,
I give it a
Holly
mile.
Hutt.
I love. All right. I'm Jenny Cool, and next up, by way of Long Beach, off of his debut album Doggy Style, it's Snoop Dogg with Murder Was the Case.
Spot on.
Oh my God!
I think that's better than her.
I do too. A little Stifler's,
you.
a little Stifler's mom worked in there. A
Stifler's
little-
Well, we're out of town.
Jennifer Coolidge.
We're out of town at a time, which makes me so sad. But before we lose you, have you ever gotten the chance to do your impersonations for that person, whoever that person may be?
No, but I have had a few of them contact me and say how much they loved it. Jennifer Coolidge started following me, and she wrote me saying how much she loved them, which was like, I died.
Oh, that's
I truly
amazing.
died. Yeah.
That's got to be that, well, I can die now moment, I would think.
Truly. I was like, and bury me alive right now. Yeah.
So we actually got to hear you make a couple of comments about being grateful. By the way, you know what else starts with a G?
Gilda.
Gilda Dent, by the way, Harvey Dent's
Yes.
wife, a.k.a. Two-Face, in the DC high-volume Batman, The Long Halloween. All episodes are out now. Guys, go to Marcella Lentz Pope, LENTZPOPE, as in the Holy Pontiff.com.
Yep.
Check her out. Get up, and get down, because The Long Halloween is out now, guys. That is great over-the-road listening. After you listen to Road Gang Radio, you should just download it, and listen it to everywhere where podcasts are available.
That's true. What a great thing to roll down the road and listen to is equal parts nostalgia and the future.
And
So
terrifying,
cool.
yeah.
And terrifying. Marcella, I want to be your best friend. Thank you for coming on.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lindsay. Of course. Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Marcel.
Thank you. Maybe we can have you back around Halloween for some spookiness.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Have the best day and enjoy those flowers.
Thank you. I will. Thank you, Lindsay, for the flowers.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
You too. Bye, friend.
We're going to be back on the other side of this. The only thing as cool as Marcella Lentz Pope is a pair of Shady Rays. They got a Lost and Broken Protection program. They got your back at shadyrays.com. Great customer service. Lindsay's got some.
Do you like my aviators? I'm wearing them right now.
Outstanding. I can see myself in the reflection in the video.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Hoedown, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself.
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
That's Lindsay Lawler, man. That's got to be the one, the only Lindsay Lawler. Woo!
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Boys, girls, men, women, plant, animal, starseed. Starseed. Throwing starseeds in.
Oh,
Are you a starseed, Jim?
I'm a starseed.
I think Marcella Lynch Pope is a starseed.
I
To
think
be
he's
able
a
to do those
starseed.
voices.
Oh, yeah, man. High octane starseed.
Like David Bowie-ish.
Oh, I like that. I was listening to that song this morning. Isn't that funny?
You listen to David Bowie?
I was listening to David Bowie's Starman this morning.
That's a good way to get you going. Okay, that is not country music though, and it's Nashville, so we're talking country music.
Real country music.
Real country. So I heard this episode with Luke Combs on the Armchair Expert, the Dak Shepard podcast recently. So Luke Combs, he opened up about, have you heard of this, Jim? Pure O, obsessive compulsive disorder.
I have heard about it, and I did not know that he suffered from it. I wasn't.
But you know what Pure O is?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Is that the one with the breath? Is that the breath one?
No.
Oh.
So this is a mental thing, I guess. Per his words, I'll explain it. I don't know much about it except that, so it's a rare condition. He was diagnosed with it when he was 21 years old, and it's not, I guess, recognized by the American Psychiatric Association, but some doctors use the terminology to describe a more specific type of OCD. So I feel like it's like, when I go into the doctor and I tell the doctor what I have, when I go to the doctor and it's it'll come to me in a second when I'm thinking of what's the word when you're adrenal fatigue. Doctors don't recognize that, but I've had a nurse tell me you have adrenal fatigue, but the doctor's going to tell you don't. So just take this instead. Have you ever had that happen?
Yeah, I've actually heard of dopamine depletion. I've heard that too.
But doctors don't recognize that.
Not yet. No.
It's real though. That's what phones are doing to us. Okay. Anyway, so he has Pure O, obsessive compulsive disorder. So he was on with Dak Shepard. He also talked about this on 60 Minutes, which is one of my all-time favorite shows. Tick 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 tick. Makes me think of my mom cooking dinner. Yep. Makes me think of my mom cooking dinner Sunday night. Tick 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 tick. He said that he doesn't have any of the outward compulsions, but instead the behaviors are all mental. And so they only happen inside. You don't see it like where he's not having to do things 10 times with one finger and then 10 times with the other. It's all inside. So it's basically like he's the only one suffering and you don't know it. So you can't kind of help him when he's going into it, which seems debilitating. He said that there's a lot of themes that are very recurrent for people who have this in religion, like as one of them. He said essentially it preys on the antithesis of who you are at your core, and it focuses on questions that are unanswerable. Which is like, do I really love God? Do I really believe in God? And then you spend over 90% of your day thinking about that. And then that can happen for months on end, he said. He said it's like if a bird flies by and you go, oh, there's a bird. And then you're like, well, what was that a bird? Why did that bird fly by? And then the more and more you wonder why the bird flew by, the more it starts flying by. And then your brain's like, I need to send that thought up again because you're worried about it. And you being worried about it must mean something. Really, it doesn't mean anything. And the more and more you think about it, the more and more it starts showing up. Just repeating that gave me anxiety, but those were his words.
Wow. By the way, it is the breath thing. I couldn't figure out how to phrase this. It's the idea that people will start thinking about the fact if I stop breathing, I'm going to die. But why would I stop breathing? I got to think about breathing. Do I have to think about breathing? Why am I not breathing? Am I breathing? Am I breathing? Oh my God. There are a lot of people who actually will tell you that's an anxiety disorder, but I can see how it can be obsessive circular thinking. It's like pure oxygen. It's like pure O. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect
It's
sense.
debilitating. When you hear it though, you're like, I mean, I don't know. For me, if it sounds so much as like an actual condition, I know nothing, so I'm not trying to diagnose it. But a condition, or just us getting in our heads and getting out, because I get in my head on repeat, but we all do about certain things. But now take that when you get in your head about something, and now make that your entire way of life, which is what he's saying. And he is going to therapy for it, by the way. He's been going for years to learn how to cope with it. And he said there's just no good parts of it. Like some of the things we have, you can be like, well, but this is what it's made me learn or whatever. He says there's no good parts about it. At least yet. He's not to that place yet. No good parts of it when you, he said,
There's no good parts of it other than when you don't have it. Sorry. He said, I would say definitely the course of my life has been dictated by it at times. He said, if you have a flare up, it could be that you think about it for 45 seconds of every minute for weeks on end. And the variant that he has is particularly wicked, he says, because, he says there's no outward manifestation, like I said. So for some people like him, you don't even know what's going on. He could be on stage. He could be having it right now. So think about that, Jim. You're on stage performing for 30, 40, 50,000 people, and you're fixated on one thing, but you're supposed to be entertaining. You're also supposed to be remembering the words to 2 hours of music. Like for me, when I'm singing songs, you're not thinking about what the lyric is. It's either in there and just comes out naturally because you're thinking of other things. So, I bring that up because when people sometimes forget the words to Star Spangled Banner, give them a break. It is hard. When you're under pressure and then also have to entertain, remember all those words, it's a very hard thing. So now throw this into the mix, Jim, and imagine being at Madison Square Garden and this flaring up and you seeing something on somebody's hat in front or someone in the crowd and you're like, did I meet that person before? Do I know that person? And you could see how that would just go on and completely be debilitating.
Well, there are a couple of things there that are kind of worth kind of talking about there. The learn it to forget it to know it, which is what you're talking about, the idea that I can't, if you're thinking about what you're saying, unless you're thinking about it in what I call a really active, positive way, where you're really kind of inhabiting the words and your thoughts and your actions are kind of moving at the same time together. That's really cool. But the thing that really makes me crazy here is that everybody has that thought at some point when you're performing on a stage, public speaking, acting, anything, where at some point you do say to yourself, I will be you for a second, Lindsay. I am Lindsay Lawler, and I am singing in front of 500 people right now at this particular event. Oh, no, get focused, get back in it, and you're back, and you're fine because the words are automatically there. What he's talking about, I think, is literally that thought popping up and not getting out of your head. Like, why is that guy wearing a brown hat? Why is that guy wearing a brown hat? And on it goes. That's terrifying because that's something that everybody goes through. And to have it stuck on repeat I don't want to think about this anymore. That's enough.
Yeah. You think you're going crazy. I think I'm going crazy just talking about the story.
Right, exactly.
And now if I think about it too long, I will. Okay, so let's move on then to something. Okay, Jim, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Jim, this is hard-hitting journalism right here.
Lindsay breaks the news.
This is one of the biggest stories of the year.
One of the biggest stories of the year. Lindsay Lawler is breaking it right now, breaking it faster than wind.
Buckle up, Jim, because John Rich says that his ATV has been stolen. And he's willing to offer a special reward to the fan who helps him find it. This is big problems right here.
I don't know how it will go on, Lindsay.
I know, it's tough. He says, I was robbed. The big and rich singer says, I was robbed. He wrote on social media, he shared a photo and some identifying details of the stolen ATV. The audacity. He says, if you find this for sale anywhere online, take a screenshot and post it in the comments here. So really, he's just driving people back to his social media. I bet he had his assistant steal the ATV just to get people heading over to. That's something, Jim, we talk about behind the scenes that I could actually see happening. Yay? Nay?
Yay.
Yeah. He says he'll make it worth his fans' while, so keep an eye out and let me know if you see any leads about where my missing ATV might be. He says if you help me find it, I'll send you an autographed guitar. Okay, great. Thanks for nothing. So, by the way, it's a Polaris Sportsman 850. It's very nice. And he says pay close attention to the tires. They're apparently very special, very unique, he says. Jim, I've seen the pic. I don't know how to say what these are, but basically they have like the tire tread, and then in between the tread and the rim, there's like a bunch of see-through holes on the tire. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I don't know what that would be called. They're see-through holes, which, by the way, I understand a hole is that's what a hole is by definition. Yeah. It's see-through hole, but
well, no, I mean, but you can see all the way through to the other side. There's not a hole that then leads to a flat back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I know what you meant though. That it's like it's like bicycle tires, the same way you can see through a bicycle tire.
Yeah, but there are a whole bunch of like little ones all through it. It is cool looking.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's stolen. If you find it and you want a signed guitar by John Rich, comment on his Instagram. I will comment to not get that signed guitar by John Rich.
You know, sometimes when there is something missing, something stolen, I mean, sometimes some really serious stuff, I've often thought about heading up to those places and like going, I'm going to do a real investigation of this. I'm going to actually use some of the stuff that I learned back in the 90s.
Does this feel like the one?
No. Well, I mean, it does occur to me occasionally where it's kind of like, maybe I'll go up there and solve that thing. And look, I know a lot of people go up there and try to solve that thing, and you have to have access to evidence and crime scenes and all this kind of stuff. And God, hey, John, you asked for help? I'm here. What can I do for you? I mean, that's the thing, too. What a jerk. I mean, what a jerk. It's like, I need help from a fan. What does that even mean? Does it mean
Help me find my expensive ATV and I'll give you my autograph? That's what he just said.
It's like you realize that the rich are different than you and me to a large degree, and I hope one day to be that different. But I don't understand that. It's like, just come out and say, look, I'm going to buy another one. If you help me find the old one, you can have it.
That's what it should be. But here's the thing, Jim. This will sum it all up for you. One time years ago, I was singing down on Broadway. John Rich came in. This is a true story. He comes in.
True story from Lindsay Lawler, #1.
He puts a $100 bill down on the stage. We were in the middle of a song. I don't remember what. He put a $100 bill down on the stage to request his own song. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. So we request his own song, puts a $100 bill down. We start doing that song. He picked up the $100 bill and left before the song was over.
I'm an ass bag, but I've gone too far, and it don't matter anyway.
And it wasn't because our version wasn't good, because it was really good. We had a full, 6-piece band. It was good. It was him, the audacity to request your own song and then take your money back and get out of there so no one can say. He's done a few things like that downtown. I will say, though, his bar, the Redneck Riviera, is a fun one to go to downtown. So I will give him that. And I'm not meaning to slam John Rich, even though I 100% am. But when things actually happen, it's kind of when you see something happen with your own two eyes, am I perpetuating the myth? I'm not. If I saw it happen, right?
No, there's no myth. I mean, a myth is, a legend and growth, and, the story morphs into something else. Dude left $100 on the stage, requested his own song, and then before you finished it, picked up the money and walked out. What about that is myth making? What that is ass bag making.
Ass bag making. Okay, moving on. Who's, excuse me, who's not an ass bag?
Who's that?
Is Kenny Chesney. Whether you like his music or you hate his music, he is one of the best performers. He puts on the best show. He is a kind man. He's good to the people around him. I know all of these things, some of them firsthand. And there's an article recently, Phil Vassar, who sings Just Another Day in Paradise, a great country singer, beautiful singer. He's a longtime friend of Kenny Chesney, and he is talking about openly why Kenny Chesney made it to the Country Music Hall of Fame. I would not disagree with Kenny being in the Hall of Fame by any means, but he said that Kenny's in there because I've always admired his work ethic. One of the main reasons Kenny Chesney belongs in the Hall of Fame is how hard he's worked, how long he has done it, the kind of guy he is. He's the first one and the last one at work. He's also so good to his people. He treats his people, his staff, his crew. I actually know somebody in his crew, and he's told me that Kenny takes his crew and all his crew's family to a island, or his island. I think he owns one at this point, but he takes them there every year around Christmas, around the December break. And it's things like that, yes, put somebody like that in the Hall of Fame. I bring this up because I think that's a good reminder. Good people with talent that are entertaining can go the test of time when you do that. Jim, I saw years ago, my parents had tickets to see Kenny Chesney in Dallas, and this is actually he won Entertainer of the Year the following year. He's won it several times. And so, Jim, they're watching the concert, and it started raining, pouring, lightning, etc. They had to cancel the show and send everybody home, which was a bummer. So he did a makeup show for everybody who had tickets, and I happened to be in town in Dallas when that makeup show came up, and my sister couldn't go, so I took her ticket. So we're sitting at the show, and I thought this is one of the coolest moments, Jim. I may have told you this before, but it's dark. You're waiting for the show to start. The whole set is dark, and all of a sudden you see somebody walk out, just a guy and his guitar, a single spotlight comes down, and fake rain starts falling, and the lights, they make it look like rain right on top of Kenny. Just him, no band. Lights come up, and he goes, "Now where were we?" And he picks up in the middle of the song where they canceled the concert from before. And that was such a cool moment. Of course, the crowd went wild. And then he played for 4 hours. He did his whole set, and then he did all kinds of covers, and then he let each member of the band request a cover. They did one. He let people in the crowd request covers. It was awesome. It's that kind of thing, which is why you will go the test of time, Jim.
Couple of things I think are really groovy about that. We've talked about this in regards to the Baseball Hall of Fame as well. One of the great things that happened when Scott Rowland and Fred McGriff got in, our good friend Sheptakowski made a point of pointing out that if, in fact, we're keeping people out of the Baseball Hall of Fame because they are of low character, that every once in a while, since character seems to matter around here, maybe somebody should get the final push across the finish line, whatever you think of them, because their character and how they serve their fans, and in doing so, become a perfect ambassador for the game and for the music. And with Kenny Chesney, how many people, by the way, who had a first-time experience with Kenny Chesney got that concert experience, those 4 hours, and say, man, if all country music performers are like this, I'm going to keep on hanging around, maybe see what else is going on out there.
There you go.
I mean, that's the thing. Are you, in fact, an ambassador for the art form? And that alone kind of puts him, as far as I'm concerned, in with Flynn. Well said, by the way. Well done, Kenny Chesney.
Kenny Chesney for the win. In addition to Kenny Chesney, June Carter Cash and Nashville producer Tony Brown, who he's been Reba and George Strait and all kinds of people's producer forever. He's an icon around here. So June Carter Cash, Kenny Chesney, and Tony Brown are all inductees for 2025, which is pretty cool. They are enshrined with a medallion ceremony that will happen this October. You can go to the Country Music Hall of Fame here in Nashville if you're ever traveling through, and see a lot of cool exhibits, see all the past and current inductees, and it's a pretty cool thing to do. Speaking of cool things to do, listening to Trucking with Oida is a very cool thing to do. That happens here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday on Radio Nemo. It'll be happening today at 11 o'clock, just in about 13 minutes. What are they going to be talking about today, Jim?
No idea. No, really.
Perfect.
If you've ever thought about customizing your truck, you're likely aware of Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, which means you're also aware of Brian Bossman Martin and the outstanding work that he and his team are doing. Brian joins Scott and Ashley to discuss his career, the upcoming Guilty by Association truck show in Joplin, Missouri, and more. It's the long form. They're going to be digging in with Brian Bossman Martin on Trucking with Oida at 11 in the center, 12 in the east, here on RadioNemo.com and everywhere that you get your podcast afterwards. Lindsay, go on.
Well, thank you. All right, this story, Jim, is for our fearless sales leader, Donna. If Donna, you're listening, I know you are. This story is for you. She talked about this show when we were in when we were in Austin recently, and I have yet to watch it, but she kind of made me want to. She said, so first of all, a casting company is officially on the hunt, pun intended, for the Real Hunting Wives of the South. Now, do you know about this show, Hunting Wives?
No, but I'm immediately there with you. I am so excited to be a part of this discussion. I actually looked this up. Go on.
Well, apparently the show Hunting Wives, Donna said it's like literally like softcore porn. She's like, I don't understand how they're putting it out on Netflix. It's a scripted show called Hunting Wives. She's like, I'm sort of embarrassed even to watch it, but it's one of those like soap opera kind of things where you sort of get hooked in, I guess. If anyone has seen it, please comment over there on the YouTube or give us a call if you've seen the show, the Hunting Wives, because it's not reality, it's scripted. But now, Real Hunting Wives of the South. So there's a production company announced they're teaming with a major streaming service, I think it's Netflix, but I don't know, to find a close-knit, and I quote, a close-knit circle of Southern friends navigating faith, friendship, and life's untold chapters. Okay, that doesn't sound like
what Donna was talking about.
What Donna was talking about at all, but we'll see. So basically, translation, if you and your besties love porch hangs and Sunday service and all the drama, then you might be perfect for this. So it's like every other reality show, I guess. I don't know. Reality TV hopefuls, they're instructed to send their friends group story. Only the bold need apply, guys. Bonus points if your social calendar includes PTA meetings and skeet shooting, it says. So #balance. They want to see the mom that's there at, head of the PTA, and she's hunting out on the side, I guess. I don't know. So the show Netflix's show, The Hunting Wives, it's held the streamer's #1 spot in the U.S. since its debut last month. It's got like a soapy scandal-laced storyline. It's based on May Cobb's best-selling novel. The series stars Brittany Snow as Sophie, who's a Boston transplant who moves to Texas and gets swept into the glamorous gun-loving circle led by Margot Ackerman. I feel like I have to watch this now. So after season 1 cliffhanger, no spoilers here, but fans are already calling for more. The novel is a standalone, but the series finale ventures way outside of the book, and the cast is eager for another round, apparently. Brittany Snow added that Cobb gave her blessing for the show's creative detours. She said, we really got her blessing to take these characters that she wrote in the book and make them sort of amalgamation of all these different things we found along the way in shooting. So whether the next chapter comes from Netflix or this reality TV twist, that's to be seen. We will see. But hunting season in the South has never looked so glamorous, Jim. Are you going to send you and your besties video and try to be on this show?
No.
Hard stop.
Hard stop. Unless, of course, you want to do it with me.
Yeah, I think that'd be, sure, I will. But we're one of us, you're going to have to move to Nashville to do that, though, I think.
How about I just come up on the weekends?
Okay, fine. That'll
All
work.
right. Go on.
Go on. I'm only bringing this story up, actually. It does have a country.
Because it's Lord and you love it and you wanted to talk about this stuff.
That.
Okay.
And also because I love when we talked about Liam Neeson and Pam Anderson, their little love affair. I think people in love we can talk about, even if you don't agree with it, even if you don't think it'll work, who cares? People being happy is a good thing. And Elizabeth Hurley has been dating for a while now, the achy breaky heart Billy Ray Cyrus hunk. I don't know. He looks like a vampire now. I'm confused what's going on. But he's teaching her how to play. They're happy, they're in love, and he's teaching her how to play guitar, Jim. This is also breaking news.
I'd like him to teach her to clap her hands. I mean, if she's happy and she knows that she should clap her hands first.
Well, she is 60 years old. Actually, the real reason I want to talk about this story is that she's 60 and banging and hot and awesome and killing it, but learning a new skill, like sitting down every day at 60 years old, learning to play guitar and actually getting good at it. Granted, she's being taught by a country music star, but I don't think that he's like one of the best guitar players, so it doesn't matter. It just shows you anyone can learn a new skill, and you can get with somebody, find somebody around you who knows how to do it, and they can teach you. So they had this photo shoot on Instagram, of course, on Friday. It showed her sitting it showed her very cliche, sitting on a tree swing in a billowy white dress, holding her acoustic guitar, like somebody who just moved to Nashville, making their new record cover. I did it before. It happens. She said, my patient boyfriend is attempting to teach me guitar. And yes, he's going to replace that missing string. So that's the other thing about the photo, Jim. She's in the picture, billowy dress, tree swing guitar, and there's a missing string on it. And I don't know if they would have commented on till somebody said that. But it's the same thing. I posted a picture before with the semi, and truckers, if it's not an actual semi or you try to Photoshop in, if there's anything wrong with the truck, they see that stuff. Musicians see when there's a string missing from your guitar.
They do.
We notice that.
We do. I notice that. Everybody notices that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what people notice. Okay. Is she learning?
She's learning. And Billy Ray says, my girl's getting good on that guitar. He said, and she said, I'm definitely doing my June. We be going to Jackson this fall. I'm hotter than a pepper sprout. I don't know.
I think the world has come undone, but God bless love. Let love rule. Love trumps all. That's what I got to say. Love trumps all.
I agree. Let love live. Let them live. They say they're very happy. They both love country music. They both love the country, and they both love their kids, and we're happy together. So I say find somebody with common interests and common values, and let everybody else go you know what.
By the way, he's going to get a phone call tonight, and the voice is going to go, I have a particular set of skills. If you don't stop stealing our thunder, me and my lady, I'm going to find you, and I will kill you.
I will break your achy, breaky heart, perhaps. Finally, on this day in country music history, Jim, this one's a little obscure, so I'm going to reference it. In 1940, today born was an English singer-songwriter and record producer named Roger Cook. He's written a ton of hit records for other recording artists, as it goes. And in 1907, he became the first British songwriter to enter the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame. He wrote Talking in Your Sleep for Crystal Gale. You've been talking. You get it. That came out in 1978. And Love is on a Roll for Don Williams. The reason I thought that one was interesting, Jim, is just the idea of, it kind of goes back to you can't be president if you weren't born in the U.S. Can you be in the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame if you were born in Britain? Apparently you can.
You bet your ass. as Robert Evans would say, you bet your ass.
As long as you keep it country, and he did. He wrote "Talking in Your Sleep" for Crystal Gale. He's keeping it country.
He's really well. I got to tell you, I've told you, man. It's like I was talking to my good friend May over in London the other day. Lindsay, we got friends over there, dude. You should just go over there and just go become a country and western star over there, and then bring the whole thing back over here, dude. They love that stuff over there.
They do. They love what they. Yeah, it's because it's. Well, I think it goes back to it's so. Real country is so cliche, and I mean that in the best of ways. It's so authentic. It's so identifiable when it's actually real country. And that's what Nashville is starting to lack. But I think that's why people in other countries love it, because it's like
Dublin.
It's so different. Yeah, it's so different. But it's rooted in Dublin for sure, because they're so rooted in string music. But anyway, that's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is Trucking with Oida. Don't miss it. It'll be on here in 5 minutes. And tomorrow, Jim, we've got a great show. Kicks off with you making a living on the road. What are you guys talking about tomorrow?
Well, I mean, as always, it's Wednesday, the 20th, so we got a couple of things to dig into. Our friends from NACV are going to be here. Mike Wraith is going to be joining us. Mike Roth will be joining us. And then, of course, the Braz returns for show 1002 for Tech Talk with TMZ. Education Station is going to be heading our way, and we're going to be talking with Douglas Parks Pritchard. This is really kind of cool, by the way. I can't get the thing out the way. He's the lead truck driving instructor, School of Applied Technologies, the Waukesha County Technical College, and he's a board member with our friends at the NAPFTDS. He'll be joining us, and can't wait to get into that conversation. Then we get to the part where you show up, Lindsay, and we actually get to have a life. A friend of the show is going to be with us, correct?
Yes, a friend of yours, a friend of the show. We've had her on several times. Lisa Morton is joining us. She's spooky. She's somebody we want to get over to the Degas house at some point to do a seance over there. Talking about scary and daring, terrifying takes on 15 classic tales, a Horror Writers Association anthology, which just came out last week, and it has Lisa's latest story on it. She's a screenwriter, she's an author, et cetera, and she knows all things spooky. I assume we're going to have her back in October as well, Jim.
Oh, yeah, and I'm going to see, by the way, in the long run, if there's ever any time to get her down here, because while she doesn't say it works or it doesn't, she can conduct a seance with all the bells and whistles.
We can at least try.
We can
at least try. And then right after that, John Michael Ferrari. He's a 77-year-old veteran crooner in the running to make Grammy history. Hopefully we can do our part to get him there. That's what's happening tomorrow. It's going to be a great show. After that, We Should Write. We'll be live at noon. Don't miss it. Sunny Sweeney, one of my favorite country artists, will be joining us then. Trucking with Oida coming up next. Everybody get home safe and do it while you're listening to Road Game Radio. Ain't that right, Jim?
And it's absolutely right. And by the way, listen up to Trucking with Oida, because they're going to be talking Chrome Shop Mafia, 4-State Trucks, and Brian Bossman Martin is all part of the conversation. Hey guys, head over to RadioNemo.com. If you have not yet subscribed on YouTube, do that now. We actually have a copy up of Dave's comments about what happened at Sirius, and hopefully we'll never have to talk about that ever again. I thought that was kind of cool yesterday, Lindsay. He just kind of put a nice little button on the whole thing. So,
classy. Keeping it classy.
All right. We'll be back tomorrow and the day after that, and rumble, bumble, and stumble our way into Friday.
That's what we do around here.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like, I didn't care what I did as long as it was around trucks.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
And we just heard from Brian Martin, the boss man. He's
the boss man,
better known as. We're going to have him on in a few minutes.
4 State Trucks, Chrome Shop Mafia.
I would think he'd be a hard person not to know in the trucking world.
Trick My Truck, Guilty by Association Truck Show, which is coming up. In just a matter of weeks here, I guess, right?
End of September.
It's September 25th for 3 days. So we're going to talk to him about a lot of things. We'll get him on the horn here in just a moment. I want to find out, you mentioned the boss man. I want to find out.
Where did that come from?
Where did that come from? I mean, he is the boss man, so it makes sense.
But where did it come from?
Where did it come from?
And how did it stick? Sometimes nicknames come up and then they don't. This one, I think, has been around for a while.
And some nicknames stick that you don't want to stick.
Yeah.
We'll
find out if this is one of those.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that he likes it because, I think
he's embraced it.
He's embraced it, yeah. So we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about GBATs and his background and everything. Always a good person to talk to. Always entertaining.
He's an interesting guy.
Busy week for us, Ashley. It's back to school week.
Back to school week.
You've got a few young ones, two school age.
I've got a second grader. You guys over here in the States say second grade. I'm used to saying grade 2.
Grade 2.
So I'm getting out of that.
That's how they do it in Canada.
That's how we do it in Canada.
Grade 2. What do you do when you're in high school? Is it still like grade 10, grade 11?
Grade 10, grade 11.
So you don't do freshman,
sophomore?
No,
when I came over here, I was like, I didn't know what a sophomore was, a junior, I had no idea. I still probably couldn't quickly tell you, but if I thought about it. I mean, I know what a senior is and a freshman, and then it goes
sophomores next,
okay,
and junior, senior.
Yeah. No,
you're gonna have to figure that. You got a little bit of time.
I got some time.
Since you have a What do you say? A grade 2er? Is that what do you say? You don't say second grader. Then you say a grade 2.
She's going in grade 2.
Going in grade 2.
I don't
it's
think
not
it's
a noun.
Grade 2er, but
okay.
Maybe you'd say second grader, but no, I would say like she's going in grade 2.
She's going into grade 2.
And then I have a kindergartner. That's the same.
So the kindergarten is the same.
Kindergarten is the same.
So you have a kindergartner. Yeah, a lot of emotion. That's an emotional experience. I've done it twice. No tears shed in either of my experiences with both my kids. They're older now.
Did you shed tears though?
Internally, yes. Externally, no. Thankfully, both of my kids settled in pretty easily.
Well, that's good.
You see the parents. Those are the parents I worry about, and the kids that I worry about. Is you go in there and you can sense some kid they're not digging the situation, and then the tears start, and then then the parents start to get kind of I mean?
Yeah, just a mess.
Yeah, I
feel for the teachers.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. They're great. They know exactly what they're doing. So,
for sure.
Well, no tears maybe this week. Only happy tears. Hopefully,
yes, happy tears.
Brian Martin, I'm not sure he's caused anybody any sad
tears.
I was trying to make
not.
a clever transition there. Anyway, we talked about him here just a moment ago. Brian, the boss man, Martin, 4 State Trucks, Chrome Shop Mafia. GBATs is coming up very soon here. So we've got a lot to talk about. Let's go ahead and get Brian Martin on the phone right now and see what's going on. Brian, what are you up to today?
Oh, hey, we're just, trying to push these old truck parts out in a rough economy. Other than that, we're pretty much working on our truck show quite a good portion of every day. Like it's 5 weeks out, but there is so much to do.
What does that look like? Because I don't think there aren't too many people out there, who have put on a truck show before. What does that look like?
Oh, there are 300 details that nobody thinks about that all has to be done to make a good participant or attendee experience. And there's just a lot to it. Now, none of it's rocket science, but there's just a lot to it. So we try awful hard to make every upcoming show better than the previous one, and that's kind of a feat.
How many years have you been doing this?
This will be our 13th or 14th
13th or 14th
show.
When you think back to that first show compared of what you knew then to what you know now, what's that look like?
Oh, the biggest thing between then and now is just the amazing desire that truckers have to come to Joplin in September. Like, we went from 30 trucks to almost 800. And I would have never thought 13 shows ago or 10 shows ago or 9 shows ago that we would have that kind of enthusiasm in coming to hang out at our place for a couple of days. But really just the way the drivers have gravitated to it, almost organically, is just very mind-blowing and rewarding.
Yeah, we talk about this from time to time, Ashley and I do, about truck shows. And, I think the cool thing about them is that each one is a little bit different. Obviously, they've got similar components and whatnot. Yours, I think,
it's more unique.
Stands out. Yeah, it really stands out from the rest because it's kind of like, I think I've heard it described as kind of like a block party, for the trucking community. Do you remember like going back, 10 or 12 or 14 shows ago, whatever the number was there? What was the origin? What's the origin story of the show? Like, what were those first conversations like when you were talking with whoever you were talking with about starting this thing? What was the idea?
Funny story is we didn't have an annual show, and really we were so busy doing things we do, we hadn't really devoted any thought to it. Well, that particular year, I can't even remember what year it was, but let's just say it was 2010. I don't know, 2008, 9, or 10. And we were doing a bunch of work for Castrol Motor Oil. Well, of course, Castrol sponsors John Force and all the top fuel funny car racing teams. And they called and said, hey, on this certain Thursday, and I think it was October back then, we're going to be coming right through Joplin, and we would set up all day at your store if you wanted to have a few customers come in and kind of do a customer appreciation day. So we sent out, I think, 33 invites to some, some guys that we had built their trucks and, that could make it. And every one of them showed up. Well, John Force rolled in with like 9 tractor trailers, unloaded race cars, unloaded a merch tent or a merch booth. And, man, we just had the biggest day, even though it was weird. It was on a Thursday, because they race on weekends.
Yeah.
And we had the bug after that. We're like, oh, my gosh, we're doing this next year. And then that's how GBATS was formed. And we started out as a customer appreciation day on a Thursday. Then I think the second one might have been a customer appreciation Saturday. I can't remember if it was a Friday and Saturday or just a Saturday.
Yeah.
And then that constant, contest with yourself. Like, I want the next GBATS to be bigger, badder, more fun, and have more trucks than the last one. And that's been the fuel that keeps driving us year after year. But that's how it started.
Where the name come from? The Guilty by Association Truck Show. Was that the name of it from the very beginning?
It was after that Castrol John Force open house. But with us, obviously being 4-state trucks, that's kind of the business side, the revenue side of our business. And then the Chrome Shop Mafia, that's sort of our community. I mean, that's a little bit our shop. That's many, many customers that we have worked extensively, or in some cases even built their trucks over the last 15 years. And, we got, T-shirts and hats and license plates. So the Chrome Shop Mafia was kind of like our fun community side. And we always tried to put kind of a fun mafia twist on certain things that are outside the scope of just selling parts. Well, it's a customer appreciation weekend, so we put that, hey, if you're here, dude, you're guilty by association. You're part of the Chrome Shop Mafia. And that's kind of the underlying theme of how it came about with the name. And then if you remember, you got Mats. We used to have GATS with Dallas, and then we had the GBATS, which was also kind of a fun driver on the side. So we had the acronym so we could fit in with all the big time shows.
That worked out well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Looking at, Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, take me back to the very beginning. When did that start and how did it start?
Well, Chrome Shop Mafia was probably 2004, 5. We were getting pretty well known at that time for having a custom shop that could do things from really, really wild to mild and everything in between. And we had got in a habit of every winter we would build what we thought was a top-end show truck, and then we'd launch it down at Louisville at Kentucky, and we'd show it all through the spring, summer, and fall, and we would sell it. We'd take that money and do the same thing the following winter. So we were building a high-end show truck every year and debuting it on the show circuit, as well as our shop at that time was building a lot of trucks for people from all over the country. And we were just doing it all as 4-State Trucks. And we thought, well, car clubs have names and motorcycle clubs have names. We need to think of a name for our truck shop, our truck gang. And actually, a customer was in our paint booth. We were working all weekend to get one painted, and he was just kind of hanging out with us. And he said, "Man, you ought to call it the Chrome Shop Mafia." And there was 3 or 4 of us there, masking this truck off, and we all looked at each other and like, dude,
that
rocks.
Yeah.
So we did Chrome Shop Mafia, and then Monday I got a hold of our marketing company, which was in Joplin at that time, and I said, we need a logo. And in just no time, like 24 hours, they had the Tommy Gun logo and said, what do you think about this? And we're like, done. Let's rock and roll. And that's how the name, the logo all came about, and then we've obviously used it since that time. And a lot of people think that Chrome Shop Mafia was a result of the Trick My Truck TV show. Chrome Shop Mafia was a few years, 2 or 3 years before Trick My Truck, and then they promoted it during the filming of Trick My Truck. They promoted the Chrome Shop Mafia, which was a great thing. I mean, it was excellent marketing that we could have never afforded as 4-State Trucks. So it really worked out well.
You brought up obviously Mafia is part of the name. Are you like a fan of like the Mafia, the mob movies? Like where does that kind of, personality or that identity kind of come from?
Oh, I think everybody, some of them are pretty rough, but that was kind of the whole gangster, Al Capone, Scarface. I mean, that's kind of the appeal of it. And we just thought it was cool. I love any shoot 'em up action adventure as much as the next guy and a lot of gals, but we really just picked that. Not that we were like mega passionate, but it just seemed to fit. Everything seemed to fit. We did a series of trucks back in like 2007, and we called them the Pit Boss, the Hitman, so it just seemed like the Mafia motif really, really was fun, and we embraced it and got a lot of mileage out of it and still do today.
Ashley was asking you kind of about, the origin story of 4-State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. We have to go back, I guess, a little bit further, right? Because this is kind of a family business for you, right? I think is it your father and your great uncle are kind of the ones that started this, right?
It all started back in '79, just as it's a funny story. It actually started as we were an international dealer, which is now Navistar. And they did that, I think, through '84. The economy was horrible. I mean, it's kind of before our time. I mean, I vaguely remember it. I was a teenager. But, I mean, it was bad. It was way worse than 08, 09, 2008, 2009. And they said, hey, we're just, nobody's going to buy a new International at 14 and 15% interest. So they gave the franchise back, and they just started selling used trucks and doing truck repair, like mechanical truck repair. And so I go to diesel school in 85, 86. I come back, go to work for my uncle at 4-State Trucks. And we're doing just, brakes and air conditioning work and wheel seals and clutches and stuff like that. And we go a few years. My uncle's in his 70s. He's my great uncle. And he retires. And here I am at 20-something. And I'm kind of like the junior manager of this. At that time, it was probably 8 or 9 employees. We had a parts man, we had a delivery guy, a secretary, and 3 or 4 mechanics. And I was the truck salesman back then. And we kind of ran with that. We added the salvage. We started buying and selling salvage trucks and salvage parts. Did that for a lot of years. And then in about 93, we really embraced chrome and accessories because there was really, chrome shops weren't as popular and frequent back then. So we started carrying some bumpers, some sun visors, a few cabin sleeper panels, and some lights. And, man, it just exploded. So we really built a name for ourselves all through the 90s as being the go-to for chrome and accessories and installation. Then we added the customizing and painting aspect to it. And a lot of years go by. We do the Trick My Truck thing. And at that time, my brother and I decided, hey, we really got to get focused. Like, we're trying to do everything. So with much discussion and a lot of heartfelt pondering, we decided to close down the salvage yard, and we would just sell new parts and accessories. We would install new parts, and that's kind of what we would do. And we focused on a website and a call center and things like that, and kind of turned the corner into maybe modernizing our business to meet the shopping habits and needs of trucking, all through the late 90s and 2000s. And today, we got our store, our website, call center, installation, and it's a big undertaking. Now, I tell people I don't run 4-state trucks; it runs me because there's 150, 160 people. We're running trucks and routes, delivering parts all over the Midwest, and we've got other stores in other towns, and it's really fun to see how it's grown over the years and to see all that it is today compared to like 1993 when we went to GATS for the first time, and got into the whole customizing scene.
Well, that's the thing, too, that I find interesting, and you can speak to this much better than I can, but it does feel like the 90s were kind of a turning point when we're talking about, customization. Obviously, I know people were doing stuff with their trucks before that, but, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it does seem like the 90s is when we started seeing kind of a shift, right, for a lot of folks out there who were thinking, this is my second home, essentially. I can do some really cool stuff with it. And they started exploring that. Was that kind of the turning point? And if so, you kind of hit it at the right time, right?
Man, truer words have never been spoken. All through the 80s and 90s, really, if you had an 18-inch bumper, a stainless drop visor, a set of 6-inch stacks, and you had lights under your cabin sleeper, you were way custom, dude. Like, you were standing out in the crowd. Well, then people got on the bandwagon and they started getting creative and designing new parts and new accessories and wild paint jobs. And it evolved there for 20 years to where if you had a truck in 2000, let's say, and you went to Louisville and you won first, second, or third place in your class, today, if you took that same truck there, people would walk right past it and say, "Where's the truck show? Where's the show trucks?"
Yeah.
Like it has been elevated, and the creativity and the technology and the skill and the precision and custom show trucks and even everyday work trucks that are nice, just work class show trucks, which is really the bulk of our audience.
Yeah.
The bar has just gotten so high that it's really fun to see what is the norm now would have been show winning in the 2000s. What is just a truck that wheels into our parking lot 10 times a day. That was a show winner in 98 or 2000 or 2003. And it has come a long ways to where it's a bona fide industry now.
Yeah.
Nice working show trucks and even, somewhat professional show trucks. I mean, there's a whole segment of the industry that is what they do.
What do you attribute that to? Is it just kind of it started catching on with the culture? I mean, what kind of drove that, I guess, is the question. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Maybe, maybe I think you were probably a part of that, right?
Well, there was a bunch of us out there that were doing stuff that hadn't been seen before. We did the Outlaw truck, which was really like the absence of chrome. And, we had real bullet holes and black stacks. Like, that was wild. People didn't know how to take it. And a lot of people at that time did not like it. But there was enough people that just thought, man, I can't believe they did that. That is so cool that spread. And there was people all over the country. It certainly wasn't Four State Trucks or the Chrome Shop Mafia, leading the pack on our own. There was 15 guys from coast to coast, top to bottom, doing innovative, cool stuff. That's when lowering trucks, more paint, less chrome, long and low was the motif. And there was just a lot of trends that evolved over that 15, 20-year time span. LED technology, affordability. And then there's a passion, I think, in trucking that doesn't exist in other industries. So the snowball started rolling and built momentum a lot faster in trucking, I think, just because of the brotherhood, the passion, the desire to have your equipment stand out in the crowd against your competitor. If you're a trucking fleet or a truck owner, you want your rig to stand out next to everybody else's. And it pushed the envelope a lot harder, a lot faster, and to a higher level than if we were in the, I don't even know, the Jeep industry or the boat industry. It's just, there's so much passion, and you guys see it. Trucking's generational. Not a lot of people say, hey, well, my dad was a carpenter and my grandpa was a plumber and I'm a trucker. It's usually my grandpa was a trucker, my dad was a trucker, and I'm an owner-operator. I mean, you see a tremendous amount of generational families that are involved in trucking in some way. Maybe they're not owner-operators, but, hey, my dad was a mechanic, my grandpa was a company driver, and now I'm an owner-operator. There's a lot of carryover generation to generation in trucking, and that adds to how passionate everybody is. It's like what we do.
Yeah.
My dad did it.
Yeah.
My family has a deep roots in trucking, and that's what I do.
No doubt. Yeah.
We're talking to Brian Martin from Four State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, in talking about customization, I mean, you have seen thousands of trucks over the years. Is there one that stands out as being like a favorite?
It's like picking your own child,
I know, it's like
maybe.
picking your favorite child.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, there is so many. It seems like about every other year when you go to Louisville, that's like the first big fling of the year, every spring in March at Louisville. And about every other year you go down there, and I can say this for the last 28 years, about every other year you go down there and see something that just blows your mind. And like even us and even other customizers, you go down there and see something like, man, what a brilliant idea. Like, I can't believe we didn't think about that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, there's just tons of them over the career thus far. But for us, I'll kind of limit it to our little house here. The Outlaw truck that we did back in 2005 or 6, when chrome, stainless, lots of lights was what it took to win. And then we did a primered gray, black stacks. All of our chrome or aluminum was like brushed. Like we actually brushed it with steel wool to like knock the shine off of it. The absence of lights. I mean, we had minimal lights, just enough to be legal. And then we shot bullet holes in it. We had a minimalistic interior. It was like black. It was cloth, but it was black and tweed. So it was not luxurious, which was certainly the trend back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was more bare bones, kind of like, I don't know, kind of like a Street Fighter, whiskey runner, moonshine runner motif. That was a game changer for us. It made every magazine, got primetime parking, not at our request, but at the show coordinator's request about everywhere we went that year. And me and CB Grimes, we pretty much toured with it. He worked at Chrome Shop Mafia, Four State Trucks for a lot of years until he moved on to a whole new career. But him and I toured with that truck, and it was just an absolute game changer. And I don't know, I kind of lean towards the absence of chrome and accessories. The next one we did that was really memorable is I bought a 359, and I kind of went with a rat rod motif, which the rat rod craze was just taking the car shows by storm. But at that time, and I can't remember what year it was probably 2010 maybe. You didn't see a lot of them in the truck show segment. And we did kind of a Sanford and Son, multicolored, like built out of a swap meet junkyard, stencil hand-painted name on the door, the rat rod, which I still have to this day, a 359 Peterbilt. It was another one that I enjoyed taking to shows because it was so different. Yeah. Like you'd get people that didn't get it. They'd come up to me and like, what are you doing? Is this like a before, and then next year you're going to have the after? Like this is a starter, and then you're going to customize it, for next year. And I was like, no, it's done. And they'd kind of look at it, and they'd either scratch their head and walk off like you're an idiot, or they'd scratch their head and then their chin and say, I get it, man, that's cool. But the rat rod 359 of ours was another really, really fun one.
That's what makes it so cool, though. You talk about the reactions because, I imagine a lot of the trucks that you do, you're getting positive reactions. But if you look at it, it's almost like a piece of art, right? Yeah. It's subjective in a lot of ways, right? Because there are some things you're going to do that people are going to be like, I love that, where there might be other people who are like, not really my thing. I get it, but, keep doing what you're doing, right? That's got to be, that's kind of, I guess, got to be part of the equation when you're doing stuff, right?
100%. And there is a big challenge among all builders and all truck owners. You want to try to do something fresh that's never been done before, and keep it cool. And not all, hey, we've done a lot of things that we thought, man, this is going to be the next big deal. And they bombed.
Yeah.
They bombed, but, hopefully if you do that 10 times, 6 or 7 of them will stick. And I think that's probably holds true for about any truck builder, whether they're large or small. As you push yourself to do something fresh, and a lot of the industry works on Peterbilts, and a lot of the industry works on 389s and 379s and Kenworth W900s, and these trucks that have been customized, to your point earlier, thousands of times by thousands of people. It's hard to come up with a fresh look or a fresh trend or a fresh component or accessory. But I think most of us are largely driven by that. Some of them hit, some of them don't. Some of them I'm really passionate about. I really think they're awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm in a small circle of friends on some of those parts.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
And welcome back to Trucking with OYDA. We are still talking with Brian, the boss man Martin of 4 State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, I want to follow up on something you were talking about there with that outlaw truck. You talked about putting bullet holes in it. I'm sure you remember what that was like and kind of what led up to it. I guess it's like kind of like talking about your favorite kids. I can't imagine putting bullet holes in that was necessarily an easy kind of feeling. Do you remember thinking, about that situation and maybe we shouldn't do this? What was that whole process like?
I'll never forget about that because when you think about it, you can't shoot the truck fully assembled. You're going to tear up way more
Okay.
than you're going to add this little tiny cool factor, that's about 3/4 of an inch around. So we took off the hood scan, the door scan, the sleeper scan, the fuel tank, and I took them actually home to our farm, and I set them up against a bluff. And I remember, the gun that was handy was one of those Chinese 7.62 Army rifles that, in the 90s, every gun store was selling them for like $179. Everybody I knew had 3 of them. So all of those holes were shot by me on our farm with a Chinese 7.62 rifle. I brought them back in. We riveted them on the hood, changed the door scan, put them on the sleeper, and then on the fuel tank, we actually cut the end out of the fuel tank. And we went in there and we put like a pocket on the hole on the outside, the exposed side of the fuel tank so it wouldn't leak fuel. And then we put a patch where it went all the way through the backside. And then we welded the end back in the tank so that the holes were real on all of these. You could stick your finger in them. They definitely were not a sticker. But actually I could pull the fuel cap and it's full of fuel. Mm-hmm. And then they'd stick their finger in the bullet hole in the fuel tank and no way. But there was a lot of thought. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't just pull your Peterbilt out here, next to a junkyard and just shoot holes through it. Yeah. It's gonna tear up a mountain of stuff. Yeah. Do not try this.
Please don't do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So anyhow.
You mentioned a couple times the Trick My Truck show. Can you tell me about that and how that all came about?
Yeah, we were showing trucks, like I said. We'd build one in the winter. We'd take it across the country to maybe about 10 shows, 7, 8 shows some years, and we'd show it off. And I was at a show in Reno, Nevada, at the Petro, and they held it in conjunction with the big car show in Reno. And we were out at the truck stop, which is where the truck show was held, and I was visiting with my friend Rod Pickett. He came from Washington State. He had his show truck there. We had ours. And we were at this show, and the rumor goes that the Trick My Truck producers were looking for someone to do Trick My Truck. It was just a concept at that time. They'd never filmed it. And they'd went up and down the California coast looking at largely dealerships and this ain't what we're looking for. And they saw an ad in a magazine, probably 10-4, and they said, hey, there's a truck show in Reno. Let's drive over there, and we'll ask some guys, to recommend some custom truck builders. So they came to the show, and about the third person they went to, they said, hey, if you wanted to get a custom truck built, where would you take it? And that driver said, hey, you ought to go talk to those 2 guys right there. And it was me and Rod Pickett standing in front of his truck, or maybe it was a customer's truck. I'm not even sure. And these guys from Country Music Television walk up, and they said, hey, we're from television, and we want to do a show about custom trucks. Would you guys be interested? And we roll our eyes and yeah, sure,
right,
whatever, move along. They said, no, listen, we're serious. Come inside the iron skillet, come inside the Petro here in an hour, and we want to give you our sales pitch. So we did that, and we listened to them, and we said, well, yeah, it seems like you're legit. Let's give it a try. So we left that show, and in 48 hours, they almost beat me back to Joplin. They were here and did a little B-roll, they filmed myself, our building, some of our crew, That's where they found Scrapyard. They found Scrapyard during that film. They flew directly to Marysville, Washington, and they filmed Rod and Kevin Pickett and some B-roll. And then they showed that to the higher-ups at CMT. Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks go by. We don't hear anything. And so we figured, well, that was a pipe dream. And then they call and like, hey, CMT likes it. They want to do a pilot episode. So we do a pilot episode, and they edit that, and they send it to CMT. Same way. Like 3 or 4 months goes by. We don't hear anything, and we think, well, they didn't like it.
Yeah.
Then you get that phone call like, hey, they love it. They want to do 7 more episodes. And that's literally how it started. We were not looking for them. They had never heard about us, but we were at a show where they spontaneously came to find a custom truck builder, and it just kind of started organically in that way. And then we did 4 seasons, 41 episodes before we opted to quit at the end of season 4. And then I think they did a season 5 and a season 6 with some other builders.
That had to be huge for your business.
It was great because at that time, nobody in trucking, and maybe still to this day, is advertising on mainstream national TV. Right. I mean, our industry just doesn't do that level of advertising. Well, we were a Friday night, 8 p.m. primetime television show for a lot of seasons, and it was great for all the staff that was featured on the show. And it was really great for Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks because we put our brand out there, religiously. I mean, that was a requirement. If Brian Martin's going to be involved, I want to grow our business. That's why I'm working. And they did that, and it worked out great. The other thing it did, which is far more impactful, it brought Class 8 big rig trucks back to prime time. And you got men, women, boys, and girls all gathered around the TV watching this show about trucks and trucking. And it kind of put us back in the spotlight again because you got to go back to B.J. McKay.
Yeah.
70s. BJ and the Bear.
Yeah.
And then, there's this long 10, 12-year dry spell. And then here comes Trick My Truck, which was awesome. And then here comes, I think there was American Trucker, Ice Road Truckers, Wrecked. It kind of started that whole hunger by the American TV viewer of all walks of life. They're kind of interested in big rigs again because we were out. Like we actually had a negative connotation probably by most of the country. And this,
really?
Why is that? Trucking. I don't know. It just seemed like truckers and trucking and truck stops were not. I don't know. We just weren't favored by mainstream America.
Yeah.
But once they see the hardships of the road and spending weeks away from family and breakdowns and the cost of equipment and hauling freight and loading and unloading, it kind of brought an awareness back to most of America. Like, man, this is a tough job. These guys sacrifice. Like, it's not just all glimmer and glam in a nice show truck. Like, they don't see their family for 7-8 days at a time. They get hung out at a load, and it wasn't there when they got there. They go to the shop broke down, and it cost them $7,000 or $8,000 to get out of the shop. That wasn't expected. It just kind of made them aware and intrigued on what a trucker goes through. And I think that, to me, that was one of the cool things. It put trucking back in prime time and kind of re-whet everybody's appetite. Like, I want to watch a trucking show, and learn more about it. So that was really cool, too.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And we're still speaking with Brian Bossman Martin of Four State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, I mentioned just there your nickname. How did it come about? I think I have an idea of how it came about, but how did you become the boss man?
Now, this is funny. Now, I have to give this to Trick My Truck. So everybody just called me Brian, pre-Trick My Truck. And when they did the pilot episode, they said Brian Martin as the Don, D-O-N, like
Mafia.
Godfather 1,
yeah.
Godfather 1.
Right.
And I was like, man, like that's obscure, like that's finite, man. And so I just said you got to do something different.
Yeah.
And they came up with the Boss Man, and it completely stuck. Like half of my family calls me Boss Man now.
Yeah.
Like my nieces and nephews and some of my kinfolk call me that. Almost every customer, and I don't know. I answer to it now without even thinking about it. But that actually was an attribute of Trick My Truck. So there you go.
Do you
That's
like
how
it?
That happened.
Do you like the nickname? You like it better than the Dawn?
I don't even think about
I guess.
it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, way better than the Dawn. But it just sticks, and I guess it's fitting. It works for me, and I've got no qualms with it. I'll say that.
You we'll continue to call you the Boss Man then.
Okay.
Yeah, that works, right? You were talking a while ago, just a little bit ago, about trucking being a generational thing. And obviously you grew up in a family that had the background there. Do you remember growing up, was it something that always appealed to you? Do you remember a specific moment where you thought, man, this trucking thing's pretty cool. I'm interested in kind of continuing on with it. What were those early memories like, and when did it kind of hit you like, hey, I think this is my thing?
The story I will tell you, you could probably apply to 70% of owner-operators today when they were kids. Like it's as far back as I can remember, really remember details. So let's say 7 or 8. All I wanted to do was be around the trucks. My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like I didn't care what I did, as long as it was around trucks. I always in my heart wanted to be a driver. And for years and years, a decade, I hauled all of our salvage. When we bought a wrecked truck, whether it was in Texas or Nebraska or Iowa or wherever, I would go out and get it, winch it on the trailer, and bring it to Joplin. So I kind of got that fix during my career, and I still do some driving today on the farm and a little bit. Not as much as I would like to because of the demands of Four State, but I still thoroughly enjoy driving. But I really didn't care what I did as long as I was around trucks. And I kind of gravitated as I grew up helping my dad's crew change oil, change tires. Your weekends are all spent servicing trucks so they can go back to work on Monday.
Yeah.
I kind of landed on the mechanic side, and I really enjoyed that. I don't mind mechanicking. I really like all the frame and chassis work, more so than like deep inner engine, deep transmission, and all that. I really kind of just like the chassis, suspension, stretching frames, and all that kind of thing. But, I didn't care if I was a truck owner, a mechanic, or a driver. I just wanted to be around them. And, I'm very blessed to where I got to do a little bit of all of that and stay close to the trucking industry and actually influence a few things over my 30-some year career, which has been super cool. But I'm just all things truck, and I really didn't care what it was. I wanted to be a part of it. And I think most guys I talked to, they grew the same. They were riding with their dad or riding with their uncle, and they were shifting gears and holding the steering wheel at 12 and 13 years old. And we all could kind of share the same story. And then you just want to be around them and around people that are truckers. And it just, I don't know how to explain it. When you get the bug, it's just that's what it's going to be.
There was never
not a lot of people I know, trucked for 7 years and then decided to be a, bricklayer.
Yeah.
Once you get it, you kind of stick with it to the end. It seems like, I'm going to say that's probably 85-90% of the people I ran across.
Yeah, I think you're right. When we first called you up, Ryan, you were talking about how busy you were planning for GBATs. I feel like every time we talk to you, I don't know if you're the busiest man, in America. I think you're probably one of the busiest people, but you're doing what you love, right? I mean, you're working, and it really is the thing that you love doing, which really, as you said, is a blessing. But how busy are you? I mean, you're pretty much like sun up to sundown, right? Or even beyond that, I guess.
My brother and I, Bryce, which we run 4-state, and we definitely start in the dark. Like we're 5 to 6 a.m. guys every morning, and then we work till the job is done. And then I do a lot of work at home, like kind of in the recliner as I'm watching TV, like getting ready for the next day or week.
Yeah.
He actually comes in super early and does his, but we're totally driven by we want one more customer, one more satisfied customer tomorrow than we had today. We want to touch more people, next month with our business than we did last month. And, we want to grow. We're not a status quo people like, hey, this is what we do. We're content. We're just going to do this until we ride off in the sunset. We want to grow our staff. We want to grow our stores. We want to grow our products and services where it makes sense. We have been guilty in the years past of trying to do too many things, and we weren't doing enough things well. We did finally grow up and learn that lesson to where we're kind of staying in our lane as best we can. But I think we're driven by ourselves to do better tomorrow than yesterday, and we constantly want to grow and build a better, faster, leaner, meaner machine. It's just an internal drive that a lot of people have. Hey, a lot of people don't, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
The guy that wants to work 45 hours and go home and not worry about it on weekends, kudos, man. I envy that guy some days.
I was going to say, that's not really an option for you, is it? Your brain doesn't work like that. Yeah.
But it's what we chose, and hey, it has been rewarding. We're the ones signing the checks, and we have a lot of great things that we enjoy because of that. But it does take a lot of hours and a lot of commitment. But that's true to a lot of people, and small business to large business across the board. But it's what we signed up for, and it has been good to us. I mean, 4-State Trucks has really, really grown over the 25, 35, 40 years of its existence to levels we never thought possible. So, my dad would probably not believe it if he was here today. My granddad certainly would have no concept of what it's grown into. But yeah, like I said earlier, we don't really run 4-State. It runs us, and there's a lot of truth to that, but we've got enough experience now to where we kind of deal with it and navigate through it and power on through to the next work day.
What's, would you say, the best part of your job, your absolute favorite thing is to do?
Oh, I really enjoy Louisville and GBATs, and I don't do as much truck show traveling as I used to, but I do like going out to the shows, especially the grassroots show, the fairground shows, kind of like GBATs, maybe more so than Kentucky, and really just conversating with people. I really enjoy that. I think through the early decades of my career, I was so focused that I never truly took time to listen. And a lot of people probably picked up on that. I was listening, but I was thinking about what I needed to be doing. And I have a bad habit of that. I've kind of got to the age now where I've outgrown that, and I can focus and really, foster friendships and compare notes and spitball ideas and tell old stories and not be as hurried as I used to. I'm getting to where I enjoy that more and more, is just the conversational, relational side of things more than maybe the pure business and sales side of it. So I don't know, those atmospheres where it's conducive to slowing down and conversating, I really do enjoy that. And now we're not as trend-setting as we used to be, just because we sell parts now. We don't solely focus on customizing trucks. I love seeing what other builders and the next genre of customizers is doing, because it is crazy impressive. I mean, just the level of detail, the level of skill, the level of tech. You know, now electronics and engineering and geometry is coming into some of these upgrades and these custom trucks that they're building. I really like to see that from a spectator side more than a fabricator side, and it's kind of rewarding to see that because they've surpassed what we did back in the day. I enjoy that a lot too.
Yeah. Well, again, that's got to be gratifying too, and fun to see all of these new things that are popping up too. Hey, Brian, you talked about GBATs. We talked about it a little bit, and you've been very generous with your time here. Just want to make sure we do our due diligence on this. So it runs for 3 days starting September 25th. You are busy getting ready for the show. Can you just kind of give us an idea of what we can expect this year? Is there anything new? What are you looking forward to?
Well, in 2023, because we have our show every other year. I don't know if you realize that. After the 10th annual, we've kind of moved to an every other year because it's such an undertaking. It's a county fair. It's not much short of a small county fair. So we park trucks all day Wednesday, register and park trucks. We park trucks all day Thursday, and then we cut off truck registration for those that want to enter Friday at noon. Now, it's a no-cost show. There's no cost to enter your truck, and you're going to get a goodie bag, a commemorative plaque, meal tickets, VIP seating at all the events. It's really a customer appreciation event. Whether you're a current customer or you've never been here and you want to be a customer someday, come up here and spend the weekend with us, and we're going to try our best to win you over in a weekend. But Thursday night, we're going to have the Demo Derby. It's a lot of fun. And that's Thursday night. Friday, we're going to have stuff going on all day long. And the great thing about GBATs and what my mission was from day one, there's a lot of great shows out there, and especially back in the day, that have things that truck owners like to do. There was virtually nothing, and I mean nothing, for the wife, the nephew, the kids, the granddad to do. So we have stuff going on all day long, big rig burnouts, all kinds of booths and exhibits and showings and things all day long on Friday and Saturday. So there's stuff for the whole family. And then you get to Friday night, we're going to have a motocross stunt show where they're doing the mile-high full flips, everything like that. We got a quad, a four-wheeler this year, and there's not many people in the world that can do full 360-degree flips midair on a quad. So I'm really excited to see that. That'll be new for this year. Then we have the pro pulling team here. We're going to have pickups, tractors, and semis, a big truck and tractor pull on Friday night. We're going to cap that off with fireworks that would rival some city 4th of July fireworks. You get into Saturday, big rig burnouts, food trucks, all kinds of stuff going on for the kids that day. Then you get into really the entity that really gave GBATs a purpose many years ago. We signed up with Special Olympics to where they can host their world's largest convoy for Joplin, Missouri. That event is held in conjunction with GBATs. I mean, what a perfect mesh. You got 600 or 700, 800 trucks here, and it's a fundraiser for Special Olympics. So really proud at the way our truckers come out and support both financially and in participation in the world's largest convoy for Special Olympics. We have been many years, not every year, but either the record-holding number of trucks for Special Olympics, and several years we've got the largest donation revenue-wise for the Special Olympics convoy. Yeah. So we'll see what this year holds. But we'll get into our awards ceremony, then we'll do our Special Olympics convoy where usually about 400, 500 trucks will leave this exit, and we'll all journey through town with people lining the sidewalk, watching the trucks go by. And we'll park downtown 4 wide. We take over a big 5-lane street, and we'll park all the convoy trucks down there. We'll have our Truckers Light Show. And then we'll have big-time music entertainment. We've got Chad Cook Band from Houston opening up for Colin Ray. I mean, all of his songs from the 90s. And then we'll wrap up the show Saturday night kind of in downtown Joplin under the street lights with 2 city parks either side of that 5-lane street. And then, it's over. till 2027.
I was going to say,
once
is that
we
all?
get through Colin,
Yeah.
Once we get Colin Ray off the stage, boys, that's it until 2 years from now.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of the best truck shows around, if not the best. I will be down there, so I look forward to everything you just kind of laid out there. But
another quick cool aspect is, we teamed up with OOIDA out of Grain Valley many years ago. They came to us and they said, hey, we're having a show in Kansas City, and you're having a show in Joplin. Let's just team up.
Mm-hmm.
And it has been so much fun. They have brought so much to the show that otherwise we couldn't have done or wouldn't have thought of. So having Special Olympics as a charity and then having OIDA as a great partner for a lot of years running has really been a cool thing to have a Guilty by Association truck show.
Absolutely. Hey, Brian, you've been so generous with your time. We know you're
Appreciate it.
super busy leading up to the show. Looking forward to it starting September 25th. And if people want more information, they can go to your website, which is?
Go to chromeshopmafia.com, just click on the truck show there, and it has the FAQ. It has everything you would ever need to know or want to know about GBATs. So chromeshopmafia.com, or you can get the 4State Trucks app on the App Store and just click on Truck Show. They both go to the same place, but there is a ton of good information on there that'll save you from wondering what's coming up.
There it is. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. Really enjoyed talking with you.
My pleasure. It was fun, y'all. Call me anytime.
What a great guy to talk to.
Love it. Yes. We found
Super
out why
interesting.
he's called the Boss Man, too.
Yeah, now we know.
Not the Don.
And he likes it.
He likes it better than the Dawn, that's for
Yes.
sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As I said, I'll be down there in about a month or so in Joplin, Missouri. 4 GBATs, 3 days starting September 25th. You have been?
I have been. It's a fun show. Like, it's so fun.
Yeah, I've been before. It's been 4 years, though, since I've been. So I'm looking forward to all the new fun stuff. It's always a great crowd.
I don't know if he described it or you described it like a block party. It really is. Like, everybody's sitting around. It's such a good time for conversation.
People have been friends
and there's a
for
ton of stuff going on.
years and
It's crazy.
decades. So there it is, September 25th, GBATs. We're back later this week with another program. We'll see you then right here on Trucking with OOIDA. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.